Hey, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Approval of the agenda. Do we need a motion for that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. So the motion is that the agenda be adopted as circulated.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Dan. Sorry, Jansen. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Bill.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. I'll have to declare an interest as I'm a member of the Coldwater BIA, as well as a member of SegBay, and I have a family member that is involved with the Equinox Drummers.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cox.
I'm a member of the Lions Club, and I also am a member of the Washego Events Committee. I think that's it. I don't think the Legion had anything on, did they? No. Okay, thank you. I will let you know if something pops up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a member of the Washego Events Committee.
Thank you. Any others? Councillor Mennings.
I'm a member of the West Shore Events Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, I'm a volunteer for Watermill Heritage Foundation and also the Matchinash Community Heritage Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? And Madam Clerk, I'm a member of the Washego Lions and the Legion in Coldwater, if there is anything. Business items. So now I'll refer for the presentation of the 2026 budget. Thank you, Andrew.
If
I think
I can before
Madam Clerk first. Madam Clerk.
If I can, just a couple notes before we get started today, due to the nature of the change to strong mayors. So every change to the budget has to be done by resolution. So in the past, we've just noted changes in the minutes. But every motion or every budget change, addition or reduction needs to be done by motion. There will be no motion at the end of the budget process to approve the budget as there has been in the past. And at the end of tomorrow's meeting, if council sees fit, then council has the option to shorten their 30-day amending period under the legislation to essentially say that, you know, after the end of tomorrow that you're satisfied with the budget and don't require further amendments. If so, then the mayor has the option to sign a decision that he will not veto any pieces of the budget as well, which essentially deems the budget adopted at the end of tomorrow's meeting. The only other one I wanted to note is that unlike past years where we get to the budget and then council sees that we're still, say, at 3.5 and council would like to come in at 3%. In the past, council has directed it back to staff to just essentially sort it out and come back and count. That option is now off the table with the strong mayor powers. So if council wants to see a reduction in what the rate is, council will have to pass motions to reduce it accordingly to reach the target that they'd like. So, and with that.
Thank you. So before Andrew begins his presentation, do we want Andrew to go through his whole presentation before we ask questions, or would you like to we'll just let Andrew do the whole presentation, then we'll do questions afterwards? Is that okay or no? Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I would like Andrew to go through his presentation and then go from there as we've done it in the past.
Okay, so that's what I meant. Like, you want to wait until Andrew does his whole presentation before we ask questions. Okay, perfect. No?
No, I was saying,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it's
Okay,
probably
go ahead.
easier for you to ask questions on the slides as we go.
Okay,
Because
We'll do it that way.
we may not go back to it.
okay. Is everyone okay with that?
So
Councillor Taylor?
does asking questions, do we change numbers at that time too?
Madam CAO?
Through the chair, you could, but perhaps you ask your questions of clarity along the way and you wait till you get to the end before you start making motions. Or you may want to wait till you get to a department to make motions, but you may want to make it on the presentation too. But you probably want to hear the whole thing. But for sure, ask your questions of clarity as you go.
Is that okay, Councillor Taylor? Okay. Everyone, Deputy Mayor Cox?
Yeah, you're just going to do the overview, and in the overview, we have questions, and you may say we'll refer further on in the budget and we'll discuss it then, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Andrew, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as the deputy mayor said, I'll clarify things along the way, but there may be some spots where we have to deal with it here. Because it doesn't really pop out in some of the other sections necessarily. Is it not on? Oh, okay. So we don't really need to go through the overview. These are just gives you a highlight of the pages that are in your presentation, so we can skip that page. So we do every year, and when we prepare the budget, we do take into consideration the strategic plan that council has directed us to follow, and where we've been able to, we have included that in the budget accordingly.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Will there be opportunity along the way, or is it now, if we get updates on all these 4 pillars? Where we're at and what we've accomplished and where we're going?
I'll maybe refer that one to the CAO.
Adam CEO.
Through you, customer services coming in a month. ECDev had an update next month. What was the other thing? Infrastructure
Broadband.
needs will come out of the asset management plan, and maintaining or enhancing services really is what's in the budget, I think. I think we're pretty good.
So just, if I'd like to say more, the strategic plan here based on the principle of, and are those the 4 pillars, or do we come to them later with the broadband? We do, don't we? Can we discuss that then?
Oh, specifically to broadband?
Because I thought, is there another indicator in here where broadband comes up? Because I just like an update on the broadband.
Clerk.
Thank you. So our economic development officer is working to get an update from Rogers and Bell to a upcoming economic development advisory committee meeting. Once we have that information, I can happily also share that information with council as well. But we're seeking updates from them now.
Well, I would prefer it come to council, not just the economic development meeting. This is important. This is one of our major pillars. And we finally got a contact with Rogers and Bell, and I just would like to know where it's going. Because the gentleman had said he would start in an area, and I just didn't know if we'd heard any more what was going on.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, I don't want to take a lot of time with this in budget because there isn't any budget impact to the let's start by seeing if we can get them to come to the ECDev, because I'm skeptical that they will come, even though that we have a contact, and see how we do there. And then if they will, then we can invite them to council for sure. We haven't heard back from what you're talking about. We have not heard back anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew.
Next slide, please. And I know you'll probably remember, I have a tendency to do this every year as I remind you that we do have an infrastructure deficit. We are in the midst of completing the latest version of the asset management plan, which we'd hope to have to you either in February or March of 2026. And it will let you know a little more clear where we're at now from an infrastructure deficit standpoint. It does appear as though we have improved over the last 5 years because we have been putting money into the into reserves for asset management. I believe that the tentative look is that we're about 60% funded, which means we're not all the way there, but we are significantly better funded than we were as of 2021 when we did the previous plan. Next slide. One more. And so we just had in front of council about, I guess the last meeting, what we were going to do with the 2024 surplus. Once we have calculated the 2025 surplus, which I don't anticipate being significantly different than the estimate that I provided you in October. we'll come back to council and let you know where we think we should allocate it to, and then council, if they wish to, can allocate it to the reserves that they see fit as well. But that will come sometime in the new year for 2025.
Your worship, may I just interject something there?
Madam CEO.
I just wanted to clarify for the treasurer, we don't anticipate it being so much different than we projected unless we don't get the ice storm grant, which will be a big swing one way or another. So we're anticipating we get it. We hope we'll get it, but you never know with the province. So just to be clear on that.
That was one of my questions because I wasn't sure where it is is it in the budget here somewhere, Andrew?
So if I can, through the mayor, so the ice storm information is not in the budget because it's a 2025 activity. So it will, and as the CAO pointed out, if in fact we did not receive that funding, we would definitely be in a deficit position for next year or for 2025. Which, if you do end up in a deficit, you need to recover immediately in the following budget. Fingers crossed. I mean, I do. There's no indication that we're not going to receive funding yet, but certainly it is a province and we don't know for sure. Now we do continue with the global pressures, and there are still supply chain issues, and they haven't seemed to really completely waned from when COVID started. Now, as you can tell, the inflation index and certainly the non-residential construction price indexes have at least come back to reasonable levels. In CPI for Ontario is 2%, the non-construction price index, which actually influence some more items like infrastructure, so roads. It's about 4.2%, but arguably it still hasn't come down from the dramatic, 40% increase that occurred during COVID. So it's just continued to increase since then. Next slide. So this slide is some of the budget pressures that we are dealing with this year. Investment revenue, because interest rates fell, has caused about a $420,000 anticipated loss in interest or investment revenue in 2026 compared to 2025. So we do need to make that up unfortunately in the levy calculations. The policing services costs, now we have estimated at 11%. Typically we have the OPP billing by now. I'm not sure why we don't, but I'll anticipate that it's likely to be released soon. We have anticipated the 11% increase based on our last year's billing, which is what they had suggested. We would likely face a maximum of 11%. Now, when they say that, household counts changes, so it could be, worst case scenario, it could actually be a little higher than 11%. We have, right now, we've suggested the 11% increase, but we have applied about $150,000 from the policing reserve to help pull that back down to reduce the levy. Capital levy, we have increased it by $300,000. That is effectively the asset management portion. Now, $300,000 is probably a little light because they would expect us to increase a little higher each year. And I would like to say that number probably should be creeping up to $350,000. But certainly once we finish the asset management plan, we'll actually know a little bit better where we'll have to increase annually for capital infrastructure. I don't anticipate it being a lot more, but it will have to continue for at least another decade for sure. So in the previous year, we utilized $200,000 from the taxation reserve to help reduce the levy. Because we used the reserve last year, it depleted it to zero. So what that causes is that means we have to recoup it as part of the levy this year because we don't have the taxation reserve to draw from. Now, that being said, you'll remember from the report I did in October, we put $200,000 back into that reserve, and we are drawing $100,000 of it back out to help reduce the levy again. The cost of living increase this year for remuneration, 3% is roughly $272,000. Salary step changes, so that's, oops, sorry, go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
I read over COLA and I learned things, and I just would like maybe who's ever watching or for the rest of us, a definition of COLA and what it does, because it's not what I thought. Cost of living. It does not apply to anybody but government, right? Am I wrong?
No,
Madam CAO.
maybe I'll let CAO take that one.
Yeah, I don't think it has to apply anywhere, but it definitely does apply outside of government. Just typically there, Councillor Jansen could probably answer.
But it's
better than me,
people who
but
have
typically
pension
they're
plans, right?
No, anyone, like I've worked in the private sector and gotten COLA there.
Okay.
COLA is cost of living adjustment. So typically it mirrors CPI or something like that. And we keep an eye on what the local union contracts are settling at and try and come somewhere in the beginning. But yeah, it's not just for sure not limited to government entities or people
But
with
it
a
is-
pension or anything like that.
But it is limited to bigger businesses, not small.
No,
Stores.
for a small business and got a cost of living.
Okay.
I've worked for
Well, that wasn't what I read.
public,
Okay.
private.
Okay.
I've worked for all sorts of businesses.
Thank you.
COLA is a pretty typical thing.
Okay.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, through the mayor to Andrew, on the page before you had inflation and CPI at 2%. So why wouldn't remuneration be 2%? I thought I'd put it out there.
Madam CAO.
It can be whatever council makes a motion for it to be. We look at the average of what our neighbors are settling for. Most of the union contracts are settling for about 3.5. The range was about 2.5 to 3.5. I didn't see anybody coming in at 2. So we have to keep up with our neighbors too, but it's a number, well, in this case, it's a number set by the mayor. However, if council wishes to change it by resolution, that is their right.
Councillor Minnings.
Thank you through the mayor to the CEO. And it's my understanding, I may be wrong, but that cost of living, COLA, is not mandatory, and that within a workplace, for example, certain levels of staff, for lack of better words, could get it while another couldn't. So for example, employees and the management level cadre. So is there flexibility within COLA? Because that's been my experience, is that it doesn't apply across an entire workplace. It could be different. Now, this is an non-unionized workplace, so I'm not sure, and that's why I'm asking.
Madam CAO.
Through the chair, I think the answer is yes, but yes, it can absolutely apply any way council wants it to. I have seen councils decide that people in grid 1 from 6 get a bigger increase than grids, I'm just making up numbers, but 7 to 12. I've seen that happen. What that results in is when you do your next compensation study is it throws it further out of whack because you've done a compensation study and you're maintaining it. You're maintaining the difference between the bands based on a standard cost of living. So it makes it messier along the end, and it breeds for a little bit of discontent amongst staff. But I have seen councils do it, so it's not off the table.
Councillor Taylor.
On the same vein, through the mayor to Andrew, just for interest, what would it be if it was a 2% increase dollar wise on the municipal portion? How many points does it come down?
No, not a problem. I just need a calculator. It is roughly 90,000 less, so 90,000, give you an idea of what that is. 90,000 is a little, it's approximately, I want to say it's approximately about a third of a percentage point. So a percentage, it's going to be a little less, but a percentage right now is about 330,000 on the combined rate. So in order to come down 1%, it's approximately 330,000.
Sir, Brandon.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a note with regard to having different categories in an organization, get different rates. And my experience with the public service, I can give you an example because I had people reporting to me. When it came to conservation officers at one point in time, we could never get a supervisor for our confirmation for our officers because the regular officers with their overtime were making more money than the supervisors were. So why would you take on the responsibility of HR and all the crap that comes with dealing with people on top of that? So that was a huge issue and a moral issue in the organization. So to me, if you're going, and later it comes up, if you're going to have a comprehensive pay package review, all of those things are factored into that. And that way you come up with a just settlement with your employees. And I personally think we need to keep up with other communities. If we want a thriving community, we got to keep up. That's my view on it.
Further comments? Okay, Andrew. Mayor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. So is this something people want to talk about, or does it come up later, or is this when we should talk about it?
Can I just comment on that?
Yeah.
So I think someone's going to ask for the wage study for us to have a discussion about it. So I think that would be the appropriate time, would it not? Whether we move forward with a wage study, what do you call that? A consultant? Whether we, yeah,
Comprehensive.
yeah, because it was in our budget binder, it was mentioned, but we pulled it, or I pulled it. But why don't we talk about it then?
It will come up again. It is somewhat separate from this particular issue. And I would argue that we can save it till then and just remember that we need to discuss it then.
It's on page 14, D.
Yeah,
it is. Yes.
But it's not necessarily the same issue. So you may want to deal with that now, but it's up to you. You can certainly hold off and deal with the two of them at the same time.
Do you want to deal with it now, or do you want to deal with it
I
later?
just, there were questions and in my opinion, COLA doesn't have anything to do with the wage study. COLA is a cost of living that people get every year, whether you have a wage study or not. So are we going to do 3, or you're talking 2.5, or you want to leave it the same? Because we're sort of dancing here and we need to settle something. So I think this is probably the place we should look at it and make a decision.
So if I can just say something, so we got ourselves into trouble the last time when we did a wage study. We found we were relatively low compared to everyone else because we weren't keeping up with the cost of living. Well, I remember it that way. Anyways, it doesn't matter, but we can have that discussion today. But if we're not going to move forward with the wage study, we needed to make a decision. Yeah, because it works. If we're not going to have I think it does anyways, but I think we need to have that discussion. I think it goes hand in hand, but I'll let Madam CEO speak. Okay.
Yes, it's related but unrelated. But to the mayor's point, so remember, this was the mayor's budget. So we sat down with him in advance and asked him what he wanted in and what he wanted out. So originally I had asked staff to put in 2.5 COLA because we were going to do a wage study. So I didn't want to be too aggressive with the COLA, but then the mayor had us pull the wage study. I know that our wage study is going to show that we need increases because I've seen all of the neighbors do it around. So I said, okay, if we're not going to do the compensation study, we better at least go 3%, or else you're going to have a bigger impact next year. So although they're not related, there is a relationship. So you may want to talk about it. Do you want to do a comp study and go lower on the COLA? Do you want to go the same on both? Like there's lots of options, but they really are, they do have a relationship.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just for the record, when was the last wage study done?
So we did it 3 years ago. That's why I pulled it. So I'd struggled to have two wage studies done in the same term of council. That was my rationale for pulling it. And I don't know how other members of council, but I'm happy to bring it back as Councillor Brennan wanted to, and to have that discussion at this table. Madam CEO.
Yeah, so not the last wage study, but the wage study before that. I really have been here a while now. We were way behind because council pushed it off. So at that time, we were given the direction to bring it every 3 years so that we didn't get behind. And from our side of the table, it doesn't matter whether it's an election year or what year it was, or 2 terms. 3 years is 3 years. So sometimes that's going to hit in one term of council. So it's wage studies are tricky. They're always controversial, and I appreciate that. But you do it now and you get the results, or you do it next year and you get a higher impact result. So that's something council will have to decide.
If I may, just for council's benefit, I pulled it, as I said, because we've already done one in this term of council. So I struggled to do another one. But if we were not going to do the wage study, I was happy to do the 3% cost of living, only because of what happened previously. We were so far behind and we had to catch up. But we can talk about the 3% now, or we can, like, they go hand
I
in
think
hand.
we're there. Yeah.
Yeah, they go hand in hand as far as I know. They don't,
Why don't you
but they
talk
do.
about both of them now?
Okay,
Yeah.
Since you're
Well,
on the
let go.
conversation,
so let's have,
I mean, look-
Councillor Brennan, go ahead.
do
Madam
what you do up there.
Well, Madam CEO sort of pulled some of my steam here because that was my argument. No, sorry. You articulated probably better than I did. But that would have been, first of all, I want to say this. I do not envy you as mayor making these decisions. This is tough stuff. But I am really concerned. There seems to be a tendency going out there in other municipalities right now to defer everything to the next term. I think that is grossly irresponsible. I hope to be here next term. I don't mind declaring that right here and now. And I just think that we have to be realistic here with the cost of living stuff and all these things, and not dump everything into some future time, thinking that we're going to get out of it, because that is just not fiscal responsibility by any stretch of the imagination. And so I see what's going on. I didn't realize there was this background with regard to the 3% and your decision. I think that's not a bad compromise there, but otherwise I was quite concerned. And I do recognize, having 2 reviews in one period can look bad. And I was hoping, well, maybe we could sort of do it near the end, but of course that gets us closer to the election, and maybe people will be even more concerned than ever, although I don't think anyone pays attention to those things until they're announced at the end of the day, personally. But again, if we want to have a thriving, successful municipality that, meets what we want in terms of our economic strategy, that respects costs of living, that and affordability. I mean, affordability is a tough nut to crack right now. I sat on a meeting with AMO last night. And it's just unbelievable how that just keeps coming up and up and up. It's if you want to win next year's election, do what Mandami did, because he had it right. So we can't dump. That's my concern, is we just can't keep dumping stuff to the front. I could go along. I understand and respect that decision around the 3%. I wouldn't like us to defer it and go down to 1.5 or 2. I wouldn't like that. I mean, I'm one vote, but that's my opinion.
Just to add why I decided to pull it, the consultant wouldn't come back until July. So now, July, and the election is in October, right? So that was my rationale behind it. But Councillor Taylor, go ahead,
Yeah,
Madam CEO. Just
if you want to see a straw poll or whatever, since it was 2% is inflation, I would support a 2.5 increase, but no compensation review.
Councillor Jansen.
So may I just, Your Worship, may on to a couple of things that you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead,
said.
Madam CEO.
That's not necessarily correct that they won't come back till July. We could get them back any time that we want. It's about 6 weeks worth of work for a compensation. So if I told you that, that was my error. And just for council's information, it might have been a great compromise. The mayor and I were not on the same page on it, but he is the mayor and he gets to make the decisions. That was the compromise that I offered, but I'm still not, from a staff perspective, you're still putting things off. And I just know Romero just did their comp study. They're a smaller, less busy municipality than us. They're paid better than us, and their CAO is stealing all of Aurelia's staff. So that's what you risk. So when we had the mayor and I had a spirited discussion about this, and I told them that my job is not to run an organization on a 4-year rotating cycle. It's to plan for the future. It was the compromise that we came to. Do I think it's a good idea? Not really, but that's up to him.
Sorry. So the other part of my decision that I forgot to mention was that even when we do a wage study review, not everyone gets an increase. And that was my struggle. So based on where you are in the band system, not everyone gets a pay increase. So that's why I pulled it. Councillor Taylor.
I think I'm finished, but just if we bring up Romero, I just see that they're borrowing money to get rid of their septic. So I don't think they're a good comparator.
Mr. Jansen, sorry, it was Councillor Jansen.
Sure. I guess just a couple of questions. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Minnings.
Oh, sorry.
So just a couple of questions about the application of the COLA clause. And yes, I am familiar with COLA clauses, and we negotiate them into our collective agreements. Do all employees of the township receive a COLA cost of living increase?
CEO.
Through the chair, yes, there is two components to salary increases here. One is a COLA that is attached to everyone. So when council decides COLA, we bring a new salary bylaw that incorporates that in. The second is step increases. So all our bands are from 1 to 5. So if you have a successful performance appraisal, then you might get a step within your band. Now, looking around the table, I think I only see one staff here that has less than 5 years here. So anyone at the top of the steps doesn't get any further more steps. It's typically newer staff that get the steps.
Thank you. And supplemental. So that's what I was going to ask was, are the employees at the top of their levels, or are they going to receive a percentage increase and the COLA increase? But it does sound like, as you said, most staff are at that top level.
Yeah.
So this is their increase.
Yes, it depends on how long you've been here and what you negotiated your step to start at. So some of our newer, more junior employees may be at the lower bands, but more senior around the table, all we would get is COLA because we're all at the top step.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor.
Yeah, I'll throw another fly in the ointment on this then. If we were going to do a comprehensive, if we were, whatever it is, one of the things we failed to do last time was to accommodate the idea of a living wage into our compensation package. So just for everyone around here, so the definition of that, and there's a lot of businesses and communities, Barrie, everywhere, that are voluntarily getting into paying all its direct and contracted employees an hourly wage sufficient to cover basic living expenses and participate in their local community. The amount is calculated based on local cost of living and is typically higher than the government mandated minimum wage, which we know will not allow people to be properly housed, even people with 2 jobs in some cases. In fact, that discussion is widely going on right now as a result of Bill 60. So we don't meet that requirement, I am told. And I would have liked, and I will push for that when the time comes, if it's now or later, that be factored into any comprehensive review. And I don't know what the outcome of that'll be. All I know is that it's fair and it's right and it's decent. And I think that we should be able to be on the list of companies that basically pay a living wage to the people who work for us. End of story for me.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
I shouldn't. Okay, I can go with the 2.5. I'm not sure about the compensation review, and I need to say this. I mean, what you're talking about as a living wage is lovely, but it doesn't happen for your average person out there in the community. There are tons of people. We
Happens
had
in my seven.
we had a housing presentation at the county. $100,000 between two people, you're down there. And that's a large amount of people in our municipality, in our area, that's what they make. And I don't have a problem with cost of living. I don't have a problem doing a compensation review. I asked if we could do the compensation review and then it could next year and then it could roll into 27, but that couldn't happen. Because I think it should be every 4 years. I don't think it should be every 3. And there are places and people out there right now that don't have anything and they're not getting anything. And I know that that's not supposed to be what we're talking about here, but these are the people who are paying their taxes, who pay our wages. And it's tough out there. And if cost of living could be universal, world would be a happy place, but it's not.
Counselor Minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really broad subject. And when I'm looking at the percentage increase, 3%, and then taking it outside of here and looking at other increases, so water's going up, et cetera. So I think it's part of our prioritizing where we spend our money and where we recognize that I agree that, 2.5 years ago, I haven't even been on council 3 years, actually. So within the last less than 3 years, we did a salary review and there was a huge jump, in my words, because I wasn't prepared to discuss it. So I didn't review it. And 100%, everybody should be paid a fair wage, and it is expensive and costs are going up. Perhaps I can relate to the deputy mayor's comments too about the people I hear from who are on fixed incomes, and they will get one increase through CPP or old age or ODSP or Ontario Works. But it's going to be taken away from them as fast as it's given because they're just for getting water into their home. And that's not even a luxury. So it's a difficult conversation. It really is. And having been in a different level of government where my wage was frozen for 7 years, I still was thankful that I had a wage and then I had to live within that fund, that money, as everybody does. So I would love to do both, but I don't think that that's the responsible direction here. And I would agree with the deputy around the frequency of reviews, because the comparator to our neighboring municipalities was the same thing I mentioned 2.5 years ago when it came, was that they keep doing these wage studies. Every single municipality that was on the list back then, and I'm sure Romero was one of them, they go up 3 or 4% on their grid, and then so we're going to go up to be at or just above, and then they're going to do that and they're going to do that, and there has to at some point just be a little bit of a pause. And I think 3 years is very fast, and unless the CO, because we don't know the staffing. We know there's a high turnaround here because we had a presentation on the majority of the numbers of people that work here less than 5 years. If the compensation is an indicator of why people are exiting, that's a different discussion. But for today, I think we just have to be fiscally fair to everybody. Everybody gets something.
Thank you, Counselor McIntyre.
Thank you, through the chair. Put a little different spin on it. I'd like to see the second year of each term as the council turns over or not. The second year would be from my position, a new council would be in for a year, and the second year they'd have an understanding of what's happening. And the second year for a review would make sense to me in each term of council. So next year would not happen. We can do it this year, but next year would not happen until 27. Then we'd have a wage study or whatever makes sense at the time to then review wages. And I agree with Member Brennan that if we're a bit behind me and that this catching up is very difficult, and if it's going to happen every year that somebody in a neighboring community wants to jump, what are they going to, how we keep up if they want to jump at 5 or 6%? I mean, I don't understand that. Where I have a problem is that the new council, after a year, would have an understanding of wages and how all this system here works. And if you don't want to need to necessarily mandate it, but the CAO could bring it forward every term of council on the second year. And I think we could catch up and keep up if we did that. And again, I agree with the 2.5 at the moment, and I'd be in favor of that.
Thank you. So, Madam CEO, I just wanted clarity again. So if council wanted to do a compensation review, what I heard was if we've got some senior staff, if they're already at a level 5, they're not, even with the compensation review, they're not going to be able to move up anything. Is that correct? Is that, and then like, that's the way I understood it. Is that right? Or am I wrong?
The answer is it depends. So when you do a compensation review, it looks at a few different factors. One is market equity, how similar jobs compare in the market, and councils defined what your marketplace is a few years ago. So it might say the marketplace is now, the max for this job is X. So that may allow a new step or two for someone who's already at 5, or it may not. It just depends on how it works out. If I could just respond to a couple of other things, council can certainly set, if that's your new process, that you want to do a comp review every 4 years on the second year of a term, that's fine, but just be cognizant that your policy was 3. We know you're behind already. That's going to take it out to 5 years. So when you get to that 5 years, your gap is going to be much higher than it is today. So in year 2, council will have to deal with that. Similarly, I'm hearing 2.5, which is fine. However, when the mayor and I worked this out, it was if we weren't going to do a comp review, we should do a higher COLA so that you're not so far behind going forward. So you're throwing that out of the window too, but that is your right.
Okay, so there's two questions, but Deputy Mayor Cox and then Councillor Brennan.
So if we did a compensation review next year and we did it later and it could take effect in 2027, I don't understand what the problem would be. Because we're not going by years of 4 with new councils and everything. I don't understand that if we did it next year and it came into effect as of January 1st, 2027, would that not be a fair way to do it? And that way we're not behind, we've caught up. And if I'm to believe that staff here don't think about every 4 years, you're just thinking about the whole future, then that shouldn't make a difference that 2027 would be somebody new.
Madam CEO.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about this as I'm framing my thoughts. We could do that timing. What I might suggest, though, is, we run this. I got to think about how lame duck fits into this. Can't do a budget. I can't. So did it 2026.
Let's have a 5-minute bowel break. Bowel break. Well, Madam CEO, we had a
Yeah,
question. Yeah.
sorry,
go
you
ahead.
left us with a question. So the Brain Trust put their heads together. So the challenge with doing it later in the year is you can't then make it official effective January 1st because this council can't bind that council. What you can do though is we could do it slightly earlier and bring it to your one and only meeting in November, but you would have to implement it then. And I would recommend that you probably backdate it a little bit so that then it's in place for the next council. Because if you did it and then you got a brand new council who doesn't know why we do these and why they're important, they're just going to put their hands up and say, I don't want to do this because it's scary, right? So there is a way to do it. Just has to be done very carefully timed.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, relative to that, with just to your conversations, Councillor McIntyre, the 2-year review at the second year would be great, but we got to fill the gap in the intern. Like we can't go 5 years. That would be my view. That's way too long. But your concept, I like it. But whether you would need some sort of transition, and it makes sense. In the second year, that's when you can do your stuff. I need to understand better for the rest of our discussions what lame duck means to our decision making today. Like up to what date can we make decisions? Because there's a bunch of things coming up. And on what subjects can we make decisions? And I'm hoping you can help with that a little bit because I'm not understanding how our hands are tied, when and why. But I understand what you're suggesting. If we were going to do an increase and we were going to do the comp review, your approach sounds reasonable enough. I was going to suggest the fourth quarter, but obviously we can't do the fourth quarter from what I hear. Can you help us with that?
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Perfect timing, and I'm going to bring you an actual detailed report on it in January. So there are 4 acts, but there's 2 lame duck periods. So the first period is from nomination day to election day, and from election day to the start of the new term. So if, say, the majority of council is not reelected, then you're still in a lame duck position to the end of the term. But if the majority of the sitting council is reelected, then you can essentially continue on business as usual. There are 4 specific limitations. One is within that lame duck period.
Sorry, Madam Clerk. Councillor Brennan didn't
Yeah.
get that first.
So-
Can you just,
What's nomination day like? The first day you can nominate,
No, nomination day is the closing of nominations for the election.
which is usually the end of
It's
August?
the 3rd Friday in August. So
Okay.
I believe it's the 21st of August next year. So in that period of time, council cannot appoint or remove any officer of the corporation. An officer is not every employee. An officer is like the chief building official, myself, the treasurer, the fire chief. There's a list of who are considered officers. Hiring or firing and dismissing of any employee. So we capture the rest there.
Sorry, except that hiring and firing is delegated to the CAO, so business still goes on. Sorry. I just didn't want to think that nothing happened.
Yes. So, disposing of any real or personal property of the township that has a value over $50,000. So council cannot sell or acquire, cannot sell land within that period of time. Incurring any expenditures or liabilities exceeding $50,000. The caveat on that is if it's already pre-approved in the budget, then that is not considered an expenditure of 50,000 or more. But it does limit what, say, if there is a budget overage on an item, what council can and cannot authorize in that period. Now, we do have provisions in the delegation of authority bylaw, the CEO just hinted at, on the employee front, where during this period, the ability to do stuff with respect to employees is delegated to the CAO. And normally there's an emergency procurement provision in there too. So say if something in the plant goes, then CAO has the ability to authorize that expenditure. So, we don't not have water. And I've seen that happen at a prior municipality. And then there's the requirement that after the lame duck period, the CAO report back to council on what actions were done under that delegated authority to the new council. So beyond that, beyond the lame duck provisions, this at a different section of the act, there is the requirement that this council you can't pre-approve the 2027 budget. So the 2022 to 2026 council cannot approve the budget that would start for the 2027 to 2030 council. So that's essentially it. It's not a lot. There's a lot of stuff that council can still do. But just,
Like what? Give me an example. What can we do?
Madam CEO.
Well, for example, you could do the comp review because it will be in the budget and if you put it back, if someone makes a motion to put it back, if we had a provision for the review and we had a provision for the implementation. So if it's already in the budget, then, and you passed it, we brought it to you in the last meeting in November, you can say, yes, go ahead, because you're not spending new money, you're spending money that's in the budget. And you can take the provision and take it back to wherever you want to backdate it to. And then those wages are, I mean, the next council could still change them, but it's unlikely once you give someone a different rate wage that they would do so. The other piece that I mentioned, I missed to mention about comp review. So it's not just about keeping all positions comparable with the neighbors. It's also looking at market sensitive positions. So if you remember the last time we made a jump in from a step from one level to the next for all our planning staff, because planning staff are very hard to get to. So it's part of the comp review is figuring out which places you're vulnerable and making sure they're in the right bands.
Deputy Mayor Cog.
Okay, you answered the one worry I was at, because the 1 year we hired a CAO and the incoming council said no, and we had to go back out again. So it was right at the end. So anyway, yeah, so if you can find a way to cover it, then in my mind, that means that it starts in 27. And if we did decide to do the second year, then we wouldn't be falling behind. We would still have a chance to stay at a certain point. Thank you.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, the implementation has to start in 2026. So it can be November 2026, or you can backdate it, but.
Sorry,
yeah,
it's
it
a
has to be
date that
done
we
and
say. We
implemented.
could backdate it to August.
Yes.
We could backdate it to October.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just through the mayor to Allison, what was the first item you mentioned? There's the, just before the firing, what was the topic you're talking about there?
appointing or removing any officer.
For minutes.
Thank you through the chair. To the CEO. Where I'm struggling is not with the cost of living as a concept. Where I'm struggling is the frequency of these wage study reviews. Every 3 years, to take an entire organization and look at each position, as you mentioned, to see what market trends are and what other people are paying these positions, et cetera, seems very too frequent for me. And again, without having the benefit of the last one we approved, that the steps, I would think, should allow for enough movement over a 5 or 10-year period. So if I'm going to be hired here into this township, I know for the next 5 or 10 years of my personal career, what my opportunities are every year if I do my job and have a good performance, then I move up a step. I just don't know if we're making them too rigid and if we're hurting ourselves by not really looking at a step. And I only have my own lived experience to think of when I'm looking at steps over a period of time. But this is where I'm struggling, is with the wage review, not the concept of that we should be paying a great wage. Absolutely. It's that it's too frequent and the churn is high, and it feels like to me that the numbers are a little bit out of control from now, and then 3 years from now is year 2 of the new council, and then 3 years from that is it's can you talk to me about if we did another wage study, if it could have a broader period of 5, 7, 10 years with enough steps so that people are motivated to stay on year after year and and they know what their ceiling is going to be?
Madam CEO.
Sure, those are hard questions. With regard to the timing, that's always up to council. I actually think it was the deputy mayor who led the charge to be every 3 years because she lived through the year that we hadn't done it for a number of years, and we had pay equity issues, we had market equity issues, and we ended up having a very large bill all at once for the township to swallow. So I think that's why we got 3 years. If council wants to go 4 years. With regard to the steps, that's harder. Municipal grids are typically 5 steps, and the 5 steps works very well for frontline staff new to municipal work. They will come for step 1. Mid-management and up are typically already working somewhere else that often pays more than we pay. So I don't think we've hired anyone mid-management and up that has come for less than step 4 in the last while. And sometimes it's a pay cut for them. Like sometimes they're coming for new experience or whatever. So the steps they aren't set up for long term. And the challenge with having, say, 10 steps is what that 5th step is considered job market rate. So that's what the rate of the job should be. The 5 steps are to aspire to it. To make it last longer, the job rate would be much higher. So that's typically not the way municipalities offer. We operate on a 5 step, and it works really well for junior staff up to about mid-management. After that, it doesn't work that well.
Councillor Minutes.
Thanks. Just a follow-up question, if I may, through the mayor. So I think I heard you say that typically here at Severn, mid-management comes from outside the organization. And if that's true, and if we are talking about retention of staff based on remuneration, which I agree with, is that I hope that there's also opportunity for existing staff to move into the management group without having to import people at the mid-management level from outside. So just a comment.
So I'm still a little confused. If council, and I want to tell council, even though I have strong mayor powers, that's not the way I work. We're a team, we're a council, nothing's changed. We're all going to weigh in on which way we go. But if we did the review, if council saw to put the compensation review back in, do we, like, to Deputy Mayor Cox's comment, we can implement it later? Like, I didn't understand that part of it. Like, if we did the review, when would we have to implement this?
Through your worship, you don't have to implement it anytime. It's your choice. What I was recommending based on what I'm hearing is rather than embark on it right away, we would look at it as a late summer project for staff. Takes a couple of months, like it's a fair bit of work to get it done. And we would bring it to council, your last council meeting. So you're past the election, you're making a decision based on what you know from your 4 years, and you're implementing it then. If you implement it in 2006 and it's already in the budget to be implemented, you have every right to do that, whether you're lame duck or not. And then the next council would be pretty married to it because it's hard to take away something that's already been given to staff.
Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. I was going to ask about that lame duck period and how that November meeting would go. I guess to me, I have a little bit of worry about bringing it to a November meeting. Some of us may run again, some of us may not. There could be other councillors that watch that meeting closely and wonder what the heck we're up to. making a decision on compensation levels. I'm not opposed to doing the compensation review study. I do have a question about the two costs that are listed here. One's for implementation of the compensation review and one's for compensation review. So do they both? Is it $90,000 for the compensation review? Or is it $40,000 to do it and an expected $50,000 in wage increases?
Andrew. It's involved in implementation, Andrew. I don't understand the high cost. If you could explain that.
That one, Andrew.
Oh, Madam CEO.
So if the comp review recommends changes, if it recommends changes to salary bands or to positions, then it would result in an increase for a class of staff or a position or something, then it would result in a new salary. So we're putting money in to account for that. We have no idea how much the implementation will be because we don't know how we're out. And I have to be careful on how I say this because the discussion is done in closed session. But when you went through this the last time, you were given different options on how to implement things. So there's lots of choices for council to make in how it's implemented.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just one way of looking at it. If we did the 2.5%, it would more than pay for the compensation review. That's the way I look at it. We'd be probably net 40,000 on that.
I don't think so. That math doesn't make sense.
If I can through the mayor to member Taylor, it's approximately, the two of them are fairly comparable. So it's approximately, it's a 90,000 estimated if we do the study and implement it. It's also approximately 90,000 if we go from, oh, sorry, it's only about, correct. So it's only 45,000 if we only go down to 2.5%. So.
Guess we have two decisions to make. And I know they don't go hand in hand, but they actually do.
Someone needs to make motions, put motions on the
So
table.
it's either a 3% cost of living or 2.5, what I'm hearing, or are we going to do the compensation review? Or
Just-
not? Councillor
But
Brennan.
just a point of clarification here on the 90,000. Like if we did the review but didn't implement it, then it is only going to be 40,000, correct? I think that's what you were getting at.
Madam CEO.
Which may be true, but if you do the review and you don't implement it, then I would suggest you've wasted your money because you'd have to start brand new with a new council who has no understanding of this. So if you're going to do it, you should do it with the intention that you're going to implement it. Otherwise, there's no point in doing it. It's stale the minute you do it.
Okay, yeah, but I'm saying you would implement it, but the date would be to our satisfaction. Right? I'm not saying you don't make the decision, but you said you could go back. Well, if you can't go back, why can't you go forward?
Because you're right on the changeover of council. So you can't make the decision for them. You have to make the decision in your term to be actioned in your term.
Okay, fair enough. So that was the whole justification of pulling it. We already did it once. That's why I struggled with it. That's why I pulled it. Councillor Taylor.
So then to further to that argument, then it would be a total trade-off if going down 0.5% is 90,000 and implementing it and doing the study is 90,000. So it's worst case, it's a balance. And I thought we talked an idea of implementing the implementation in 2027, January 1.
Councillor McIntyre.
Sorry, Your Worship, can I just clarify that?
Yeah,
Because
Councillor
I
or
thought
Madam CEO.
I mustn't be saying this because you're all not hearing me. You cannot implement it in January 2027. That is the new council. So if you do it, you have to implement it in 2026. It can be November 2026, but it cannot be January 2027.
Yeah, just my final
Okay,
thought, then we
okay.
could implement it November 1 of 2026 and we'd be home free.
Counselor McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. I'd still like to have, just finish up the discussion about the second year of every term. Have this reviewed, and then it takes away this twice in one term sort of business. If this is a whole new council, we don't know. But if it's mandated that in the second year of their term, i.e. 2027, early, that they have to review the wage situation, I think that would make sense to me. However, there's a gap, and I understand the CAO's thought and member Brennan's. There's a gap. So how do we catch that up between now and then? And that's, I think, open for discussion, because that'd be a 5-year period since we reviewed it last. So,
Madam CEO.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor McIntyre. I don't think your body has agreed that 5 years was a good idea. So I think they're wanting to do something sooner. I may be reading the room wrong, but that didn't seem to be still on the table. And I guess my answer would be, you can't mandate it's done anytime, because your policy right now is 3 years and now you're looking at something else. So any council can make any decision about it. If you want to park that, you think the second year is due, fine, do one now. And then if whoever's on council next term says, hey guys, we should make a policy, or we should decide, and maybe that means you do one in a shrink year, rather that's better for you than in a 5-year, because you're not going to have such a salary gap to fill.
Deputy Mayor Cock.
I'd like to put a motion forward that we do a 2.5 COLA and we do the compensation review and make a decision in November 2026.
Straw vote. Is everyone good with that? Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Motion. All right.
Oh, we gotta.
Sorry if I can, Mr. Mayor. So just to let you know, that scenario would increase the levy by 90,000 for the study and the implementation. The 0.5 percentage point is only about 45,000, not 90,000. It's a full percentage that gets us to 90,000. So that's approximately a 45,000 increase, which works out to being 0.14% increase.
You just,
So sorry.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
I thought we just went through this and it was supposed to almost neutral. How come now it's not?
No, that's what Mark said, but I said that was not
Okay,
correct.
all right. So make it neutral.
So in order to make it neutral, you'd have, and it was, when we initially started talking, we had actually talked about reducing COLA from 3 to 2.
Yes.
That was the 90,000. Then somebody changed it to 2.5. And of course, that's only 45,000.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, what would you like the motion to read?
Oh, all right. I don't know.
Yeah, just to follow, I thought you did 0.5% was 90,000, so maybe I didn't hear it.
No, and that's what I kind of thought was the.
Madam CEO.
Just to put it in your mind, if council goes to the 2%, we will be the lowest one in the county, and you'll have bigger to pick up in your comp review.
I agree. So I think we
2.5.
2.5, and we don't even know if council's going to approve if we go with the compensation review, if it's going to be approved in November. So
Let's
but-
do 2.5. My motion is 2.5 and do the compensation review and let's see what happens.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just one last thing. If it wouldn't be implemented till, say, November 1, so it really doesn't
You're
hit.
not doing a whole year.
It's like it's from January to November, there's no one's getting an increase until November 1. So how can you still have to factor the full, so it'd be a surplus.
If I can, through the mayor to member Taylor, the 50,000 is certainly a ballpark guess, and you're right, it was effectively assuming we implemented it partway through the year. So if that part year is significantly lower, then certainly it may be less than 45,000, but we don't know what that number is yet, so it's a little hard to tell.
But just
And
clar-
in summary, I support Deputy Mayor.
2.5 and compensation review.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you have separate sorry, Councillor Jansen.
Just one more, or one question, I guess, to my colleague. So why are we doing it in November? Why aren't we doing this in the spring and getting it done midway through the year?
I struggled to do two within the same term of council. That was the crux of it, right? I struggled to do that. Because we've already had one comprehensive review done in this term of council. Any further comments? Deputy Mayor Cox.
And I think that if you do it at the end, you've also saved the wage from the part of that year, and it still gets you into almost a 3-year. So we're not falling back too far.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, so we'll break the two items apart in motions. So the first one, unless the deputy mayor wants it all in one, okay,
So Councillor Jansen.
So just to clarify, this motion, if we vote in favor of it, would increase the levy that's proposed by 0.14%.
And that is my rough estimate. I'll actually do the calculations. And I'll give them to you likely tomorrow because it's kind of hard for me to do them on the fly. While we're here, I can do them. I just have to wait in between. I can do all the calculations.
I just might ask for a point. When you aren't sure and you go, I'm gonna cost it at, say, mid-year, do you mean 6 months? Like,
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank
It
you.
would- yeah, I think anticipated, we've implemented it July 1st.
So if we implemented it in November, that's 2, not 6 months. That's 1/3 of the cost.
Correct.
Thank you.
okay, so motion reads then, and bear in mind, I've had to put the amounts in the budget so that Andrew knows what sums he's putting in for the compensation review and implementation as a placeholder in the budget. So the motion is that the budget be reduced to provide a 2.5% cost of living remuneration increase in the 2026 budget, and that the compensation review in the amount of 40,000 and the implementation of the compensation review in the amount of 50,000 be added to the operating budget to be brought forward in November 2026.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? Let's carry. Thank you.
Can I just tease the mayor a little bit? This is where I started with him.
Madam CEO.
Just want to tease you a little bit because this is where you and I started.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Okay, I still have a problem with the way it's worded. No, I know, no, I'm gonna just ask him a question on the money part. It says 50,000, but it isn't going to be 50,000. If you don't implement it for 8 months, there won't be any wages in the first 8 months. 11 months. So I'm not understanding how this 50,000 has to be in there to say what it's saying.
I'll take that, Andrew.
Madam CEO.
Thank you. It's just a placeholder. We don't know when the salary review happens. We could be $10,000 light. We could be $200,000 light. We have no idea. So we just put an amount in there. When it comes to you for decision making, you will know how light we are, and we will give you some options of how to, I mean, you can make the amount less if you like, but we don't know what the right number is. So we just put a placeholder number in. Might it be less? Might be more too, because it just depends on what the study shows and how far behind we are.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
But supplemental, because we're playing with numbers, we are now increasing the levy. So I say that we shouldn't be playing with numbers. We just say we do the compensation review and leave it at that. Because if you're saying it could be here, it could be there, it could be here, then why are we putting in the 50,000?
Question. Someone answer that?
Well,
Yeah, but we need something. There's going to be some cost.
I mean, certainly if I can through the mayor, and as Member Brennan just said, there is going to be a cost. We can certainly come to a conclusion as to what we want to put in the budget to determine what the percentage increase is, because you're right, that whatever I use on that, if I use 50,000 now, it's influencing the budget by 50,000. I mean, we certainly, I can't, in good conscience say we should make that number 0 because we don't know the number, but it certainly will be some form of impact.
Did you want to say something, Councillor Jansen?
I guess maybe a procedural question, because we've already voted on this motion. Now we seem to be still having some discussion on it. Is it okay?
If
Clerk?
council would like to change the motion, they need to pass a motion to reconsider. And then you will need to pass a new motion.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I think the deputy mayor is right on the money. Why are we budgeting for 12 months and it should be 1 month?
So
Andrew.
Sorry, if I can, through the mayor.
We were never.
That 50,000 estimate is certainly not for the whole month or for the whole year. So it's not for 12. It is, effectively a guess for what it might cost for half a year.
So what do we do it for 25,000?
Yeah, can you cut it?
Can we do
we
it
can
for
do
25?
exactly, we can do what, we can certainly do.
Madam Clerk.
Procedurally, unless council passes a motion to reconsider, this discussion is done.
May we have a motion to reconsider, Madam Clerk, please?
Thank you. The motion is that motion SC 2025-028 be reconsidered.
Mover and a seconder, moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Okay, do we need a new motion to put 25,000 rather than 50,000, please, Madam Clerk? Jansen.
Can I just, I don't want to throw a wrench in the discussion, but it came to me. I'm just wondering, is council's remuneration going to be part of that compensation review and that we'd be voting on in November of next year?
Absolutely.
Madam Chair.
Our director of HR, manager of HR was reminding that while I was speaking, that council, volunteer firefighters, everybody is in a comprehensive review.
Perfect, thank you. Clerk, do you have a motion?
I, with everything going on, perhaps I missed the number that was being put out.
25,000.
25?
Yes, please.
I believe your director of finance. would like
Andrew?
to speak.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, just to give you a heads up. So reducing that number by 25,000 would put you still at a 6% or a 0.06% increase. So it would move our current number from 3.64 to 3.7.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
I may not be the most financial wizard in the world, but this all seems like a shell game. Like, why can't we just say we're doing the compensation review for $50,000? Because it doesn't seem to matter. We're going to put 25 in, we're going to put 50 in, we're going to do whatever we're going to do, and it's going to make a difference on the levy. And we're not doing anything until November, which has 1 month. And I'm hearing it could be 200, it could be 100, it could be whatever. Why can't we just say we're doing the compensation review for $50,000 and bite when we get there? Because we're obviously going to have to, because 25 won't cover it, 50, and what I'm hearing, maybe 100 won't.
Madam CEO.
I wouldn't, through your worship, I wouldn't recommend that you take it down to 0 because you may very well be lame duck by then. So if you have no money in the budget, then you cannot implement it. So you have to have something in there. You can decide on a, if the number is 100,000 and you only have 25, you can decide to implement it in stages. But if you don't have any money in there at all, then you don't have the ability to implement anything.
No, so just as a supplemental. That sounds fine, but I wish this would come forward as we're going. I just felt lost and I'm sorry. Okay, so if we can do something like that, that's fine. But I'm sorry, I was lost on when I heard, well, it could be this, it could go up there and now if we can do something like that, now I'm understanding where you're coming from, then okay. I get that we put the 25 in, but I didn't understand that and it wasn't clarified. I'm sorry.
Councillor Minix.
I'm not sure if I need to put a motion forward for this, so I'll look for direction. But because of the timing and the lame duck provisions and all of that, I would like to go back to Member McIntyre's idea and I would like to approve the cost of living increase, but I would like to put the wage study off until 2028, which is the second year of the next council, and I would like that as a motion. It may cost a little bit more money. It's at the end of the day, it won't cost any more than we start paying a wage increase, if that's what the study shows, by the way, in 2027, or we start paying it in 2028 a little bit more to make up for 2027. I see it as a net zero effect. It's just that people may have to wait a year longer for something, but I still think 3 years is too aggressive and we haven't dealt with that policy. So my motion would be Member McIntyre's idea that that we do that, because it does affect the budget and it is difficult and impossible. But for the fact that whatever number we put in the current motion or the revised motion, it affects the amount of tax that every single resident is going to be paying
Yeah.
while we're waiting for this study. I think that's irresponsible of us to ask taxpayers to pay more, to wait 11, 12 months, actually, a year from now, for the next wage study. So money is coming, the wage study is coming. We will always, I think, endeavor, and I'm sure the next council too, to be a fair paying employer and to be, you know, in the same, you know, so people want to work here rather than go across the street for an extra few dollars. That's my motion on the table. And I just, because I think that's the first question, is the timing of this.
Madam CEO.
Can we split them? So there was a motion that was to be reconsidered. Can we take that motion and split it? So there doesn't seem to be any there seems to be consensus on the 2.5. So let's put that in one motion, pass it, and then we will put another motion. I think the deputy mayor's motion was first on her timing. If that fails, then Councillor Minning's motion could proceed. I think that's procedurally probably.
Madam
easiest
CEO,
vote.
just to Councillor Minning's comments about the Councillor McIntyre's comments, we can't do that now until because we now have a, what do you call it? A policy, thank you, that we do it every 3 years. We'd have to stop that and adopt a new one, or no?
You can amend your policy anytime you
Can we
like.
do
So
it
You can
at
do it
this time, or is
by
it-
motion if you.
Okay, so to that point, how would both of you like to proceed with this?
But sorry, we had a motion to be reconsidered. So let's
Yeah.
deal with that first.
I just got a
We'll split
point of
that
order here.
motion
So-
into two, if
Yeah, fun. Let's get real here. 25K is a rounding error on a friggin' major project. This is a placeholder to allow us to proceed with a financial decision if and when we want to. Anyone who thinks that 25K through this discussion is going to be a major impact on the taxpayer hasn't read the bloody document. There is a lot of money involved here. This 25K is nothing. So the original, I mean, that's all from 50 to 25. He's already explained it. Like for me, I don't understand why the original motion from a procedural point of view doesn't stand with a slight modification. The bulk of us already agreed to this. Now the difference is, do we put 25 or 50? Who cares as far as I'm concerned? It's nothing. 25, I got make it 24 if you want. Don't care. But it has no bearing on the ultimate outcome of this decision. So it just blows me away. We're wasting time on this.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, so I want concurrence from council that we're splitting the motion. I'm looking for concurrence. So the first motion would then be the 2.5% for the COLA. And then the second one, further to the CAO's comment, would be the essentially proceed with the compensation review in the amount of 40,000, implementation of the review in the amount of 25,000 to be brought forward in 2026. Now, I will say there's nothing beyond council that can't still then, if they so choose, to then pass a following motion that says the compensation review policy in the future be amended to come forward in the second year of a council term. You can do all three. But
Just to be clear, though, I don't think Councillor Manning wants to do it. And so we'll see how the votes
We'll
go.
see how it goes.
Yeah.
First,
I'll read
motion.
the motion. So the motion is that the budget be reduced to provide a 2.5% cost of living remuneration in the 2026 budget. That's, oh, I need your microphone now, Mayor Burkett.
Moved by Councillor Minning, second by Councillor Jansen. Thank you. All in favor? Okay, that's carried.
Okay,
Next.
next motion is that the compensation review in the amount of 40,000 and implementation of the compensation review in the amount of 25,000 be added to the 2026 operating budget to be brought forward in November 2026.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried.
Okay,
Okay, third motion.
and I believe the third motion was that the compensation review policy, and forgive me if I have the title wrong because I actually don't know the name of the policy, be amended to be brought forward in the second year of the council term in the future.
Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Minnies. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just give me a second, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to add these down so I can keep a running total for us. I'm all caught up now, Mr. Mayor. So listed on here, I know we already mentioned the concept of the salary step changes. The anticipated impact of the salary step changes for employees that have not reached their top step is of 72,000 for the year. And we had the impact in 2026 of the position changes that we did make in 2025 or are recommending for 2026 as well. Were the deputy clerk position, which was added in 2025. And then we do have, there's been a couple of reports that have come to council suggesting the slight changes in staff complement, and more so from an hour standpoint than it is from an employee standpoint, for recreation, winter control, and public works technician qualifications. Those reports have already been to council, and so that total amount is 236,000. Would be the impact on the budget.
Andrew, the two employees that we that are no longer here, where is that in, or do we look at that?
When you say two employees that aren't there, which, sorry, can you read?
So I think one of them is in the Derek's department. He's no longer here, and there's one that,
Your worship, this is not an open session.
oh, sorry, so we can't talk about that. I'm just
Session
wondering where the
item.
numbers are.
So the
That-
positions still exist. It's just not, they're just vacant at the moment.
Oh, so we're not, it doesn't apply during
No,
the
it do-
budget
it doesn't
process?
apply, but
Okay. Mayor Cox.
Through the chair, whereabouts are we going to talk about? Like, is this where I ask questions about if we were gonna hire new staff, or do I wait
Uh,
for that?
you can, but you can wait to the slide that actually discusses that we.
General risk to delaying new positions? Page 10?
Oh, and I'll get you to the page. Page 14. was-
Okay, I'll wait. All right, thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, through the mayor to either Andrew or Lori. When did we get the new HR person, the assistant? When was that in 2025 as well?
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
don't see it on here.
I don't see it.
2025, well, it's baked into the numbers. It's not a pressure because it's not new. So in 2025, we brought forward 4 positions: HR, IT, Development Services Coordinator, Planning. You approved HR and IT, so they're already baked in your numbers. You don't see them on here because they're not new, but you do see later on that we're still haven't approved 2025 positions or 2026 recommendations.
The deputy mayor, or the deputy clerk's position, even though it was approved in 2025, but that person isn't starting until 2026. Am I correct on that? So, okay, so how did that work
So
with our budget there,
So,
Andrew?
no words, if I can, through the mayor to member Taylor. That position wasn't in the 2025 budget. It was added at mid-year. The difference being the other positions were actually added into the 2025 budget, and that is why the CAO said that they don't have an impact on this year's budget because they're already built into the levy. Does that make sense?
Yep, I understand. Good, thank you.
Next slide. So first up here is we do have grant applications in currently in excess of the 45,000, which is included in the budget. So certainly if we do provide grants greater than the 45,000, it would increase the levy. Now that 65,000 that you see as actual requests is actually missing the latest requests that came in after you received your binder. So there are a couple more on there, I believe.
Yeah, those would be Greenhaven and the food bank from Port
Yes.
Severn that came only last week.
And that was another 5,000 from the township of Georgian Bay and Greenhaven of 15,000. That would bump the number by another 20,000. And we will be discussing, I suspect we won't get to grants until tomorrow, but we'll discuss them at that time. The 2026 council partnership funding is, now this is where we give money to physicians recruitment, Lake Country. They are highlighted further in your report, exactly how we get to that 89,250. Jump forward to page 115, or sorry, page 15 of the presentation. We have 29,000 for physician recruitment. Well, these ones are part of the presentation. So the Lake Country, 22,500, Mariposa House Hospice at 12,000, Coldwater Mill Heritage Foundation at 7,500, Coldwater Canadian Heritage Museum at 7,500, Seg Bay at 5,000, Georgian Bay Forever at 5,000, and the Simcoe County Cycle Simcoe at $750. So those are fairly similar to last year, other than we have now added Georgian Bay Forever for the Phragmites work that they do as added onto here. And the difference is the cuddle bed that we did in 2025 is not in the 2026 year.
Mr. Minnings and then Councillor Jansen.
Thank you through the chair. To Andrew, on this council partnership funding page 15. As I was looking at it, I believe that these are annual partnership funding arrangements that we have. I'm familiar with most of them. Yes. So my question is, in light of all of this uncertainty, and I'm trying to look for efficiencies where we can going forward. I have a note here that I wanted to bring forward for discussion and then a potential motion that we could freeze these amounts that we're providing to these external partners for the next 5 years. And that would prevent the individual groups to come to us throughout the year for increases. I think they're all valid expenses, but for planning purposes financially, I would like to see them as a set amount over the next period of time, very much like the Mariposa House Hospice came to us as their concept, so that they too, I think, would be easier, because then they would be able to budget further out than just the next year. They could at least know that over the next 3 or 4 years or 5 years, whatever, that they have this much money from Severn that they can go ahead and factor into their budgets.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Tricky with the election year. Council can absolutely pass that motion. The next council may immediately unpass it. It may be better to hold that thought for the next council and ask for 4 years. Like, I'm just not sure if you do it and undo it. And the next council may not be as supportive of, I don't know, Lake Country, Seg Bay, whatever. So then this council is promising them the same money for the next 4 years.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Jansen.
Thank you. I do see that the museum, the Canadiana Museum, requested a larger amount than what's listed on the on your budget.
And if I can, through to Member Jansen, you're absolutely correct. I have not upped it. I left that decision to be made by council. I just kept the number that we had in there from the previous year.
Okay, and just in regards to that, was there any explanation, do we know, from the museum as to why they wanted to increase it? Was it a special project?
Sorry.
If I can, for council's clarity, the request was for 12,700, not the 75 that was the year before. The Coldwater Mill did come as a deputation not that long ago to detail and outline their request. So, I wasn't going to go into the details of that because they actually came into the delegation to council.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, I mean, council can put that number wherever they like. I think historically, you've always tried to treat the mill and the museum similarly. So if you up that, then expect more from the mill next year, I would think. But just something to consider.
Deputy Mayor Cock.
I was always under the impression that the mill was for the insurance and the museum was for the taxes. And that's why we kept it in here. And the other grants were grants that they would apply for every year, and we would decide if we were going to give them to them or not, over and above. Because these were heritage buildings that we wanted to ensure could continue on with their volunteers.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So I know we're kind of jumping ahead to grants, which is, don't know if that's why council may want to save this for tomorrow. But the Coldwater Mill Heritage Foundation has also applied for $1,500 in programming. So if you're looking at things holistically, so if you're looking at this line, it looks like the mill's looking for 7,500, but they, under the other grant side, are looking for an additional 1,500 for programming, which is consistent with past years.
Councillor Brennan.
I wouldn't mind highlighting a point here if we're going to talk about 15 for a second. As our rep on the Physician Recruitment Committee, anyone, if you were following in Aurelia Matters recently, there was discussion around the opening of the new center. And there was a counselor from Aurelia, more than one, but there was certainly one that was quoted in the paper as to why adjacent communities weren't contributing like the $500,000 that Aurelia did to the physician challenge. I have informed them at my last meeting that we had no input to that decision, and that asking for more than we've provided, like, because that's what Aurelia Council was sort of pushing towards, and that's the second time that's happened on this committee. And I advise them that we have done everything we've been asked to do. In other words, 2,000 per person. That we have a huge pressure list of grants, including women's shelters, food banks, and that if they're having a problem basically with their taxpayers over that decision, that's their problem, not ours. And I got general agreement from that committee that that be the case, because the request was for them to come out for more. The pressures are enormous. They're all good causes. But you don't see that here on this grant funding thing, but everywhere there's pressures for more. And, you know, we got to shut her down somewhere. That's all I'm saying.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, I want to get through the nuts and bolts of the bigger things of the presentation. So I just wanted to ask if we can table the grant stuff until we do the grant tomorrow. I think that makes more sense. And then you can see what they asked for in what we normally give them for insurance and all those other things, and then what they're asking up to. So maybe we just park that.
Counselor Minnies.
So thank you for that. So then back to my suggestion about the partnership dollars. Partnership funding. And an appetite on whether or not okay, so you said we can't freeze these amounts into the new council year is what you said, right?
Through you, I didn't say you couldn't. I said you could, but the next council might just undo it. So I'm not sure it's useful time spent.
So, okay, so where I would see it is useful because I've had almost 3 years on council now, and I think coming into the new budget next year, for any new councillor, they wouldn't have sort of the history or the understanding of these asks and the partnerships. So I'd still like to put the motion forward, I think, for the time and effort it would cost just to see if we can, I think these rates here are fair. We have acknowledged the groups as they come forward for money. And I think that if we could do that and just say that these are partnerships, then as a new counselor, I might be more inclined to say, there might have been a reason it's not forever. And like you said, they can change it too.
MCAO.
Council can absolutely do that. I'll just give you a couple of caveats on that. Historically, council's flavors change. So the idea of freezing it for 4 months is good for our purposes, but it also tells that the partners to expect it for the next 4 years. So historically, councils will come in and you may not get anybody from the super north, so they maybe want to be out on Seg Bay. Your mayor and your deputy mayor might come from Washago or West Shore, and they say, why are we giving so much to Coldwater? So then we've set up an expectation that we're going to pay them this much for 4 years, and they're going to plan on it. I've seen those swings, not so much here. You pretty much are pretty steady, but certainly in Georgian Bay, the flavors changed with council and we had to redo all of those. So.
Okay, then I'm prepared to withdraw that request for motion at this time and thank you.
Further comments? Okay, Andrew, carry on.
So if I can, Mr. Mayor, if you're just looking at pages, go back to page 9. Actually.
And I just, while we're getting to the right pages, I just wanted to ask council. So I had asked Andrew to go through and mark things with levy funded or reserve, because in previous years, council spent a lot of time trying to cut things that didn't impact the levy. So we were trying to help you focus a little bit more. So I hope that was helpful.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, thank you. Most helpful, actually. So thank you for that. Please keep doing that. Question on, so we're on page 9. Yes. The West Shore Recreation Facility, is my understanding the last time we talked, that we had a grant request in, related to that. Do we know the status of that grant request?
Mr. Belfry.
Through the mayor to councillor, we don't at this time. It was a federal grant, so with the federal budget just being passed, we're hoping we hear something sooner than later, but we don't have an update right now, and the program isn't active any at this time either right now. So,
All right, thank you.
Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we can just go back up to where it says the administration center renovation. You certainly remember you just had a report in front of you, so you received your binders before that report. But of course, that report had suggested that the possible renovation is likely going to be similar or a little closer to 3.4. The original amount that you have in your budget is 1 million. But as pointed out, it is being funded from reserves, so it does not have an immediate levy impact.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the shovels won't be in the ground until 2027. Is that correct? I think. if
I'll
I
refer
recall.
that to
That's correct. Madam CEO.
Be the pre-servicing, right? You wanted well and sewer done in 2026.
For minutes.
Thank you through the mayor. Andrew, the plant optimization for West Shore, the 12.5 million that's there, was there not a provincial grant received?
Yeah,
And that would come out of that? So would the pressure or the pressure then be closer to 5 million?
Yes, or the pressure is closer to 5, and that 5 is actually, I mean, it is, say reserve funded, but it is funded from the development charges reserve. So it is, I mean, the project is 100% growth related. So because we do get the 7.8 million, I believe is the grant amount, the remainder would come from the DC reserve.
So then shouldn't that amount indicate that it's less a grant? Because that's confirmed.
Correct.
Okay.
I probably should have put the grant right there listed next
Okay.
to it, just so it was obvious. Yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Taylor.
Yeah, through the mayor to Andrew, the West Shore Rec Facility, $15 million. What is that? Like, that's in reserve or technically in reserves, but what does that mean?
So as right now, 15 million is included as a capital project. It doesn't mean it's going to necessarily go forward, but it is in there. As you notice, it says grant dependent. So, you know, certainly it's not a project that's going to even be considered unless we do have a significant grant that comes in during the year. But that is the approximate cost of the facility should it be built.
So then when we see the reserve account, we'll see that transaction there.
You will. So of course, 10 million, I think we've got 10 million as the estimated possible grant. The other 5 million is coming from, it would be also be coming from the development charges reserve. So when we get to the reserve page, it's a little later on, you will see that the development charges reserve is in a negative position. So typically reserves can't go into a negative position. Or at least they shouldn't. For any, I mean, once it gets to 0, you don't really have any money left in that reserve. The DC one is a little bit different because it allows you to, as long as you have resources to cover the difference, the DC reserve can go into a negative balance. And as the DCs are recovered, they effectively pay interest back to the municipality for the monies that they borrowed in excess of what was in the reserve. Now, there's a couple other items on that page we haven't discussed yet. And then one is the remaining portion of the sign strategy. And that's in at 342,500. And then we do have listed on here, modernization software. So this is, of course, effectively to modernize a lot of the other aspects of our operations. So one is work order management. We've never had a work order management solution. Of course, human resources information system. That would also include payroll processing, a new payroll processing solution. You know, we would be looking for probably a significantly stronger and better version of a customer service solution. The building permit solution again. You know, the building permit or building department has typically not, I think they did start using, or they may have used a few software solutions, but they have not really moved their operations from mostly manual to, you know, hopefully each one of these solutions, you know, makes it a little easier for staff to track stuff as well. Planning and development, it's the same. They've never really had a software solution to use in their operations, and similar to bylaw as well. So most stuff, you know, they keep track of it manually. There are solutions out there that are geared towards those departments, specifically geared towards those departments with, you know, significantly more robust systems than our current system could have possibly provided. And we do have a report coming to the December 10th council to talk about where we are with Town Suite. So this just
Sir Jansen, sorry.
go ahead.
Could we call for a 5-minute recess for a bio break
Sure.
before we jump into this?
Yep.
Just in
5
case
minutes.
it results in a very lengthy discussion. Thank you.
So just budget pressures continued. So council did approve the 5-year hiring plan to address deficiencies in our levels of service based on the organizational review. And as mentioned earlier, there are positions, and we'll see them when we get a little further, that were recommended for 2025 that we did not put in the 2025 budget. And we have also not put them into the 2026 budget currently to try and keep the tax rate certainly in a much more favorable position. But of course, that does unfortunately leave us significantly delayed in bringing those positions in. As you can see, those positions that have been delayed at this point in time are the engineering coordinator, a planner, a financial analyst, a manager of recreation, and a public works foreperson. We also have asset management plan difficulties.
Councillor Manning, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you through the mayor. Before you go on too much further, Andrew, the development engineering coordinator, is that the position that was in the study from the consultants at the last meeting that we're currently using an outside consulting firm for?
Madam
I'll
CEO.
let CO respond to that.
I think the answers to that is yes and no. Yes, it was it was originally recommended in the 2024 organizational review. We didn't fund it in 2025. And I wanted to talk about this slide anyway. So I just wanted to be clear that even though it's the mayor's budget, the mayor did not ask us to take these out. We did not put them in as staff because we understand what the tolerance is for rate increases. So that doesn't mean that we don't think we need them. We do. The org review showed it, and then the planning review showed it. The development engineer, though, that the no part of my answer, coordinator, is not meant to remove outside consultants. It was more to manage development files and make sure we're getting timely feedback from the consultants, and we're bundling it up here on more timely manners, but it wasn't a replacement.
Thank you. And subsequent. So I'm actually in favor of new hires, and it was a consultant that came last time that helped me. They really were able to illustrate that by having new positions in place and helping with processes like internal workflows and who does what and the number of times documents and files are touched actually helps us help ourselves and the customer service and all of that. So although I'm less in favor of wage studies every 3 years, I am absolutely in favor of having the township resourced appropriately.
Deputy Mayor Cox. Oh, sorry.
Through the chair, is this where we talk about it, or do we talk about it page 14?
Wherever you like.
Okay, then let's talk about it then.
This page is about
Okay.
position.
So this development engineering coordinator, we are out a public works technician at this time. Is it possible that those two jobs could be merged as one?
Madam CEO.
Yeah, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Director Burke because he's often more eloquent than I am. But I would suggest the answer to that is no, it doesn't give you any more resources. The public works technician is vacant right now. And the reason it was vacant is we were holding off for budget approval to get a little bit more funding for it so we could get some different qualifications and give Derek some different help. But that position is all about operations, and it was already fully taxed. We've been limping by without it because we wanted to fund it slightly differently. So we were holding on to it until budget. When budget gets approved, we will post that position. The development in engineering review coordinator is more focused on development. Like if you remember back to the planning presentation, we don't have anybody that's coordinating our submissions to the developers and making sure that we're getting good value and they're coming back from timeliness and whatever. So it's a totally different function. May not even report to Public Works. It may be a combo between planning and Public Works, similarly to how when we brought Colt on, although he's under Derek, he works a lot with Craig. So we're doing some good sharing here, but it's two totally different positions.
What about the GIS?
The GIS, I think, will be folded into probably both of those positions. So there's not an additional GIS person. It can live in both of those positions.
So did I miss something? But I thought the planning consultant thought that was an important position.
Yes, it's
I didn't
important-
quite
it's
catch the
important-
developmental planner as much as I did the GIS. Because she said it could be multi-department.
Derek wants to say something.
right.
Go ahead, Derek. Sorry, Adam CEO.
Thank you. And yes, while we might get, kind of excited about the word GIS, it is a component of the proposed position and really truly of really both, and even if you think a broader, perspective of all municipal employees here, GIS is an environment. It's a tool. It's very similar to how, we leverage Excel to manage data. GIS manages spatial databases. And since we're such a large organization, we need that, spatial component. So it's more of I would say it's a component of the task. I would say the development side of things, coordinating with the peer reviews, coordinating with the developers, organizing the municipalities' thoughts as it pertains to development is really key, because the peer review engineers might not have that same touch point that we do, right? So having one municipal staff member that really knows our municipality, but then gets to push and ensure that, we're getting good timely responses, comment periods, even just inquiry, stuff like that from the development community, will increase our service levels.
Wait, supplemental. So if our development slows down, what would this GIS person do then? I mean, I just want it to be clear. I would like a clear explanation for the average person to understand why we need one. And I get the spatial but I think what I need to hear and the people want to hear is, why do we need this person and what do they do?
Derek, Councilor Brennan.
I think I'd like to try to answer that. I actually supervise a GIS person once in my life. We're here today talking about GIS when we should be talking about AI. That's how far behind we are. That's how far behind we are. Now, I'd like to point out what GIS does. And by the way, I didn't think of it when we were talking about reconstructing our building here, but you do need a little more space for a GIS person because there's actually special equipment they need to generate maps, etc. Here's what GIS can do for you. It can help improve your citizen communications. It can provide resource savings when dealing with staff because of this. It's such an efficient planning tool. For planning, you've already mentioned it. For planning and development applications, for public works projects, it can optimize their development and execution. For information management, it's an amazing tool. And for emergency management in fire, it's often used, for instance, for things like evacuation, route planning, and things like that. This is a powerful tool. It's like a cowboy without a friggin' six gun. That's where we're at here right now. GIS should be a no-brainer. We were supposed to bring it in 2025, and God knows there's value to every position mentioned here, plus the ones we're talking about for the future rec center. But if we really want to be a modern, progressive organization, we need to get on board with GIS. And then hopefully next year we'll talk about AI because we're going to have to get on board there too. And we didn't. And we didn't get on board with the human resource study we did on AI. It was lacking. So to me, letting this go, $150,000, the savings are probably going to be worth that. And the efficiencies and the customer service. This is a powerful, powerful tool. And the person can't be a field tech and a GIS person. They do have to have specialized training to do it. I had actually a technician that I sent to learn GIS in my day. And I had no idea. I thought it was a pretty good idea at the time, but when that person came back, it blew me away what we could do in our district office at M&R when we put that into place, and to this very day. It's just any people dealing with comprehensive planning and development issues, it's inconceivable to me that it's like not having a computer nowadays. It's just, let's get on board with that. I agree with Councillor Millings. We don't agree on everything, Councillor, but I agree with you on this one. This is an important position.
Thank you for that update. An AI is something I forgot about. Yeah. Anyways, Deputy Mayor Cox.
That, I get that, but you said it will be wonderful for our residents, and then you moved on to developers and da. I didn't catch a lot on I want people to understand why we need this.
So for customer service, for instance, you can customize just about any bit of information you want that's spatially that someone might need, and it would help them out. You know, it'll help people out quite a bit. So if we know everything, once you know spatial data, and you add that to your base data, the management, it's just, there's so much you can do with dealing with the customers. You can say, hey, I'll just generate you this, I'll generate you that, and so on. And to actually do that part is not hard. It's managing that data and managing that system so that frontline customer service people can use it. It's a great tool for those things. Asset management, it's also used for that. Like this, it just crosses every department, and it's to me, it's an opportunity lost. And I don't know, I just don't think we're progressive if we don't have it. That's my view on it anyway.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, I think for an example for actually the rest of the council, because the deputy mayor and I sat in on this, I think somewhere, I've lost track of where we've been together. But I think to Councillor Brennan's earlier point, that first you have to have the data before you can, the spatial data before you consider AI. So Deputy Mayor and I were somewhere, I don't know if it was an AMO lunch or something. And Innisfil did a presentation. So they're million miles ahead of us on GIS, and they've used that data for for customer service improvements. And the improvement was they have all of their garbage cans in the big park mapped out. So one, they can optimize the map on how to best pick up the garbage, but then they added a layer of AI to put a sensor in it that said this garbage needs to be emptied or it doesn't. So sometimes the route takes half as long because this garbage pail didn't need to be emptied. So we're nowhere near that, but if we don't get it started, we're never going to get there either.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah.
So the question is, where do we put this new person if council decides? And I struggle with this. Happy to bring more staff aboard, but I really struggle with where we're going to house them. Like, we have another year, maybe 2 years before this administration building is built out. How do we keep them if we hire them?
Through your worship, as I say, every time we have these conversations, that's for me to figure out. We can work out of Washego, we can work out of the arena, we will figure it out. That's not my biggest worry.
Thank you to the mayor. Yeah, that's something that is an important discussion, but I think staff are still working hybrid. So that would mean that 2 days a week, there are workstations, assigned workstations that are sitting empty and unused. So I think there would be some opportunity not to delay this until like a traditional workspace was available. Because again, at AMO, I know there was a call from the premier for everyone to come back to the office municipally. And I know we're still offering hybrid, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So maybe if the priority is the positions, some of them, then there might be an opportunity to house them too.
So is this the time that we decide whether or not we have new hires, or are we going to wait till Madam CEO?
Council can put a motion on the table anytime they wish.
Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. I think The report that came forward, we need all of these positions. And I guess the question really is that if we were to move forward with all these positions, I know you'll find the space for them, but where do we find the funding so that it doesn't increase our tax levy too high? Because we're talking almost 2%.
So if I
Andrew?
can, through the mayor to member Jansen, they would all need to be funded out of the levy. They're going to be ongoing operational costs. So certainly each one of them is an instant levy impact.
Deputy Mayor.
So on page 14, it basically says the requirements are GIS, financial, manager, rec, and planner. So those are the four we're talking about. I can agree to the developmental engineer coordinator GIS. The rest of them, I'll have to wait. And also the consultant did say, as we're doing our planning update and are looking after, that I think we'd be okay without having that planner, because they said if we can coordinate and get the updated software and so we have another year with that one. I just believe that this developmental coordinator GIS person is the one that's going to work for the most departments and we're going to get the most bang out of.
Comments? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, the comment through the mayor came that if housing is slowing down, which I think it is, and we're counting on DC charges and building permits, and just for interest, I looked at 2024's building permits compared to 2023. It's 364 to 522. So in 2023, it was 522, and we're tracking up to the end of October. We're barely ahead of 2024. So what I'm getting at, I agree with the deputy mayor that I can't see all four because it doesn't warrant it, in my opinion. So I have a tough time with the one engineering coordinator in GIS, but I think you've sold me on it with the report from last week, and it can cross over into different departments, asset management, fire, director of public works, but I hate to see it go on the levy, but I don't see any option there. But I'm just saying, we're banking on a thriving building going on, and I don't see it. Thanks.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, I mean, I think staff would be thrilled if we got the one position. The manager of rec is really tied to the development of West Shore. And similarly, you're right, the data that we got the other week says if we do things more electronically and we have this coordinator position that perhaps we can do without the planner. The fiscal analyst, where if we don't get it this year, it'll definitely probably be the priority for next year, because with asset management and all the things, Andrew's department is definitely, all this pressure that's coming on the other departments add to financial pressure. So that one will definitely come back next year. The other two we will see. I think if we got the development engineering coordinator, we would be satisfied with that for this year. We recognize that it was a tough budget year, and that's why on page 14, those are all the things that were in our draft budget that we took out before it got to council to try and get to a number that we thought the mayor would be comfortable with.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the mayor, my notes say that we may have to go forward with this almost at all costs, but since the CAOs moved forward with the development engineer, the GIS person, I really feel that we could probably do two. The second one being the $111,000 one for the financial analyst. And I'd ask the treasurer to give us an idea. If we did the two, how much more would it be on the levy?
Yeah, not a problem. If I can, through the mayor to member McIntyre. I've already put in the development engineer just into the calculation here, so that would, along with the the other pieces we've already mentioned, we'd be at about a 0.52% increase, so 3.64 plus. I just put that in here. It's a little over an hour 4.16 or 4.16. That's right.
Just as a follow-up, that doesn't hurt my feelings unless we get to later and it's going to go from 416 to 516. I'd really like to see them both in there. I mean, CAO is looking for one, and she'd probably be really happy to get two. And I think at 0.52% on the levy is not earth shaking.
So that, sorry, if I can, through to the member McIntyre, that the first one was just the 0.52 is just adding the one position. So let me add the other one. So adding the additional, or if you were to add the financial analyst, you'd be looking at a combined tax rate of 4.5% increase.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
I'd like to put a motion forward that we hire a developmental engineer coordinator, GIS and analyst. And if the end of our budget discussion, if we want to look back at the financial analyst to see where we're at with our total budget costs, we do. But for now, that doesn't have to be in the motion, but just the motion is.
Okay, so the motion is that the position of Development Engineering Coordinator GIS Analyst in the amount of $150,600 be added to the 2026 operating budget.
Over to seconder, Deputy Mayor Cox, Councillor Brennan, all in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Andrew, carry on.
We can, if we just go back to page 10 of those, I think you've all, yeah, I think you already mentioned all. No worries. So if we do, and I can kind of summarize what happens on the reserves here. I know I've got a fairly detailed explanation there, but ultimately, if we looked at our existing asset management, we may be approximately at 60% funded. That tells me that we're not putting enough into reserves every year, because in order to put enough into reserves, you'd have to be 100% funded in your infrastructure deficit. And I know it looks like we have a lot in reserve funds, but ultimately, if they're saying we're only 60% there and we have 40 million, then we really need, 65 million. And what that does is that 65 million, we're going to have very significant infrastructure assets that come due. Now we do have bridges. They've been coming due over the last few years. We have started to do some of them, but these were 100-year-old structures that for probably 90 years of those 100 years, municipalities didn't factor into the fact that they were going to have to rebuild these. The asset management plan as their planning has certainly taken that into consideration. But we do have a prime example is the arena in Coldwater. So there's a pretty good likelihood it needs to be replaced in the next 10 to 15 years. And it's, we're likely looking at, a random guess, but it's likely more than the West Shore recreation facility would cost. So there are significant, and if you suddenly take out 15 million out of your reserves, it has a dual impact. It does reduce the amount of interest or investment revenue we get from reserves. And when that goes down, then we use that investment income to to reduce the levy impact, right? So if prime example is we have this year alone, interest rates have actually caused a $420,000 change. So that's a little more than 1% required just to cover the lost revenue from investment revenue. So
Councillor McIntyre, sorry, Andrew.
yeah, I can tell you want to ask the questions. Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. If in 10 or 15 years, we need a new arena, it's very likely that we'd be given a great deal of that money through a grant, as the same as we're doing for West Shore. So the big picture is we're not in the future looking at spending 20 million out of reserves or whatever, 15 million out of reserves as I see it.
I know, and I'll just respond through the mayor to member McIntyre. You're likely right. I mean, we would be at that point in time likely looking for a grant, but that's because without the grant, we would not be able to afford to replace the asset. And ultimately, we should be looking to get us to a position where we're able to replace our assets without having to rely on, you know, government grants.
Counselor Jansen,
Sorry.
CAO, see your hand. Sorry, Counselor.
Respectfully, I actually quite disagree with Councillor McIntyre. The chances of a grant being available, I mean, we've tried and tried and tried and tried for West Shore. Arenas were built in the 70s with Wintario money. Everybody has these old arenas that are failing. Everybody's going to be looking for the same money at once. And the province and the feds don't have any more money than we do. So I don't see it being grant funded. The director and I have had many conversations over the last months about what we put in the budget and what we don't put in the budget. What didn't make it to the budget, but what we will want to talk to council about next year is we need to start putting 0.5% or 1% away for the arena. We need to start looking at the arena fees because they're not enough. Like, we know it's coming and we need to start planning for it financially. So it's definitely on our radar. There was already so much in this budget that we didn't bring it forward, but we have certainly given it a lot of thought and have a lot of concerns about it. And we can't rest on that we might get a grant because I think that's highly unlikely.
Counselor Jansen.
Thank you. Just a question on the investment income, and I know there was a mention of it on the slide for budget pressure. I guess I'm just wondering where you came to the $420,000, where you say investment revenue decrease, because this has a tax levy, the missing $420,000. Is that an estimate, or did you?
Sorry if I can, through the mayor to Member Jansen, it is an estimate, but it's an estimate based on the amount of money that we are currently generating, and compared to what we were generating earlier on the year when interest rates were significantly higher. So it really just, it's the estimate based on the fall in interest rates.
Go ahead, Andrew.
And well, so I guess sort of while we're on that topic, probably we would, in order to alleviate the impact on the levy, like this prime example of 420,000, is we should probably make an effort to slowly move that over so that all the investment revenue goes straight to reserves, and so that it doesn't impact the levy. We can't do that all at once because that's $1 million impact. So maybe, you know, we do it over the span of 10 years and do $100,000 a year, so that we can remove it from ever impacting the levy again.
So supplemental, so this number is what's or is being projected. So that number can't be lowered so that we have a less of an impact on the levy.
Yeah. It's not that it couldn't be changed. It's the problem is it will arguably just immediately create a deficit instead of a surplus.
Mhm.
So we typically try to keep the estimate for investment revenue low or conservative in nature so that it doesn't have, we have been increasing that number because interest rates were going up and we did have a lot of extra pressure. So I would say we were probably too aggressive last year with what we put into the levy for it, which allowed us to keep the rate lower. But it now, you know, unfortunately, due to the interest rate changes, it's somewhat come back to haunt us. So we definitely want to get more back on the conservative side of estimating those numbers.
I think, Andrew, unless anyone has questions on page 12 and 13, we could probably skip them because we've either talked about them or they're going to come back in the departmental summaries. Ooh, but the deputy mayor had a question.
I agree.
So don't go through it, but if they have questions.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
I don't know if this is where to put it, but I was talking to Derek about it this morning. I happened to be up on the Reservoir Hill the other day, and the ice storm took a kick at that forest. It's sad, but it also is a forest that could be a revenue maker, and it's about time that we contacted the county, and I will let the Public Works Administrator speak to that.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor. Certainly it's an opportunity to take the wooded lot that we have and generate some revenue. So I think it was 2014, the last time we harvested from that block. And it's not a bad idea, right? So in 2026, staff could reach out to the county who gives us assistance with the last logging operation and see what kind of figures that would look like. And if it's the right time, they could help us scout it out.
Just if I may, just for the benefit of council, I know most of us know about it, but there's that's why I'm going to explain. So there's 300 acres that the township of Severn owns, and I know Deputy Mayor Cox and Councillor Taylor knew about it, but I was standing here one night back in 2012, and I always ask when someone I don't recognize what they're doing here, and they own land beside it. So fast forward, I had a discussion with the CAO. That's when we brought in the forester, and I think we reaped about $60,000 from harvesting that. But there should be an 8-year rotation. That, and I don't know how we word that in a motion where it constantly gets done. And I think we would have gotten more money, but we had to somehow provide a roadway in. We had to do some work to get a roadway in, but it's a benefit to all the residents of the township that anyway, so I don't know if we need to do something, Derek, so future councils understand that this needs to be harvested every 3 years. It creates a better forest. Anyways, Councillor
Now, is this a plantation we're talking about? It's a hardwood bush? Well, you wouldn't harvest that every 3 or 4 years.
8 years. Like,
It's under selection management or shelter wood? Not sure. Okay. Under any of those scenarios, that's a pretty short cycle. Just,
the only reason I know is you had to get it, I forget the terminology. There's a word for someone that comes in. I know we partnered with the county, but they have a designation because they go through the forest and check
Yeah.
which trees, they mark the trees.
Yeah.
And they leave trees for natural habitat so that
Yep.
it thrives, right?
Yeah.
But I forget the word for it.
no, but if there's damage done there, it should be looked at by a professional. I agree.
Yeah,
It's just, but I'm just suggesting the cycle seems short. Other than there has been an emergency situation, like an ice storm where you want to salvage. And if that's the case, you better salvage it soon. It takes no time for the bugs to wreck those trees.
Madam CEO.
Just so I could keep this budget process moving. Sounds like a great report for Derek to bring you later in the new year. But even if we were getting revenue, it wouldn't be enough to change today. So let's just keep.
Oh,
working.
no, yeah.
Okay, sorry, Allison and Derek are just getting.
Just to council, like, there's so much that we do know about and that we don't know about, that when you're a new councillor, you don't realize what the township of Severn has. Like, we've got an island out in the middle of, is it in Gloucester Pool? Out in Gloucester Pool that we own. Like, there's so much that. Yeah, okay, sorry. When you make these decisions, you need to have all that. That's why you need to come to staff and ask them. You need to ask them what goes on before you make that decision, right? There's so much more to it.
No, Alice is getting a motion. Just give her a moment.
Just a motion coming.
Just a supplementary.
Go ahead. Councillor.
The federal gas funding tax, has that changed then in nature?
It is actually called the, I don't know, but I don't want to say the exact name. It's it has changed the name. It's not actually called federal gas tax anymore. It's,
Will we still get?
we still
credit?
we still are getting it,
Okay.
and it will continue. I think they've already suggested it's going to continue for at least another 5 years.
Madam Clerk.
3167.
Okay, the motion is that staff report back regarding forest management and harvesting for 3167 Vasey Road.
For the seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Jansen, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
On
I think we're on page 14, and that was the page where staff took things out of our first draft to try and make it reasonable for you. So council's added back comp study, lesser implementation and development engineer review. Financial analyst is still to be determined. Is there anything else on that list that you would like to talk about or think about adding back? There were lots of
Jansen.
little things also I should mention that council didn't see, because when we had the first senior management group, the budget was humongous. And so everybody had to go back and cut a little bit, but these were kind of so everybody's done that. And then these were the major either positions or projects that we took out.
Sorry.
Thank you. I should note on the business retention and expansion study is that once we pulled it from the draft budget, our economic development officer made some calls. The province has technology that we can use for free that will enable us to do still a smaller scale BR&E study over the next year. We're going to use the members of the Economic Development Advisory Committee as the primary links to pull public input from those various sectors into the study. They don't fully know that yet, but that is the plan. And our economic development officer is working on a revised work plan for next year. So you'll still see something happen, but it will be at a smaller scale for the next year.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen.
So on the other items, moving investment incomes to reserves to stabilize the levy. What does that part mean?
So if I can, that's the part that I just mentioned, because it is currently on the levy. And I'm not suggesting we do it today, but I would suggest I think council's reaction to that is it would be nice if interest rate fluctuations didn't impact the levy on an annual basis. And the only way to do that is to move investment income directly into reserves every year. And, and then at least the levy is, the contribution to reserves is not saved from interest rate fluctuations, but at least the annual levy would be saved from annual interest rate fluctuations.
Councillor Jansen.
So supplemental. So on the page previous, or maybe it's the one just before it. Interest revenue 2025, we received 1.9 million. Is that true?
Sorry if I can, that's what we had put in the budget for 2025. We actually earned less than that because of the interest rate fluctuations.
Okay, and then if we were to move towards making that change as you suggested, so that it doesn't impact the levy, that interest revenue wouldn't show up on here. It would show up as a line item that it's, collected and moved to reserves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But I'm certainly not proposing that we start that implementation yet, but I just did want to bring it to everybody's attention because and certainly we can, it'd be pretty easy to phase it in over 10 years when you don't have maybe some other more important items that are pressuring the budget.
Deputy Mayor Cock.
So through the chair, so what would be, do you want a motion to say that we start to do this in 2026 or 27? Like what it's here. So what is it? Sorry.
I think it's just information. So the treasurers keep those things in his head. So maybe next year that number is 900,000 and he hasn't used $1 million for the revenue. He's used 900 and he'll slowly step it down we can't go from 0 to $1 million in a year. So it's just something he wanted to bring.
Just
to your
supplement.
attention.
I just wondered if it was something you needed a motion on or anything. Okay, perfect.
Carry on.
So I think we're going to hold 15 until we do grants. So 16, these numbers have changed slightly probably.
Yes, they have.
Anders.
So I will have to update the binders once we're all done budget, of course, but this is the amount of the increase in revenue that the municipal levy would generate. And so you can see on here, it's saying that we would go from 14.5 million to 15.7 million. You'll have to increase that by another 170,000 because of the changes we've made so far Does have it going up by 170,000. But at the increase that you see on the screen, it's 8.06, so that number will go up slightly. And I'll provide that to council once we have updated budget binders. Next slide. So this shows, now you'll all remember that I said the increase in the policing levy was, or policing cost was going up by 256,000, I believe it said. But you'll notice here the amount that the levy impact for 2026 is only at 110, as I have drawn a portion or approximately 150,000 from the policing reserve to limit the levy impact this year. I would suggest that when we do have surpluses, we consider continuing to put into that reserve because either that or slowly increasing the levy impact that we charge over and above even the actuals for any given year in operations, because we know every 4 or 5 years they come back with a significant increase in cost due to their own collective bargaining. Next slide. Oh, there we go, already there. This just combines the two. So it's all it is just adding the two components together. And the next two, one's obviously a pie graph, and the other one is a bar graph, but it just shows you where are the net costs on the amount of that we're using from the levy. So that's the impact it is. So you'll notice roads and so effectively roads is the largest component there at just under 6 million.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yep. But
This
you
is
can't-
lovely, but it is not for anyone who has any type of a sight issue. For me, it was hard enough. These do not need to be in branding colors. These need to be in bright colors that are not blendable. And so people can read them, if you don't mind.
Yep, nope, I can make that
Thank you.
change. I can even make that change when I update the binder.
Yeah, it's just very hard for people to read who have any sight issues or other issues. Thank you. Especially when we hand it out in our tax bill.
Oh,
It should be
absolutely.
bright
Yeah,
colors, different, or number, something clearly for them. Thank you.
Hanson.
I think the next chart might show it a little, an easier way to show it, but it shows the same data, if I'm not mistaken.
It does. It's the exact same data, just in a different form.
Yeah.
So this gets us to now, this number is going to change a little bit because I don't have the new number. Give me 1 second. I'll put the number in and we'll. But this slide was showing the municipal impact based on the binder you had to start with today. Certainly that percentage increase is now going to change. If you want, I can give me a minute. I'll change it and give you what that new number is.
Well, Andrew's through your worship, while Andrew's calculating, I'll maybe fill the silence here with a little bit. So I was at County CAOs on Friday and we did a round table of where everybody is. So that might be of interest to you, but because I'm definitely going to bring you back to that financial analyst at some point. So we are definitely in the middle. County at 3.5, really at 0, and I'll keep my thoughts on that to myself. Barry also at a fictitious 0, but sorry, I was got to keep my editorials in my head. Midland blended and it's funny, when we go around the table, I always, as a treasurer, always hold them to task because everybody likes to give them number that is most favorable to them, which is the blended number, which is fine. But you have to be consistent. So okay, so I made them all give me the blended rates. So that's useful. So Midland blended 5.09, Tay 4, Bradford, they had a complicated one, but 3.7 blended, Innisfil 5.5 blended, Tiny 3.98 blended, Springwater 5.1 blended, Agilitas 2.75 blended, Penetang 3.2 blended. So the ones that say 0, like Barrie, for example, somebody asked the mayor of Barrie how he kept it at 0. And actually, that's not true. Sorry. Somebody at my CAO's meeting asked Barrie, and the Barrie CAO may or may not be on the same page as the mayor on that 0 is a good idea. But he did say Barrie is still blessed to have growth, that the rest of us is slowing down. So you can keep your cost increasing as long as your revenue increases, but the zeros are not real numbers. But by and large, even if council goes a little higher than where you are today, you will not be out of whack with the pact.
Deputy Mayor Cott.
Yeah, and just to add to that, these places, a lot of them have a lot of industry and commercial. Like, I think it was Collingwood, 198 million, their combined you know, tax, like what they spent on their budgets. I mean, they're high, but they come in low, but because they have industry, they have commercial, they have tons of, I mean, the value of their homes is way beyond anything I would imagine. I mean, for us, a $1.3 million home, it's kind of like, wow, over there it's 4.6, 5.4, like nothing, it's all high. And thus they have that we don't have that industrial commercial like they do. So it does make a difference, you know, and I don't think where we're at is going to be too much different than anybody else. And the county went 0 one year, and we're still paying for that.
Again, Mr. Mayor, I'll give you the updated number there, and for that 5.27 would move to 6.41. And then
Andrew,
Yeah.
what would the increase be instead of, is it 84.15 versus the 79.38?
oh, sorry, I just gave you the percentage increase.
Okay,
You
that's
want-
fine.
I can give you that if you want it. Okay, it's on the screen.
No, we can do it later.
So we'll do it later.
To do
Yeah.
this on the fly. So
Yeah,
we could
let's-
just do percentages because that's,
Yep,
yes,
that's okay. So
go
I'd already indicated that
right to 14,
Yep.
page 14 or 24, sorry.
keep going right here. So it was at 3.64, and I think I indicated earlier that my guess was it was going to go to 4.16, and it went to 4.16.
And if we add, sorry, Andrew, if added the financial analyst, just so I remember for later.
Yeah, if we add the financial analyst into that number. See that here. That's 111,600, right?
Yep.
Exactly. Here. I think I suggest that was going to bring us in at 4.5%, I think. Oh, wait, I'll give you the exact number. Now that he's been doing the budget, see? So it actually comes in at 4.49.
I don't argue with any of
To park those two numbers until we get through the departments, see if you want to add or subtract anything. Lovely.
Okay. So now this particular page is just, we've obviously had the wastewater and water rate study in front of you. It's continuing at the 3.5% increase for water, the 4.5% increase for the wastewater, which is, of course, it's a 4% increase. That does suggest that the annual increase in a water bill, water and wastewater bill, will be $71 for the year. No, so sorry if I can through to the. You'd have to add the two of them together, so. Oh, fair. Is there, can we go to the next slide, please?
Councillor Minnings. Councillor Minnings.
That's.
Minnings?
I thank you through the chair. Okay. No, I'm on 26. This is where I had a question. In near the top, water surplus revenue, sewer surplus, or sorry, reserve and sewer surplus reserve. Two amounts that are about just over $2.3 million in reserves. Is that normally how much we generate in our water bills? About and I can't remember year to year. Like, is that? Because that's a surplus.
If I can through the mayor to member Minnings, it is a surplus, but that's the cumulative to date since we started this system. So that will have taken us, I mean, we have drawn from it, obviously. And we are anticipating drawing a significant portion of it during the year. So we will, in a good year, you would hope that we generate approximately, I think Derek and I had this discussion just yesterday. We were probably generating about $900,000 a year available for capital. So it's cost.
Okay. Sorry. I just needed that clarification because I thought that was a lot if it was one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe that was already understood then, but I just wanted to clarify that we talked about that during the water rate study because we deliberately generate a surplus for future replacement. That's based into our full cost recovery model.
Yeah, through the chair, down to that youth sports reserve of 14,000.
Okay.
Is there like a dedicated explanation of this, or can it move into something that would be useful?
So I'll respond to that. So just through the mayor to deputy mayor, that 14,000 was a gift given to us by an estate to be used specifically for youth sports. How we're going to use that, I'm not sure, but it was bequested to us based on that request by them. It's not certain if we could.
So how long ago was that?
I want to say probably about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, so I just would like it to be known that we will be having quite a few things in our parks coming up that might be able to be utilized for. Did they specify any park or just youth in general?
Youth in general.
Okay, thank you.
So before we finish, just to Councillor Minnings' question about the reserve account, Andrew, and maybe Derek may have to weigh in on this. We are now going to take almost $5 million out of a reserve account to update the West Shore facility. And I know that we haven't seen the report yet for Coldwater because that plant also has to be updated. And I know it looks like, to your point, that we have a lot of money in reserves, but 5 million now is coming out towards the West Shore. And we don't know if we apply for a grant for the cold water one. And we don't know how many million the cold water upgrade is going to be either. That will probably have to come out of reserves, correct? Maybe just so for the benefit of all the council, please.
Through the mayor, very real concerns about funding two large expansions of wastewater treatment capacity, kind of, somewhat back to back. Very fortunate that we did get a grant, and we still need about $4 million to fund the West Shore side, which will deplete our ability to fund through reserves anyway, the cold water expansion. The expectation here will that the funding of that would either be, again, we'll try to chase as many grants as we can. And we do hear some rumblings about more grants as, housing enabling through both the provincial and federal government are very important. You'd be looking for a debenture debt that would be from the DC reserve account. That red number would go even redder. And that would be how we'd fund this.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, back to line 1 there. This is the first time I've seen a negative number. And I don't know, Andrew, should it be an amber light or a red light that we're spending more than we've got?
Adam CAO.
Yeah, I'll take that. Number one, I don't know that it's entirely going to be red, because I think in there is the provision for the West Shore Community Center, which we may not do if we don't get the grant. Correct, Andrew? That's part of the big draw.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's actually negative. I think it's an amber light, but it's tricky because if you want growth, you have to build infrastructure. So you don't get the development charges until you have the building permits, and now not until occupancy, because the province has made it harder. But if you don't put the pipes in the ground, for example, the senior center, we need to get capacity in cold water to get pipes in the ground. So that's how the province has set it up. It's that municipalities have to put out the money first and then get repaid along the run. So it's unusual for us because we haven't been expanding, but it's not unusual generally for municipalities that their DCs are in the red, because they've spent the money before they've collected it.
Yeah, just to follow up through the mayor. So then can you recap what the $11 million, how does that arrive at?
So, and I'll give it a shot through the mayor to Member Taylor. I don't know if I can recap the entire 11 million, but you will see that on all of the capital sheets. So if it's DC drawn, then you will see the project's got a certain amount that's being pulled from that DC reserve. So
My guess,
the majority of that,
West Shore plus the EQ tank is probably
it is the
close
majority.
to it.
So I believe we're sitting at about roughly, I think 9.5 million of that is the two projects. So West Shore rec facility, and 4.5 million for the West Shore equalized.
Yeah, so the West Shore is 5 million.
They're both 5 million.
And the province is giving 7.8.
Yes.
And then 5 million for the West Shore.
That we
Correct?
would be able to draw from reserves, but of course, that project is currently obviously grant dependent. But we are collecting reserve or DC money for that particular project. So we could, if we got a grant for 10 million, then the remainder would come from the development charges reserve of the 5 million. If that project doesn't go forward, currently in 2026, then of course that number no longer is actually in a deficit. And I don't know if everybody remember when Nancy Neal was here, and I think she was, she kind of talked about your DC reserve and your growth. And he said, if your growth seems to be slowing down, then maybe you put off these projects for a couple of years. If your growth speeds up, then you say, yeah, maybe we should do the project a little sooner. It all depends on where you're at from a growth standpoint.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just to follow up. So can you explain, or Derek, so we're in essence lending 5 million to ourselves. So what's the payback? Like, how do you work out amortization and interest rate and that sort of thing?
No worries. So So ultimately, the amount that if we put it into a negative position, what we will do is that means we have to, borrow from municipal funds in order to pay for it. So we would charge back the DC, like a fair commercial rate. So probably whatever we could let, or we could borrow at. So I'm going to guess somewhere around 5 to 6% is likely what we would charge back to the DC reserve. So that would actually produce funds to come back to municipal operations. And that could actually be factored into, obviously it becomes a revenue for the municipality. Of course, I haven't factored any of that into this year because any of these transactions wouldn't happen until almost the end of the year anyways, once they were fully funded.
So just the last question, is that like 20-year payback or?
Yeah. The unfortunate part there is you can only estimate how fast you're going to grow. Like, I mean, ultimately you would say, yes, let's hope we can do it in a 20-year payback. But if growth slows immensely, it could take you 50 years to recover the money.
So just in summary, the West Shore is being paid back, and that was like, is that 25 years for the average?
So the West Shore debenture is a little different. So the West Shore debenture is, it's over 30 years, so it'll end in 2036. But it's not the same as borrowing from the DC directly, because your payback is really dependent on how fast you recover the DC charges. So if municipality isn't growing, it legitimately could take 40, 50, 60, it could take, depending on growth, it could take 70 years to recover the money. Whereas if growth takes off, it could take you 15 years to recover the money. So it is certainly, something you want to consider when you do consider those very significant projects.
Councillor Mannings.
Thank you, through the mayor. As you were speaking about, maybe capital projects will attract growth, but growth is dependent on having people there, and it's a balance, but I kind of am wired to the build it, they will come. Having said that, and it may not be related to this budget, but I just wanted to say it for a future, for the West Shore Center, because it's been on the table for the 10 years I've lived here. And even before that, councils and townships been working really hard on that. Is there an opportunity to find a partner to pay for it? So, and I'm just thinking of Barrie, where I came from, we've got the Saddlein Arena and stuff. I'm just going to leave that there, but I'm wondering if grants aren't coming, if we can sell it as something, and it could be even bigger and better, and just be creative, because I do believe that will help all of the the houses that are still in Minoki Beach that aren't yet, that are built and still empty, and then the lots in between all of those that are really affecting, I think, the overall look and feel and experience that the residents in that whole area are having. So just a thought.
Madam CEO.
I think the director has been putting together some ideas for council that will come back in the new year. So probably not for a budget discussion, but it's definitely on our radar.
I can't say much, but I went to see him this morning. I'm very excited. I can hardly wait until the January meeting when he brings that report, and I think we'll all be excited.
I think that's the end of the presentation. Maybe it took a little longer than I anticipated.
No, it's all good, Andrew. Thank you very much. Well done. Hopefully, yes. Where do you want to go from here now? Oh, lunch? Okay, so what we'll do is, and I know if we look at each department, and I'll just have, if anyone wants to look at anything on any of the pages, just let me know.
Are you gonna go through the front part?
So we're going to do administration first.
Yeah, we will. I just want to point out, you do have the budget summary in there. I don't typically go over that at all, but if you do have any questions on it, that's fine. But that's just to give you a much smaller summary of the much longer pages we're about to go through.
Because there is anything in administration that anyone would like. Well,
So
that's
we're in
number
tab
one. It's says administration.
I have.
Deputy Mayor.
Yep.
And then.
Correct. No. The 10 right now is simply how much they hadn't spent as of probably the beginning of November.
Sorry. Your mic on.
The BIA in 2026 will have $50,633, right? Okay, then.
No. I mean,
MCO.
I explain it in non-county. It's just we collect all their revenues up front and then they spending over the year. So I'm sure they still have expenses to come in for November and December. Maybe you know that they don't. I don't know. Whatever they don't have spent, yes, would go into their reserve, but I wouldn't expect that it'll be 10,000 left. They did at their AGM though vote to increase their levy, so they do have 40,000.
Okay, so
next year.
yeah, so my point would be is they have $40,000 for a budget for next year. I think we all should remember that. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Just a question on page 42. I was just wondering if you can explain the cemetery entry. I don't understand what it means.
on page 42.
Page 42, about halfway down.
Oh, sorry, that's just the summary pages.
Okay,
Oh, no, that is the main summary page. We do have a cemetery section in here.
okay. Well, when we get to it, maybe you can just
Small.
explain. I just don't know what it means. It just says negative. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Minnings.
My question was in the summary pages too, so I'll wait until later on.
Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to that increase for the cold water BIAs. It went from the 33, we increased it by to the 40,000 in order to attract a contract worker to be able to assist us at the BIA. Really, that was the reason for the additional expense. We've had some turnover recently in the BIA, and we're trying to alleviate that by having somebody who works with the BIA, and really will help us move forward as an organization. The hope is that individual will do that. So it was really the increase is an investment in the cold water BIA to try to invest in our community.
Taylor.
Yeah, so jumping back to page 43, the partnership funding, is that a summary that we're going to come up to that too, Andrew? Or line item 1013156.
It'll be in the grants. You saw the slide on it already, but we'll talk about it when we get to the grants.
Okay, so I didn't want to forget that. And the other one, the council grants, you said the budget this year was 45,000 and we've only spent 25. Who's outstanding? Is there a delay there? That's first question.
Oh, no, fair enough. I'd have to take a look at that. The clerk may already have the answer.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So for the ones that were awarded a budget last year, they were all paid out at the start of the year. In the past, council left themselves a contingency to be able to entertain grant requests throughout the course of the year. However, when the grant policy was updated, council made the decision that they would only entertain grants at budget so that they could award the entirety of the amount. Because some groups to be honest, we're finding out that if they waited until after budget, they might be more successful in obtaining more. So because there was a contingency well-known that was out there that they could apply for. So in order to be fair to all applicants, council made the decision with the revision to the policy earlier this year that all that funding would be awarded at budget this year.
Okay, so then what's the status of that account then?
Oh, to be fair, if I can, I don't have the grants on my screen here, but I think we may have actually had close to a $20,000 contingency last year. So that is the, what we spent, but that is probably all the amount. I don't think there's anything else to come out of that account.
So that's a surplus then.
So it would create a surplus for 2025. Yeah.
Okay, and then go to the next page. Consultants budget was 130, actual 105, and the projection for 2026 is 20,000. What is that? And why was it so high and then why is it so low?
Yeah, no worries. So if I can, through to the mayor to Member Taylor, it was higher for two reasons. Last year, we had the consultant to help implement the current software that we're using, as well as we had the asset management plan consulting fees were in there. So the asset management plan is nearly finished, and it'll be paid out of 2025 dollars. It may be carried over into the new year, but not planned. Typically, what we keep in that particular account is about 20,000 unless we have specific projects. So right now, I would add the consulting fee for the compensation review back into that account. So it'll go up to 60 instead of 20.
And then just below that, line item 103-3585, subcontractors. Who is a subcontractor? Just who is that?
Yeah, no worries. So the subcontractor in that situation is actually the computer, I'll call them the assistance we did to ensure we're kept protected from cybersecurity. So that is the cybersecurity specialist. That's the cost for that for a year.
Further ones? Okay, I do have one, Andrew, on page 50. The automated speed enforcement revenues. What did we do with that money?
So if I can, Mr. Mayor, the clerk will have a report that comes to you when? In the future, in January, probably.
Okay.
But there's not going to be any revenue left for us to spend.
So I didn't realize at the time that we had to spend the money for the hydro and all these other things, subcontractors, it amounted to almost $100,000.
But and we do.
We'll wait for the report.
Yeah,
Madam Clerk, we'll wait for the report.
Yeah, if I can wait for the report, there's quite a lot of detail behind the scenes and those aren't the final numbers. So when the program got canceled, some of those hydro fees were refunded because we hadn't proceeded with those cameras. So when we get to January, we'll have a much better idea of where we're headed to. But I can tell council that do not expect to have any revenues left over from that program due to the way it has fallen out with the province.
Yeah, if I can, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, even though you've got that actual call, it doesn't include, I mean, it's pretty much up to date up for October 30th, October 31st, maybe a couple of days into November, but it is missing the last 2 months of the year. So if you think those appear to be low, they may simply be low because we've still got 2 months of operations to go.
Okay. Any further comments with administration? Councillor Jansen, did you have any?
Just on those ASC penalty award order payments, did that include the funding that we needed to provide to the operator?
So the way it works is that with ASC is that we collect the revenue and then we are invoiced by the contractor who then also through their fee remits Township of Vesta who acts as the joint processing center. In addition to that, off the revenues is the fees remitted to the Ministry of Transportation and the Ministry Attorney General for access to their systems. So the detail of which I will give you in the new year.
Councillor Minnings, then you.
Thank you through the chair. On page 50 at the bottom, bylaw revenues, there's a line.
Yeah, so
That was me that jumped
this is
in. Sorry.
corporate services now.
Sorry.
We're through it.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So page 50, bylaw revenues. We had budgeted for 3,500 in revenues and there was over 20,000. Just wondering, without giving away any secrets regarding bylaw infractions, that's a big spike in revenue. And I'm also aware of the fact that we have now 2 bylaw officers on permanently. And I'm wondering if that's an indication of having double the amount of manpower on the ground.
Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So bylaw revenues are historically not predictable. It really depends on what is going on in the community. So you'll notice that there's 2 lines there, one for parking tickets and one for pretty much everything else. So that everything else includes everything from noise bylaw infractions to canine infractions. Any other related charges that are non-parking. So it was a busy year at the start of the year, particularly on the canine front. We had quite a lot of offenses in early summer. We're also still laying charges, so I expect that to go up on different other files. Bear in mind that sometimes depending on where those go, the initial, and I should put this out there, that often the fines that we attempt to levy are, if they're challenged in court, are cut by at least half once they go to court. So what we have for maybe set fines is not what we actually recoup. In addition to that, sometimes to collect those fines, if we have to go to court, then we have legal fees to be able to pay to balance that out.
Any further? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, on the same page there. So customer care department, is that being called something else, transferred? Where does that go for 2026?
Yeah, no worries. Just through the mayor to Member Taylor. We have actually moved those salaries up into, if you look on the first page, it's just corporate services salaries. So it is the same. It's just on the very first beginning of 20 or page 49, you see all of the salaries and a few other expenses in there. They've all been lumped into that category for 2026.
Thank you.
Anything further on corporate services? Okay, we're moving on to
Fire department.
fire. Deputy Mayor Cox.
I just wondered, fire department revenues, hall rental. I didn't realize we rented out the halls. I didn't think we did.
That's the revenue for the
Ambulance?
Yes,
Yes.
And that's all they paid? Was 2,000?
they're probably a little behind.
A little behind?
We'll
Like-
follow, we'll follow up with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought it was the ambulance, but then I thought, that's not very much.
They do, I think they only pay us, I think they only pay us once a year. So it is, because we invoice them for the
Oh,
whole year, plus
okay.
the operating costs. There's a portion of the operating costs that they also pay.
Okay. Oh, no, that's
So
fine.
it
Then
probably just hasn't been
okay,
invoiced.
that's fine. I thought it was that, but it just seemed low, but thank you.
Any further comments? So Andrew, I have one, fire hall number 1 and fire hall number 2, the heat and the propane. We're not paying over $1 a liter, are we?
So
I
um,
asked you,
if I can, so we're locked into a rider. I believe it's 57 cents a liter.
Good, thank you.
So, yeah,
All right, because it was over $1.
it was
They were
for a
ripping us
period of time,
off. Yes.
but we are in a rider right now where it's less than 60 cents a liter.
Perfect, because I pay 61, so thank you.
Yeah.
That makes me feel better. Any further comments?
Oh, sorry, if I can, Mr. Mayor, I know we're gonna go through each one of the operations, but I wonder if in the so that some of the department heads can leave. Yeah, we can do, well, we could do it. We might as well do administration and get it over with. Sure. So that's gonna be, I want to say the hot pink tab. And so if you get to it, it'll be page 91 of 269. And if anybody has any questions.
Cox.
So are these windows going to get done? No offense, we're carrying over and part of it hasn't got anything to do with the renovations, I wouldn't think.
Adam
you.
DAO.
It's true. I think we just wanted to stage it at the same time. So when we start to renovate, we will get new windows.
Any other comments?
And make sure you're warm.
No comments? Okay, we'll go to fire. Oh, Counselor Taylor.
If the chief can explain, instead of buying a new pickup, you're talking about using an old one, is it, reading your notes there?
Yeah, so the idea being right now is the deputy, myself and the fire prevention officer all have access to a vehicle. So again, the deputy and I specific to being on an on-call rotation, then the fire prevention officer for when he's out doing public education. So the idea being the other pickup truck, so our training officer will sometimes work a flexible shift, but lots of times he's picking up building materials, moving training props from location to location throughout the day. And sometimes if we're all busy between the deputy, myself and the FPO, he's brought his personal pickup truck in to move stuff, which we're trying to get away from. So we've got the option. We haven't sold the old Rescue 3, the 2008 model that was replaced this year. So the idea being if we can get a couple more years of service life, because he's not going to drive it as much as the rest of the three of us do drive. But it would allow him to move SCBA in a properly equipped vehicle, spare SCBA cylinders in there. So because the truck was already set up for equipment, we can utilize it and probably get a few more years out of it and then push that cost of a new pickup truck down the road a little bit. So
I like that. And even though it's coming out of reserves, I like the idea. If we can save something and use it for a couple of years, I would go with that if you agree to it. Okay. Number two, these PVV fans, $8,200. Like what? That's and you want to get 4 of them, right?
Yeah. So what we're doing, so the technology we've got right now. So again, I'll say most of the fire apparatus we had were carrying, call it a Honda or a Yamaha portable generator, gas powered generator. All of the new trucks now are just basically coming with power inverters. So there's a big switch from even auto extrication tools have now gone to the battery. So whether it be like a Milwaukee, DeWalt, or Hurst, whoever it is. So this fan, so we bought one this year. It's on pump 2, and we actually got to use it the other night. Is a small fan on the pump. So it can clear out, you'd call it your single family home, pot on the stove, 1,000 to 1,200 square foot home. So they're nice, they're light, they're portable. So these ones are a hybrid. So they do have a battery, but once the battery burns out, or it doesn't burn out, but is used up, then we can plug it in with a portable generator. So the idea of these fans, because the old ones we've got probably weigh 80 to 100 pounds, where these other fans are half the price. And then what we have to do, so an example, we were at a call on County Road 16 the other night, and it was in the upstairs. So now we're trying to run 200 feet of electrical cord up and into a building to power a fan that just aren't efficient anymore. So these fans are new, they're more efficient. They're nice and easy. So a minimal crew of 4 can make this work a lot better.
Okay, you got me sold on that one. Okay, the addition to Station 3, is that?
Just one sec.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Taylor. If council would like to see the old R3 vehicle retained for use for the training officer rather than the procurement of a new one, then that is a motion that has to be passed by council.
Perfect. Deputy Mayor Cox. I think this truck only has 15,000 kilometers, is it not, Chief?
Yeah, it's very low mileage.
Yeah,
So
it's
yes,
just like doing, thank you for bringing that forward. That's a
Yep.
great idea. I think we'll get more than 2 years out of it.
yes. Yep.
Okay, so
Great.
then the motion reads that the old R3 vehicle be retained for the fire training officer and the new proposed vehicle be removed from the 2026 capital budget.
Moving to seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Jansen. All in favor? It's carried. Okay.
Okay, carrying on to the design costs for Station 3, is that even if the county's moving out, you'll have a bay there, but there's even a more addition in with that as well, chief?
Correct. So yeah, with county moving out, again, comparing the size of an ambulance to the size of one of our fire trucks. So unless we put a pickup truck in that station, we can't bring another vehicle in there. So the main reason of this, it's twofold. One, the current location of tanker 3 is up at the Machadas station up on North River. So it creates probably a 16 to 20-minute delay in getting to scene, because we now have to send somebody 8 to 10 kilometers out to bring it all the way back in. So the idea being is, do we have the space there to add a bay where we can move tank 3 there? And then the other side on the emergency management is that's listed as our backup EOC currently. So part of this, I'll call it assessment or look at the building isn't sufficient for an EOC, because right now we've got a 10,000 watt generator that if we get a couple feet of snow this weekend, then you're trying to wheel it outside through the snowbanks to plug it in. So part of the concern from emergency management is the building actually able to act as a backup EOC as far as internet, as far as power? If we happen to be, again, not bad in the winter, it's got heat, but as well in the summer right now, if we had a heat event, that building has no air conditioning. So that's that look at the building and see what we can do with it.
And then the last, can you further comment on the TV video displays in the 4 stations?
Right. So with the software program and command board that we're going to, so again, all being internet or tablet based. So the idea being is these displays on in the stations. So firefighters, when they're doing their hall checks, will be able to enter it. Basically, they can log in on their phone and create a work order for one of the trucks that would go to usually the deputy chief, but they can see it right there on the TVs when they come in. So it's more about sharing information. They'll be able to see the call on there. So the call, and we're implementing it as of Jan 1, because we're in the testing phase right now, but it'll show an actual Google view, like a satellite view of the house. And if it's got the street view available, they'll see the street view on as well. So they can see all the information for the call. I was actually showing the director of planning the other day when I was meeting with her. The other things we can do on these buildings and with the TVs is we can show firefighters where gas is, hydro is, stairwells are, all of this on the TV before they leave. So as the driver gets there first, they can take a look at the TV screen and, okay, this is where it is. If I need a hydrant or a dry hydrant or it's rural water, they can now pick these things out a lot faster while they're waiting for the other firefighters to come in.
Okay, one last question. Does Station 4 have internet?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Councilor McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the chair to the chief. Where do you presently fill the cylinders that need to be filled?
So right now, our predominant or primary location is at Aurelia Station 1 over on Gill Street. So that requires our firefighters, and again, we would do it anyways, but to decontaminate cylinders on scene. So we've been inside in a hazardous environment, but then we've got to transport them to Aurelia. Hope that the career firefighters are actually there in the station that can fill them. And then we're sending somebody back because we can't wait there. It's not feasible for us to wait there while they're filling.
Is there a fee that we're paying for that?
So right now it's a nominal fee of about $6 per cylinder.
Okay.
But for us, it's the inefficiency having to drive into Aurelia, drop them off, hope that again, they can fill them in an efficient manner. And then that we drive back to go get them. The other option that we've done from time to time, which is a little tougher to do, is we work with Georgian Bay at the station in Port Severn. But the problem with that is if we're at a call at 3 o'clock in the morning, we can't get a hold of somebody to let us go up there and fill cylinders.
Is there a fee for that?
Right now, Georgian Bay is doing it out of the goodness of their heart for us.
Okay, so and how many spare cylinders do you have at the moment? If you have 2 fires within a period of time where you don't get them to
So
be filled?
right now, we're only operating with 3 spare cylinders.
3.
Yeah. So each SCBA itself will have each, when they purchased them, which most apartments do, they buy the SCBA back frame and a total of 3 cylinders per SCBA pack. So it gives a little bit of redundancy, but yeah, a large fire, we're gone through bottles in a hurry.
Right.
Because give or take, they've got about 20 minutes of working if they're working hard inside a fire. So we'll go through the spare cylinders pretty quick. The other drawback that we've had is actually training a little more on air, I'll call it, or with the SCBAs, because it's such an inconvenience right now to have to go fill cylinders after a 2-hour or 3-hour training. Again, we're adding an hour or 2 hours minimum into going to fill cylinders. So with spare cylinders, we can get apparatus back into service faster. So the other night, we cleared the scene at 3 o'clock Monday morning, just this Monday morning. So
Go ahead.
so having spare cylinders, then the firefighters can either just come back here to station 2, or if we put some in each station and put them on the truck's ready to go. We're not worried about trying to fill the cylinders before the truck can be back in service.
So if you had an incident that didn't finish up until 3 o'clock in the morning, what happens? You get another one at 5 o'clock and the cylinders are all out and you don't get to Aurelia or Georgian Bay.
So yeah, then we're struggling. Then we'd be calling in mutual aid departments to try and
Okay.
come in.
So that justifies my next question about a cylinder fill station.
Yeah.
For 100,000, where would you put that?
Most likely the best location for it would be just up the road here at Station 2. So it's got
Okay.
the most space right now to be able to do that and for the proper venting and everything.
Thanks, Chief.
Councillor Minnie.
Hi, thank you through the mayor. My question's been answered and I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, don't we need a motion or no? Oh, okay. Moving on to building. Any questions for the building? It's number 4.
Building is tab, thank you.
Tab 4, the pink one.
Starting on page 56.
I hope there's lots of questions for our CBO. Deputy Mayor Cox.
I'd like to, on page 57, the septic reinspection program. I would like, it's just a comment from me. I would like to reconsider and look at this. People are subsidizing this too much. And I know we talked about it, but anybody who's on water and sewer, I don't subsidize them and they don't stay here and now subsidizing this. This program is not paying for itself. And when it was first started, that was the whole aim of it. So I would like us to relook at it again in 2027. Thank you.
Madam CEO.
Sorry, can I just ask, so you want to reconsider that fee now? Like, Allison, I'm sure can find the report and find what the previous motion was. It'll just take a small hit. We weren't ready for that one. So give her a moment.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, further to what, so is there anything outstanding there, Andrew, or do you think that that's up to date?
If I can, through the mayor to Member Taylor, I think that's pretty close to what the final revenues will be for the year. Keep in mind that this was the first year of that 5-year cycle again. And in the first year, we didn't get up and running fast enough to do as many houses. So this is to, this is keeping the same number of properties in the inspection rather than inspecting them again in year 4, for example.
Okay.
Yeah. Ask other questions while the clerk
Any other-
figures that out.
Planning?
Yes, you certainly could. I mean, that would be the preferred. So it's
Pay attention.
it is tab number 10 and it is page 89.
They also have a small bit of capital too.
Mayor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Andrea. You know where I'm going with this one. The zoning bylaw update. We are going to be looking at those issues that we've had with the housings, like granny suites and the ARUs, and we're going to be pulling these forward. And by the middle of the year, we should be ready to clean that up, and then we can move on, because ARUs are very important, and that's our one way of being able to say we do promote affordable housing. And this zoning bylaw update will do that for us. Thank you.
If I may, through you, Mayor Burkett, to Deputy Mayor Cox. So after the official plan is approved, we have 3 years to update our overall zoning bylaw. This budget request is for the priority items, we're calling them, including the ARU policies, and also looking at feasibility for on-farm diversified uses as well.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, further to that, so I've been asked that. There's 2 of them on Irish Line, as you know. Is there any timeframe for that?
Director Woodrow.
If I may, through you, Mayor Burkett, to Councillor Taylor. So yes, we're looking to get that underway in the second quarter of 2026. And that will involve a public meeting because it is a township initiated amendment to the zoning bylaw. So there'll be public notice of that and opportunity for input. Just with respect to the granny flats, there may be other implications, such as Ontario Building Code requirements and legal deposits and that sort of thing, which we would bring forward at that time. So it's not just the zoning. I just want to be clear, so there's no surprises, but the overall zoning item will be coming forward, yes.
And just to follow up there on your consultants there, can you describe who we're using there? I thought we'd be much more than that, unless there's consultants somewhere else.
If I may, through you, Mayor Burkett, so the consultants line item covers several factors. There is the planning and building review project that you just were presented a few weeks ago, or sorry, actually last week. It seems like time is flying. So they have not completed their final billing yet. Consultants also covers the township's costs with respect to providing evidence at Ontario Land Tribunal hearings, as well as settlement hearings, which we've had to do. So that's kind of that's the main uses of that line. So there are still expenses to be incurred further to the line item here.
And just one last question. Will they be used again for our future STR meeting? I think it's in April.
Thank you. So no, those fees would not be used because council's motion explicitly says that we're just talking about licensing and not planning regulations. So it would not touch the planning department budget.
Councillor Minnie.
Thank you, through the mayor. In line, the regular salaries and wages on page 89 for the planning. Actually, it's revenue. So just the difference for 438,000, the actuals are 358. So is that just the point of time at which this report was prepared, and you expect that to be higher?
If I can, I'll answer that for the Director of Planning, but through the mayor to Member Minnings. Yes, it is. It's just timing of salaries so far this year. We're not anticipated that it would have been much further off from actual budget.
Thank you. So yeah, and just from the earlier conversation this morning about the planning position, the planner position, I wanted to know if there was an absence or something that changed this year. But if you expect it was fully staffed and those numbers will be more closer to what was budgeted, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
Sorry, before we circle back, because I think we're almost done that, don't forget that they have capital as well on page 93. And the deputy mayor may have not already asked that question that she wanted to ask, but
Councillor Dan.
we can finish that department.
Thanks, Andrew. Just on that line item, the salaries and wages, from the 438 to the 467 is about a 6% wage increase. Was that with the proposed 3% COLA clause, as well as any step increases?
Yes. So it does it. So if I can, through the mayor to Member Jansen, it definitely includes step increases. It includes the COLA adjustment, and we have we may have we were at previous years, we would say a percentage of an employee was going to work in one department versus another. So it may only show 85% of that, but now it shows 100% of that department.
I see.
And what we do is if you follow it down a little further, you'll notice lines that show. We can go back to the page. There's a transfer, departmental transfer line. And so internal department transfer, it's 81, in this case, it's 813-103-7970. And it's showing a transfer in of 106,000. So that's other departments' cost being attributed to planning.
Okay. Let me see.
And that happens throughout. So if you see that account number, and it may be a next, so depending on which department it is, if we're transferring more out than we're bringing in from another department, that number will be negative. So they will flip flop back and forth. They do balance to zero at the end of the day. So
Okay.
Councillor Minnings.
Thank you. So the increases, the wage increases are already incorporated into the budget
yes, yeah.
asks
Yeah.
numbers. So that could go up or down, but you've got the overall, like, for example, you probably prepared these numbers. Do they include the COLA?
They do. So
they'll go down somewhat because we approved.
yes,
2.5,
yes,
for
they will.
example.
So and when I update all the numbers across, I'll give everybody a new binder.
Okay, thanks. And then my next question, so from page 93, the capital sheet, it has a line for planning software or similar 45,000 and I was just looking for the summary sheet in your overall presentation. So is this part of the computer software that sort of was bundled? And thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, no, yes, it is. And you'll see that I think it's 365,000 I had in my summary sheet. And it is distributed into several of the departments. You will see it in all of them.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Councillor Taylor.
Yep. Back to the committee of adjustment there, the application fee. Is there any explanation why the big jump from projected 36,000 to 54,000?
I'll just oh, that's just the actual for this year. I'll let the director maybe pull that one. She may know specifically why.
Because that's a fee being paid by the applicant.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Yeah,
Like it's a revenue for us, but the applicant's paying for it.
correct.
If I may, Mayor Burkett, through you to Councillor Taylor. So certainly, yes, we do, I guess you could say a conservative estimate based on 5-year averages and that sort of thing based on the various application types. So in this particular case, the estimate was somewhat conservative. We had additional applicants come forward with various proposals that we hadn't anticipated, but that's just to accommodate their development proposals.
Yeah, they were busy this year.
Further comments? So request from the planning department.
Yeah, you did.
I think they covered it. I think we're back to the reconsideration. I think the building and planning department
Yep.
questions are answered except for that one.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the motion will read that motion number CSC 2025-087 regarding the on-site sewage system maintenance inspection program fee be reconsidered.
Councilor Minnings, all in favor? Gary?
So I'm,
Yes.
It's still 4-3 then.
5.
5-2. So if I can just maybe set the stage, and I'm going to put the CBO on the spot, but we proposed a number, a fee, and you did not take it. You went with a lower fee. Can we just have a reminder of what we proposed and what council? Because I don't remember. I just remember we said X and you said Y, but council may need to refresh.
They went with 2.
Sorry, I found it if you needed to, or sorry, Allison found it. So you were given three options. Keep the current fee. Can Allison put it up? Yeah. Keep the current fee, increase the fee, but not full cost recovery, or go to full cost recovery, which I think was $370, but I get. Yes.
I'll try.
What did they increase it to?
200. You increased it to $200. There you go.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
We weren't incrementally moving this. We just moved it $50. There's no incremental on this. This is $50 until somebody says it's not.
Yeah, no, but I think.
No, we didn't. No. We left it at, we raised it $50 to 200 and it was going to sit there for 5 years.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Just to remind everybody, that isn't on water and sewer. The homeowner has to put a septic system in, has to put a well in, and there's maintenance fees, even for my house, for filters and UV light, it's $500 a year. So my house is no different than a waterfront property. So even though they're in there, they are still paying a fee there. It's not to a water and sewer account, but it costs for them to do it. And I didn't vote for the increase last time. I won't vote for it again this time.
Sir Mannings.
Thank you. And if you could also tell us what report that is, because I wouldn't mind pulling the whole thing up after the meeting. Thank you. So in looking at that in relation to the line item on the budget, I would also like to see it be a cost recovery program, because and I do appreciate there's a cost to water and sewer for people on septic, and it, you know, in Member Taylor's case, $500 a year, but for people on water and sewer, it's closer to $2,000 per year. And I don't see, I would support an increase so that this is actually a cost recovery and not seen as a deficit to the levy.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just a footnote there, but then you've got to put the septic system in and the well in, which is $40,000.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
This is just on waterfront properties. It's not on your property and it's not on mine. It may be on mine. I think I'm in the circle, but everybody else doesn't have to do this. This is for people who are on the water and they need to make sure that their lovely places on the water are safe. We just had a lady come and tell us that the phosphates are up, everything's up. And we need to ensure that these people look after their septic systems. And if we only hit them 1 out of 5, then we don't know what's going on. And we have people coming in who aren't. I believe, and I can totally tell you that when this program came in, I wasn't for it. And the only reason I was for it was because people said it has to pay for itself. And it's not. And so the people who are living on the water are the ones who should be paying for it. You're not going to have yours inspected. You're not going to have yours. You may have yours. Yeah, but it's good. It's going to be safe.
Councillor
Thank you.
Taylor.
Yeah, no, I just mentioned me because my system, it's no different than Mr. McIntyre's. So I'm just saying as a reference point, I know if you had a waterfront property, you still got to put a water system in, a sewage system in, and that's cost thousands of dollars.
Madam CAO.
Yeah, just to Councillor Minning's point, the report does speak to full cost recovery, the fee being $370. I know one of the things that you talked about last time was the people complaining. And from what we get at our end, we will get people complaining, but it doesn't matter whether it's $150 or $370, you still get the handful of people that complain. Other people won't complain. And they'll complain about us on Facebook, but the other people will say, well, I don't care about your waterfront property. I pay water and sewer, so why should I subsidize it?
Councillor Minnie.
Thank you for that through the mayor. And just a subsequent question so that I'm crystal clear. So the potential recovery cost of around $370 would be once every 5 years. I do not see that as prohibitive for any homeowner, regardless of whether they live on the water or not. So I think that's still reasonable.
Counselor Jansen.
Just looking at the page 58, where it says total septic inspector expenses. And then it says the inspector impact on municipal levy. I'm assuming that this is taking into account the $200 charge. If there is a $370 charge, does this bring the impact on the levy amount to zero?
Sure. Yeah, no, if I can, through the mayor, to Member Jansen. I actually, I'm not even sure it's actually picked up to the increase. I'm not sure if we actually went back and adjusted those revenues for the potential increase of $200. Because I think it's still based on 150. I could be wrong. I'll let the CBO respond there. But I agree, if we were to bump it to 370, then it does make a dramatic difference. I think it's about I want to say, what is that, about another 90 or almost 100, well, not quite 100,000, but 88,000 added back. So it certainly would, you know, what did I say? It's about one third of the, so it would drop our levy by about 1/3.
Or
Counselor
make
Brandon.
room for by financial
Yeah.
analysts.
I just, yeah, I support the idea of full cost recovery, but I'd like to see it done in over a couple of years. I'd like to see it brought up maybe over 2 years.
Sure.
That's
Yeah.
all, that's a huge increase at one time.
If I can just respond to that, through the mayor to Member Brennan, the issue with doing that over a couple of years is it's a 5-year cycle for all the properties. So if I charge $200 this year to one group, and then for the exact same service, I'm charging the people I didn't pick this year.
Now, I recall you mentioned
Yeah.
that when we discussed this before. All right, let them have it.
Okay, just one comment that everyone needs to be aware of. When you're on a septic, you have to pay to have your tank pumped. And it's getting more costly because, yeah.
I just had mine done.
Yeah, there's no place.
$700.
There we go. So, you know, I'm okay to increase it, but I can't vote in favor of 370. Yeah, over 4 years. Deputy Mayor Cox.
Could you do 300? These people are on the water. These people,
Just a sec. Why are we penalizing
We're
people
not
that are on?
penalizing
We are.
them.
They pay enough taxes as it is for the pleasure of being on the water.
but the whole point is, that's why we have the septic reinspection program, because they're the ones we're afraid are polluting our land, our waters. Or we wouldn't have this program at all.
Madam CAO.
I think the flip side to what you're saying, though, your worship, is those that are on water and sewer are subsidizing those that are on the waterfront. And I'm not sure that's fair either. So the water and sewer people are paying full cost recovery. So why are the septic people not paying full cost recovery? That's where it was supposed to be.
I can say something, but I'm not going to because we just went through it all with the West Shore expansion plan. And where did we get the money from? That all of us paid into. I know that it'll get paid back through DCs, but Madam Clerk, we didn't shore facility that will get paid back over the years, right?
But it'll get paid back through DCs, your worship, not from the general tax.
But it
base.
may take years to pay it back.
It still won't impact the general levy.
Very good.
Councillor Jansen.
Okay, so if we were to move to full cost recovery, you're saying that it would come down a third of a percentage point?
Just make sure I got the right numbers. It's approximately a third of percentage points, maybe a little less than that, but it's close.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Well, it may be more, because if you haven't got this in at 200.
No, but I'm comparing that to what I have in there now. So
Okay.
if I increase it to 370, the revenues would go to 148,000 instead of 60,
Okay,
and that's an $88,000 difference,
okay.
which is going to be a little less than a third, but it's still close.
Any further comments? Clerk?
All right, so the motion then reads that Planning and Building Report P 25-037 dated September 24th, 2025, with respect to the on-site sewage system maintenance inspection program be received. Further, that staff be directed to proceed with a rate of $370 being full cost recovery.
Councillor Taylor.
Like a recorded vote.
McIntyre.
Somewhere I thought we were voting on a $200, but
Already voted on.
yeah, I understand, but, I just want to let people know I'm not in favor of $370.
Clerk, you have a motion.
Okay, so again, the motion reads that Planning and Building Report P 25-037 dated September 24th, 2025, with respect to the on-site sewage system maintenance inspection program be received, and further that staff be directed to proceed with a rate of $370 being full cost recovery. I need a mover and a seconder.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Minnings.
Okay, recorded vote requested by Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor, for or against?
Against.
Okay, Councillor McIntyre, for or against? Mayor Burkett, for or against?
Against?
Deputy Mayor Cox?
For.
Councillor Minnings, for or against?
For.
Councillor Brennan, for or against? Councillor Jansen, for or against?
4.
Motion carries 4-3.
Okay, any further comments on the building? No? Okay, now we'll move on to Public Works. That's tab 5.
Your worship, can we maybe do recreation? Because we always dare
Oh,
take the
sorry. Okay,
longest.
let's do recreation.
So,
Moving
we
on to
can-
recreation.
yeah, we can slowly move people
Number
back to their
8.
day job.
Move to 8. 8. Jeff, thanks, Chief. Thanks, Andrea. Any questions on recreation? Deputy Mayor Cox.
Sorry, it's on page 82 at the top. It has trails expenses, and I'm just assuming that because there's nothing under 2025, the actuals were all because of the ice storm? Or am I wrong? Is that because of the ice storm?
No, that's the staffing line, so it's all been amalgamated under one line in the recreation general budget.
But there was nothing in 2025. Oh, I got you budgeted for 2025, but the actuals are in there.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right.
Yeah, so if I can, through the mayor to the deputy mayor. Ultimately, the budget was in a different spot. It's been effectively accidentally put into 751 when it should have been put into 703. So we can get those changed before year end, but yeah.
That's fine.
Yep.
Swindered. Thank you.
Of course.
Councillor Minnings.
Thank you through the mayor. On page 82 also, I'm looking at the Lake St. George Community Center, the expenses. And I believe the revenues are 0. Is that correct? They're
is
at a different page. Okay, so with the expenses, it was my understanding that the group or the individual who rents out the space and collects the revenue and keeps it for that, uses that to go to building and property maintenance. But yet we actually paid over $9,000 for that. So I just want to know from that contract perspective, why that line is so high and what exactly the group or individual that has the ability to collect revenue for Lake St. George pays for.
Yeah, no worries. If I can through the mayor to Member Minnings, you're right. I think ideally those contracts were designed so that the fees that they collect would go towards repairs and maintenance. I am at this point, I'm not exactly sure why we're sitting at 9,100. I'd have to go back and take a look unless by chance the the Director of Recreation already does that.
Through the mayor, the councillor, the increase in the expense line was a repair to their water system. So it was a major replacement to their water system.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Jansen?
So just going again to the regular salaries and wages, are you hiring staff for this, for the department? Because the increase here seems to be about 12 to 15%.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we're not hiring any more staff. What we do have within the budget is an increase we have contract staff. We currently have 3 contract staff. We're proposing to increase 2 of them this year to full-time status. And there's also within those budget lines is a re-merging of all the budget salary lines were spread through all the different accounts. We amalgamated it. So that's why it's gone up too. It's just bringing them all into that one line. But within the budget, if you go back into the earlier in the presentation, it was about 45,000 to increase the 2 contract positions to full-time, because we lose them in really important shoulder seasons when we're transferring from parks to arena or back out, which creates a lot of operational issues for us. And also it's going to help, you'll see within our capital budget that we've increased equipment to deal with a lot of things that we haven't dealt with over the years in our parks and trails.
Deputy Mayor Cox. Sorry, Councillor Jansen has a supplementary.
Thanks. Supplemental for the Coldwater Fairgrounds. I know we just did the master plan. There's $50,000 that's allocated, I see, for the dog park. Is that the only item that we're going to complete in the first year following this plan? And then just so I understand what the 50,000 is for, would that just be simply signage and fencing?
Through the mayor to council. So the dog park, we have in there 25,000 from levy, 25,000 from donation. That may change from what I'm hearing to more leaning towards the donation. So that would be, for signing, fencing, if we have to clear some of the land in there, because some of its location is partly on the trail. So we might need to clear out some brush out of there and that kind of stuff. But that is the only thing coming out of the plan for this year in the first year. So.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, through the mayor to Mr. Belfry. So back to the Lake St. George, the water, what's included in the water? Or maybe Derek can answer. Is it UV light, filter, water pump?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it was all of the above. It was a failure of UV, the pump within it. I'm not sure what kind of pump it was, but there was replacement of the pump in there and then rewiring everything, and it was a complete failure. So,
Like as long as we treat each facility equal, I just wanted to hear that. And just the question came up about the arena in Coldwater. So just based on, maybe this is Andrew's question. So is it safe to say that that is costing us $327,000 a year paid by the taxpayers?
If I can, through the mayor to Member Taylor, absolutely. I mean, that's the cost to operate the arena.
There's a case there that not everyone uses the arena, but it's being paid by the taxpayers.
Councillor,
I support it, but it's a reality. That's 327.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
And you had also mentioned, I think it was at a recreation meeting, is that now once you get the full time on, now you can have teams so that you can efficiently do it better than before, because you were saying it was just like a dart and go, and now it'll, I mean, if you want to, I would like you to elaborate so everybody else knows.
Through the mayor to the deputy mayor. So basically you see in the capital budget, we put in side-by-side, a truck and some mowing equipment, tree trimming equipment, stuff we haven't traditionally been able to get to. Right now, the department only has 2 vehicles, one in Coldwater, one in Washago. So these other vehicles will allow us to get out and be more efficient. The side-by-side, currently we use a tractor to water the plants in downtown Coldwater, which creates a lot of noise complaints and other things. So now we're looking at putting a trailer on a side-by-side lot, cleaner and quicker to water the flowers, but it can also transition to do maintenance on the Utah Trail at that point and go down there. The truck will allow, our supervisor doesn't have a truck. We're short trucks to move crews around. And by bringing the staff on full time, it allows us to create crews now where we saw a little bit of it this year down in, we tried to keep staff who live closer to Washego down working in there. So you saw improvements in Washego Centennial Park this year. So we're looking to get these crews out within the vehicle so they can go around and tackle projects because the municipality is so big and driving around takes time. We're trying to pocket and increase our efficiencies to get more things done and bring our parks back up to where they should be. So
The capital budget is on page 99 if we've lost track there, because I think we went from operating to capital there.
Yeah, and further to the CAO or to Mr. Belfry, recreation never pays for itself, from what I hear, and it is subsidized, as are our recreation facilities. That's just the way recreation runs. I don't think it ever pays for itself. Thank you.
Councillor Minnings.
I thank you through the chair to Mr. Belfry. So back to the Lake St. George and the Matchadash, just a question about the difference in the insurance premiums between the two buildings. Just curious, are they different different companies covering it?
If I can, through the mayor to Member Minnings. Part of that is their what we charge, and that may not have been a perfect split. I just take our total bill and try to distribute it across the board. But a piece of that is also their own director's liability. And one of them pays more than the other. Not sure why, because it's their own insurance policy, but one may want to talk to the other's insurer, probably.
So if it's their own policy, why would it
We
be our expense?
reimburse it 100%. So as part of that agreement, we do reimburse their director's liability insurance.
Okay, this is good. Thank you. And I'll probably bring it back throughout the year for a conversation. I agree. Recreation is not necessarily, it costs money to do it, but I just want to also mention that there's certainly been an increase in programming, which is really appreciated in sort of outside of the Coldwater area. This half of the township happening out of West Shore and also Lake St. George. And it's great to see, including the sector specific, like the seniors programming that's happening on Wednesdays. So more of that. My questions are just to make sure both buildings are used sort of at their maximum capacity as we're able to. Thank you.
Any further comments? So I do, Mr. Belfry, well, first the insurance that Councillor Minnings talked to. Are we on the county's new insurance or is this still the old one?
So if I can, through to the mayor, we are on the counties now. So the total insurance cost is actually lower than what we paid for this year, because this year we paid the county as well as we paid our old insurer, and there was a penalty to leave that program. And not significantly terrible, but part of the reason the actuals are much higher is we pay for that one premium in January. In the county pool, we paid it as of June 30th. So we've kind of, prepaid a little sooner than we normally would. So you'll see that number smooth out over the next couple of years. And
Are we finished, Mr. Belfry, all the cleanup on the Utah Trail, or is there still more that we need to do because of the ice storm?
To you, Mr. Mayor, we're done what we know of come this winter, and whatever cracked last year, we'll probably be back at some of it, I would think.
Parks, are they all up to par, or are we still working on our parks as well?
We've cleaned all our parks from the ice storm. Yeah, everything's done there. We're now more into dealing with looking at trees such as down in Washego with the emerald ash borer. Trees in there are dying off. So
all right, thank you very much for all that big undertaking. Any further questions? Okay, so we'll
Are we
move.
through the capital? Or
Yeah,
no?
we're gonna go to page
Okay,
90.
99.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yep, through the chair, on the dog park where the 25,000's on the levy, I would like to see that off right now, only because I think it will be covered if we can.
So
Mr. Plunk.
if I can interrupt there, from the mayor to the deputy mayor. We certainly can remove that piece from the levy, but then I would put that 25,000 on a different piece, because the amount that we're drawing from the levy, I wouldn't suggest we change. Because then we're looking to make that up in following years. So individually, I don't care where we pay that 25,000 from, but I wouldn't want that $140,000 levy impact for recreation to change. So if we say that's going to come from a donation,
Yep.
then I would apply that 25,000 to one of his other projects.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay, thank you. And the only other one I wanted to talk about was, and I'm not sure if I'm in the right department, is trees. The tree in Washago on the main street.
Can we just pause for 1 second because we need motions for changes? So I think the motion.
We're not going to change it.
No,
The
you
funding is
you
changing.
need to change because the budget is the mayor's budget, so any changes have a motion. So
we
I think
changing
the
anything?
motion
No, we're
is.
gonna leave. I think-
We're leaving it. He said to leave it.
The 25,000, or you're leaving as levy funded?
Yeah, because he says even if we get a donation, we could use that 25 somewhere else in the recreation. So I said, okay.
But then you're not following the mayor's budget. So.
Yeah.
Changing.
We're leaving it alone.
Changing it to donation.
We're not doing
They're
anything.
leaving it as is. They're talking something.
Counselor Jans.
But
Sorry, so just to clarify, I guess it's my understanding that we don't actually have the donation at this time.
the person is ready to donate. He just has to talk to Mr. Belfry, and he said that he wants to do it all.
Oh. Yeah.
That's what we're trying to get to.
Okay,
So if I can, if we're gonna go and say, we're gonna say the whole thing is donation.
yeah,
And we'll just pick a different project and apply that 25,000 to it now. So that we have to
Okay.
do by motion if we're gonna do it that way.
That's what I was working on.
thank you.
Can I, would you like me to say what I think the motion is? I think the clerk's waiting for it to type something. So that the $25,000 tax levy from the dog park be moved to put towards, I'm just finding one that's more than emergency generator in Washago. And the emergency generator in
Washago.
emergency generator. And
Center.
you're right.
No, but we'll say 25,000 of it is 75,000 will come.
Yes,
We're good with the emergency generator, Washago?
yes. And that the reserve portion of the emergency generator be reduced to 75,000.
Yes.
Um,
So.
oh, she's gonna do a motion.
Sorry, I know it's harder with this mayor's budget thing, but we have to have motions to move things around.
Generator. Be reduced to
75,000.
Hopefully I got it. Okay, so the motion then reads that the tax levy funding of 25,000 from the Coldwater Fairgrounds Dog Park be moved to the Washago Community Center emergency generator, and that the reserve contribution for the emergency generator be reduced to 75,000.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried.
Or, just part of that thing is we need to, did we also bump the donation to 50? Now we have to do that.
That one was voted.
I'm gonna forget what I'm gonna ask. Okay,
So then the second motion is that the funding for the Coldwater Fairgrounds Dog Park be 100% donation funded to the amount of $50,000.
Okay. Whew, my tree question. Since a tree got knocked down by somebody in Washago, that means we're down to 2 trees in Washago. They used to have like 4 or 5. Do we have any funds? Oh, wait, 25,000 to replace some trees on the main street of Washago and put them back like it was. It's looking bedraggled and it's not fair.
Mr. Burke.
Yeah, through the chair, I think we do. I think so we have a roadside maintenance budget, and you'll see that when we get into the 312 codes, and you'll see an improvement in that for taking trees down. But there's a reasonable, cause to say that you could also put some boulevard street trees back as part of the maintenance program.
Thank you very much, Derek, because I think it's part of the whole climate thing. If we take trees down, we should put trees up. And so if we put at least 2 trees there, at least one of them can cover all the trees that we took down at the fairgrounds. So I think maybe we need to look at up and down and put those things back on the street because the people really appreciated them. And the type of tree they have there is wonderful because they don't get huge like the ones in Coldwater. They seem to be able to stay at a better size. But thank you very much.
Councillor Minnings.
Thank you through the mayor. So I'm glad to see the emergency generator under Washago. Is there a plan for an emergency generator here in this building? Because from the last ice storm, someone who doesn't have a generator, didn't then, still doesn't, it would be nice to have a warming center to go to, and with the renovation and everything coming, either that's factored into the cost going forward rather than at this building as it stands now. But I just wanted to ask the question. I think there should be fairly mandatory.
Who wants to speak to, okay, Director Belfry?
Through the mayor, the councillor, there'll be a new generator put in here as part of the renovation plan. So that was when we discussed it a week ago, that was part of the cost of being added to the project.
Yeah.
Councillor McIntyre.
If I can, sorry, Mr. Mayor, there is a generator outside now. It's just, when we do the renovation, it will be, it's probably on its last legs now. So.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the mayor. I found the generator price to be crazy high. First of all, that's just in my opinion. Did you ask around for more than one quote? Firstly, and second part of my comment would be, could you couple the generator in Washago with the one we're going to need here and perhaps get a better deal on the pair of them?
Through the mayor, the councillor, that's a budget estimate based on similar generators I put in similar size facilities in other municipalities. We haven't gone out and done the formal quoting process yet. So we'll see what price we get to come back. We're probably I would like to get the generator in as quickly as possible into Washago. So we'll be ahead of the timeline here for coupling it, because the generator here will be part of the overall contract probably of the reno here.
So a twofer doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Probably not.
Okay.
Any further questions? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just a question to Mr. Belfry. The status of the disc golf, I'm curious, has it started and is it going to be 18 holes or what's the plan there?
All right. Through the mayor, the councillor. So the disc golf course, all the material is ready. The supplier is supposed to deliver it to us about 2 weeks ago. We're still waiting on them. We're going to store it in the public workshop for the winter and install everything in the summer. It's a smaller skill set course. So it's a 6-hole course, and that's based on skills, but it's also designed so you approach the holes from different angles and different shots, everything. All of the science material has QR codes on it, so you can link up to videos from instructors and do a variety of different kinds of shots and stuff. So once it gets dry enough in the spring in Washago, we're going to put it in and have a big unveiling ceremony for it and fun day. So
Thank you.
Further questions? Do we get any money back on those, on the old generator? Asking
through the mayor,
Andrew?
we can try when we sell it.
Can I bid on it or not? It's
So
not.
through the mayor, we actually do have a process for that. So disposal of surplus assets or salvage assets, and often they go to a online bidding platform. We get variety of prices, but sometimes it's pretty good. You know, might get a couple grand for it. But generally these generators, I'm looking at 4 we bought this year, ranging from 50,000 to 78,000, depending on the kilowatt size. So, you know, it sounds like a lot, but these are commercial generators. And
Great, thank you. I'm glad that we get something for it. Any further questions? So we don't need a motion, correct, Madam Clerk? So, Director Belfry, the 30,000 for the gravel. So we did actually have someone come in and look at it. Are we guessing, or did you have someone come in and actually look at it?
Are you referencing the trail or the ball diamond?
No, the ball diamond, sorry, the ball diamond.
That's based on what we paid this year. We did 2 ball diamonds at about 25,000 to 30,000. So,
So just so,
and that's, we had quotes too on that.
what do they do? They come in, they bring the gravel, what is it that the call, like, it isn't that much gravel.
So what they do is they come in, they remove the existing material and cut down a bit because of the plant material that gets
okay.
into it, and
Gotcha.
to take that out so we don't just propagate the weed problem. So we
Gotcha.
remove it and then put new base material down and new, better drainage material. And so.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I just thought maybe they're showing gravel on it. Okay. Okay, we'll move on then to
5 minutes before we start to Public Works, because it.
okay, so Emer Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. The little red line with the question marks, what does that mean?
Oh, I guess, sorry. I tried to turn my mic on just now. If I can, through the mayor to deputy mayor. That just means the only reason it's red, I mean, we haven't assigned an account to it yet. I do need to assign an account number, but it's red because it's picking up that number from somewhere else in the spreadsheet. And if there's a duplicate, it makes it red.
It's just a flag for Andrew.
It's just a flag for me.
It means nothing to you. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Derek? Boy, 150,000 for salt, eh? Is that what we spent? That's on page 62. Is that what, like that was new? Was it 1 or 2 years ago that we started salt? Was it? I can't remember.
So through the mayor, it is somewhat new, about 2 years now. You can see the actuals are about the same. So about 150,000 is our actual spend. And that's a combination of pickling our sand at 6% and also applying bulk highway salt on very select shoulder season events. So
Thank you. Okay, any other pages, council? Deputy Mayor Cox.
Page 63. Anderson Line Municipal Drain, 16,513. Thank you.
So through the chair, it's actually the Anderson is really called Medante Drain 3. That was the one we were discussing that was up on County Road 17 and backing onto Anderson on the Earl Brandon property.
Well, thank you. So what was our total loss on that?
So through the chair, I believe the total loss was closer to 62,000 total.
62,000.
Yeah.
I'll remember. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? If not, we'll go to the capital sheets, which start on page 99, I think. Oh, no. Sooner than that, I think yeah, it's before. It's on page 94. Thank you. Oh, sure. Councillor Min.
Thank you through the mayor. Sorry, before we flip to the capital, page 65 at the bottom and on page 66, there's almost $750,000 for township equipment rentals. And I get that we rent lots of things, but if you could just kind of summarize that for me, thanks.
Mr. Burke.
Yeah, through the mayor, of course. So we kind of set up a system where we rent our vehicles off of ourselves. And so how it works is each vehicle has a cost and, gasoline and oil and so on and so forth. And then when we recover back from the different activities that we do, like winter control or brushing or whatever, we add a little bit of additional rate. And what that allows us to do is have a surplus within those accounts to replace the assets in the future.
If I can just add to that, you see the revenue lines, these 0971s. Wherever you see, if you just go a little bit further down, you see a line that says township vehicle rental and it's 7981. So that is where the expense is being booked. So the revenues in this case, the revenues equal the expenses if you.
Okay, before we move on any further, okay, then we'll move on to page 94. Councillor.
The first one, Twin Oaks there, through the mayor to Derek. Can you give an update for council and also for those watching what's happening on Twin Oaks?
Yeah, for sure. So through the mayor, the update is that we're still working with Triton Engineering as the selected consultant, and they are doing a survey and things like that. We haven't quite been able to reach out to the community and really start that discussion of a local area improvement, as well as the development of the cross sections and things like that with that community. So this is why it's carrying forward into 2026 from 2025 as a project. And you can see the award value there lines up pretty neatly with the total cost estimate for the budget being carried forward.
And they are having an issue with, I think the county's only going to pick garbage up until November 1 or something, but they'll have to get through another year. carrying on to Claire's Bridge and Road, can you describe what's that 185 other? How is that going to be paid out?
Yeah, so through the mayor, so that's a very similar project and it's very similar stage of the project where we've awarded the contract to the consultant. They're doing some design work and then we'll be contacting the community to talk about the local area improvement, the design parameters of the work. And you'll see that it's in the other category because it's intended to be funded fully from the local area improvements charges. That's the funding mechanism that we selected.
So it's, I can, through the mayor to Member Taylor, it'll be similar to the debenture that's in West Shore, but charged directly to the property owners on Claire's Bridge Lane.
So supplemental then, that's going to be charged to the residents that's there,
Yes.
whether it's 27 homes or whatever it is. Okay. Second of three questions here. So Southworks rehab, what's happening there for 200,000?
Thank you, through the mayor. That's a great question. So similar to what we did with the North Works Yard a few years back, we looked at the envelope, the building envelope of the shops, and to keep them up, in good condition and sort of keep the full lifespan of them, we're doing exterior renovations. So this one includes some windows, some doors. I believe there's also an asphalt pad that we're putting in the back that will allow us to do some wash offs and not be in the mud while we're doing that. So it's sort of a general cleanup of the area, sort of a midlife rehabilitation of the facility.
Thank you. And then my final question is the Rhinebird Street bridge removal. Is there a chance that we could keep that bridge there just as a pedestrian bridge and save us spending any money?
So through the mayor, that project, we did report on it earlier this year when we put the restrictions for the vehicular restrictions on the bridge. And moving forward, it is our intent to produce a staff report early in January to talk about the condition of the bridge, why we have a recommendation in here for removal instead of replacement or a rehab. To be, I guess, precursor to that report, the bridge itself now, as it is today, is in very poor condition and does not have very much useful life left.
One final thing. So what happens to the original Rhinebird Street along the homes there? Is that any use by the township for that, or what's the plan for that?
So through the chair, a little bit more details will come with the staff report, of course, but we own the lands there as a right of way. We do have some infrastructure on those lands as well, sewage pumping station and a collection system. We access that through an easement. And so, yeah, the lands itself will be retained in the inventory of the township. It's just the bridge crossing, the pedestrian bridge crossing may not be.
Thank you.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just to pick up on what Councillor Taylor was talking about, Claire's Bridge Lane. We had some discussions with their representative at one time who appeared before council. And there was some conversation with respect to we're going to go a 50-50. Is this going, they talked about 50-50, we pay our portion and they'd pay the other half. Is this now going to be billed against their taxes when we get to the final number on here? Perhaps it's a CIO number.
Madam CA.
Thank you. It's a reasonable question, but I don't think this is the time to discuss it. As Claire's Bridge gets further along, you will get a specific report that you'll have that discussion then.
Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. Just from my understanding, so the Brick Pond Road, it's just for the design, the $125,000. It's not to do any work as of yet. Okay, and then I also had a question about Rhinebird Street, which was basically answered. Is there, I guess, if we wanted to have a pedestrian bridge there, that would be at a cost to the township, like that we'd have to look at later down the road. Okay, and I do know there was some talk or some appetite for the ability to walk through there and then cross over to the new Rhinebird Street, which turns into West Street. That easement that you're talking about that has access, would that serve as a walkway?
Yeah, so through the mayor, not necessarily. So an easement's usually a prescriptive right for a very specific thing, and public access is not usually one of them. It's all about negotiating with the landowner what's possible, but that wouldn't be our intention, is to have a public link between, Old Rhinebird Street and New West Street.
Okay, subsequent then, so it may not make sense to replace it with the pedestrian bridge if there's not really any access except for those few homes. Although I do know that both sides of that waterway do get used during at least the cold water duck race. That's maybe the only event that it does.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. To the Mayor, Derek, the Burnside Line Division Road, that's just for the design. This is all around the project for putting lights there, correct? So is the intention then to try to have the remaining part, which is the more expensive part of this project, because I think it's a $250,000 project, is it not? In total? Is the idea to have that ready for the 26 year approvals?
So through the chair, I'll be honest, while we were preparing this capital budget, it was kind of a 50-50 for us, whether we include it in the 2026 or not. We are advancing through the design, and we think we have a fairly good handle on the costs. It just at this time maybe is a bit premature. So this is a good opportunity to take a project like this and look at it as a mid-year capital. So later in the season in 26, perhaps in the middle of the spring or later even, we could bring a project to council and say, hey, we could add this, and we'll also know where we're at with some of the awards for the year. But that was our plan, is to maybe consider it as mid-year or 27.
That's great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Manning.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a few questions. On the South Sparrow Lake Road, so we've had the design phases you've indicated. You didn't indicate on that one, but we've had the design, correct, with Tatham. And so now the next step for 2026 would be moving the utility poles. Is that it? And is that about a $200 expense to hydro?
So through the mayor, there's actually two parts. So we did fund both the carry forward of the utility relocates and the project itself. We still are in negotiations with Hydro One on those costs. So that'll become more clear in the near future. But our plan is to, basically steady on with the project, relocate those poles that we do need to, and advance construction here in 2026.
Thank you. And then further down with the Minoki Beach Road and Goldstein, both are up for design plans, I believe, for the multi-use paths on them. Is $100,000 the cost of a design plan on a fairly straight and not that long piece of road? I'm just questioning the estimate.
Yeah, through the mayor, I wish it was a little less as well, but unfortunately, realistically, our pricing that we've received in the last 2 to 3 years was used to estimate this length. So if a consultant was to propose something a little less, that'd be great, but this is about what we see for that length.
Thank you. And then do you see this, once the design is done, that it's going to move forward perhaps in 2026? That could be a real possibility. The reason I'm asking that is with Minoki Beach Road specifically, I know we've had previous discussions around the development and road improvements on Minoki, and I think our wish was to get the subdivisions in and the rec center in before we start putting money in the multi-use path. So is this actually just pulling that one multi-use path in and putting it in regardless of where all the development is?
Through the mayor, I think it's better to say that this design sets up the long-term vision for that whole cross section. So you got a few developers, you got a bit of infrastructure, including a new force main and things like that, that need to be all coordinated on paper before it becomes real life. And, that's why I think the design's important now, but it still may not happen for a number of years. A lot of things can, looking at the advancement of those two major developments and the ability to fund the project in the first place.
Okay, so thank you, because I was really excited to see it on the budget, but it may or may not. It's a design.
Sorry, Councilor Minnies, just if I could, just to that, so that you understand. So Derek, can you speak to also with that multi-use path, we may have to get the easements across some homeowners' property that, just so that everyone is on the same page, just so we're all.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, that's why we do like a fairly long design and then coordination with property owners. These projects are complex. They have road widening requirements. They have, coordination of underground services requirements. So they take quite a bit of time, and it all starts with the design process.
Okay, thank you. So, and thank you for that, Mayor, because then that answers my questions about Goldstein, because I would assume that you would be putting it on the non-residential side, which is actually Crown land, I think. Okay, got that. And then the Bayou Road reconstruction. If you could just update us where we are with that, if this amount is approved and when we're actually going to see that road. Thank you.
Yeah, so for the road side of the capital plan, like that's the highlight picture project. It's going to be the most money and probably most impactful. So it's a full reconstruction of the roadway, urbanization. Right now, we're still, also dealing with utility relocations at this time, but we'll be able to tender that as soon as we can and get it started for the 26 season.
Just sort of add that these road projects, whether it's Sparrow Lake or Bayou, hinges on hydro moving some of their poles. So I don't want to, I don't want us to be excited. I'm very excited they're both going to happen, but hydro doesn't want to work with us. And I know Colt today is out meeting with hydro in hopes that they at least work with us and try and understand that these are budgeted for and we need, their safety concerns and they need to be done.
Thank you.
Am I correct in saying that, Derek? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I know Derek's been great at keeping me up to date on the progress of all of these. My last question is about the overpass at New Brayley line over Highway 11. I know that some work was done on that. I think just this past year, it was down to one lane both ways for somebody was doing some kind of improvements. It was my understanding, probably wrong because I see it here, is that we didn't own the overpass, that MTO owned it, but it's ours, and if you can talk about that a bit, thanks.
Yeah, so you might remember it's quite a number of years ago now, but the province obviously downloaded quite a bit of municipal services onto the municipality, and this is one of them. So the directive is that the structure and the deck is the MTO, the province, they do the work, and they did a rehab fairly recently on that structure, which has actually been coordinated for quite some time because we like to come in there after and repair some of our assets up to the bridge. So we did the same approach with Telford overpass, or we call it concession 8, but the one that goes near Division Road, they come in, do their rehab, and then we do a surfacing over top.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
So that, if we go back to Rainbird Street Bridge, I think if I have been watching and talking, and I think most of those people all walk Rainbird Street to West Street now. I think they've sort of caught on that the bridge day is done. And I think it's also nice that they don't have the road in front, but there is one property that I know of that they do own right down to the river. And I think we just sort of cross up, but I mean, that's that one. And the other one, when you were talking about Minoki is, it's a good thing we're just in this, stage of, looking at it, reconstruction, because if something happens at that, site, a rec site, we may have to look at a mass, like a big look at that road, if there's going to be more use, if there is a recreation facility put there or something put there, because that is not a urban road, it's a rural road, and we may need to look at even more. So it's good that we've got it on the books, and if there is something, and if we need to add on, then we can do it then, as you said, because it will take a while. So thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just back to that Reinberg Street, Derek can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought in the budget with West Street, the bridge removal and a walking bridge was part of that plan. That's question one.
Yeah, through the mayor, we've actually shown the two projects separate, I think since 2018 or 19 when we started considering this. And the only reason for that is they're two kind of different assets. I know for a couple of years we had dropped off the Rhinebird Street removal project, but now that it's, come back and we've assumed the road and it's back on the table, this is why you see it here again. But for a long time, the budgets actually have been separated.
I think the idea was it's cheaper to build a road than maintain a bridge was the theory. Okay, second question, the cold water on the bottom, page 94, where is that road culvert? Where is that?
Yeah, thank you. So C39 is new to our inventory, but not a new structure. So when we did another review, actually using GIS of all things, we noted that that structure may qualify for the OSM inspection report. And so we added it this year for the OSMs. The structure itself is actually in pretty good shape. It's just unfortunately at the very end of the retaining wall holding the downstream side has been severely compromised, and it's kind of part and parcel with the fuel station that's right there. So there's an ice chest that's kind of sitting on top of the wall, and all of that needs repair. So it was great to find this and add it to our inventory. Unfortunately, it already immediately needs work.
So just, is that where the municipal drain comes through there? Thank you.
Councillor McIntyre.
Through the mayor to Derek, can you tell me what the reconstruction of Hamilton Street entails? What's happening there?
Yeah, so through the chair or through the mayor, in the 2020, I think 2022 transportation master plan, we noted some parking deficiencies and things like that in our downtown cores. So this is a project that stemmed from that. And we're looking to use as much of Hamilton Street's right of way as we can to, provide angle parking, to provide a pedestrian connection to the Washago Community Center, might even improve some illumination because there's limited illumination in the downtown core. So it's basically an urban reconstruction project that extends Muskoka Street-like nature out through Hamilton Street.
Thank you, Derek.
So further to that comment from Councillor McIntyre, Derek, what do we do with the cars that are parked beside the hotel that are using our facility with the rentals that he has in that hotel? And I can just tell you, he owns the property that he was supposed to give back in the 80s to the township. So I hope that we can enforce that, and that's where they're going to park as we struggle to have park. You don't need to comment. You're well aware of it though. Okay, perfect. So I do have a question on the sidewalk. So we are going to do the sidewalk in Washago this year from the lights to Hamilton or to, we're on board with the county for that. Perfect. Thank you.
Through the mayor, that one was actually really set to go this year. So it's designed, ready to go. Good funding. I think we landed on about $117,000 award. The contract fell apart a little bit. And so we're going to go back out and get a new contractor in the spring, but we're ready to go. County's on board.
So that Councillor Brennan and Councillor Jansen, where we have a set of lights there, the lights end with a walkway with nowhere for anyone to walk. There's a beautiful garden there. So it'll hook up to Quinton Street and then they're down to the park, which is great. Thank you. You're right in Washago, right as you come to the set of lights on the right, there's so the bottom one there, Coldwater Road Culvert Rehabilitation. That's the one that you just answered? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Okay, we'll move on to page 96.
No, sorry, 96 is roads, vehicles.
Any questions there?
Look outside.
Okay, 97. Any questions on 97? Okay,
Oh, right, sorry.
questions, council, on this section? Councillor Minnings?
So thank you through the mayor. So I was trying to do the math with the number of users and the sewer revenues, et cetera. It looks as though Coldwater has fewer residents or users hooked up than to their sewer and water system than West Shore. Is that correct? I always thought Coldwater was bigger, popular. Okay, that was my question. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, so I just have a question on 73, Derek, Severn Estates. I'm still struggling with this one for 24 homes and the capital expenditures of $1 million. And I know that we were looking at the MOE possibly allowing us, but did we get it? Is this a spot where we can ask about that?
Through the mayor, it is still a report pending, and I suppose I've said that a couple of times now, so I'm really hoping that comes soon. But our consultant is working on a final draft of the report, and it's really a feasibility study. So the question is can we do it? What's more expensive? The long-term impact of keeping running a municipal system here for very few service users. And we'll expect that report early in 26, because you're right, it's a big commitment. It's $1 million on a system that really does not generate very much revenue.
Councillor Taylor.
I was actually thinking about this. And rather than pumping the treated water there, can you get the water out of the Severn River and treat it?
Through the chair, there are a number of alternatives. I think we talked about even trucking water, piping water, replacing the well, individualizing and fragmenting the system. And I'm pretty sure grabbing a different water source is also in the report. So there's a number of options to consider in the report that's coming.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Just join the club. Man, you must have rest.
Even if it's by.
Just went up the river.
Okay, now we'll go to the to page 98. 98. Councillor Taylor.
Through the mayor to Derek, so that's the Force Main highway crossing. Can you elaborate on what's going on there?
So it's called like the project called Minoke Catchment Area 2. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah. So this is really a concept that needs to be developed further. It was earlier in our servicing master plan study that we looked at developing an entirely new catchment area for West Shore. Right now, there's sort of a number of pump stations that jockey up to the main pump station. And as we look at significant quantities of development on that sort of, I call it south or west side of West Shore, we really should look at creating a new collection system and open up the lands to the north. So this is to explore that further. It is 100% DCs, and it's looking at, what are the alternative paths? What are all of the alternatives could we consider to make sure that this is the most financially and development supporting option on the table?
So in summary, the water would come up under the highway and the sewage would go go east.
Yeah, our concept is that both water and wastewater would kind of follow the same corridor, going under the highway up Brennan, Brennan and then Stockdale, or in the lands between, right? That's all developable residential potential. And so at some point, creating a whole new collection system, which is a massive endeavor, which is why we're looking at design here to really explore those opportunities and kind of present them to developers, maybe encourage, them take the lead on that too, would be incredible. But
thank you.
Any Councillor Minnings?
Thank you, through the mayor. So Derek, further to that, it says new Shadow Creek pumping station. Is that a new pumping station? Like there isn't one there now? And that's I think it's a pretty fully populated residential street and area. Do you have any sense of where that could be? So I'm just worrying about disruption and feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. So the bigger project of creating a new collection system mostly is going to exist on the developer's property of Shadow Creek Phase 3. So that's really what that new sewage pumping station, that main pump station would be.
So we're not far enough along, but it could potentially be behind homes. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Mackin.
Yeah, through the mayor to Derek, how many of, third line down on page 97, how many generators do we get for $250,000?
I believe that's actually just two. Two.
And where are they going?
So there'll be portable generators that kind of, right now we
around.
have the majority of our pump stations are on fixed backup generators, but there's a number of them that are not. They're smaller. And so this will fill that need, because right now we drag much larger generators than would need for them, plus they're aging. We're going to swap that out so that we can basically fix them during the event and then bring them back to the shop. And they can be used in other situations too. We talk about fire emergency services and even this facility here, depending on what's out. I think it's a great case after the ice storm to really look at generator acquisitions, and this really popped into our mind when that happened. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Closing the twin pumping force main and cold water. We've been talking about that for about 10 years, haven't we?
So through the chair, we certainly have, because we know that the main pump station struggles, especially during the spring thaw. What we did was commission Tatham Engineering to do an EA for both the plant and the pumping station and the line in between, the force main. And so there are recommendations in that report that carry through to design and completion, but we didn't want to jump the gun and look at just upgrading a force main without thinking it all the way through from the main collection system through the transmission up to the plant. We want it to be, all in harmony with each other.
Okay, any further? Just have one, Derek, the Severn Estate ones, again, the $1 million. We're not going to move forward with this until we see the report in the new year, correct? Okay, thank you.
I don't know what that entry.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, people were trying to avoid it. Anyway.
So
Yeah.
if I can, through the mayor to Member Brennan, this is just simply the operation costs of the Coldwater Cemetery.
73, I've lost.
79.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, tab 7.
Markers. That's not the entry I was looking at. There was a negative entry. Was that on the?
Oh,
On
you
the
were
summary?
looking at the summary.
I was looking at the summary. Yeah,
If it's negative, it's just showing you that it's costing us 27,000. That's what it costs us. So if it shows up as a negative on the summary page,
right.
that's telling you that's the cost.
Okay, so that's the cost of us contracting out maintenance on them, assume?
Well, in the whole, that's everything, but it does include Canadian
Yeah.
Center.
But for the most part, that's the expense, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Councillor Minns.
I thank you through the mayor. I thought we also had a cemetery at Agnew and Grass Lake Line.
No, yeah.
Oh, it's owned by a church. Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Can I maybe take 1 minute just to do a little bit of cemetery education, because council
Councillor Sue.
probably doesn't know. So typically cemeteries are run by boards of directors or churches or whatever. But historically, those people all get old and tired, and then they donate the cemeteries to the municipality. And the municipality had, similar to our water issues, we have no choice but to accept. So we hope all of these places continue to be successful. I don't know. I know where my family is a union cemetery, which means it's run by a board. And every year I go and I look at the board and I think, oh, the municipality is going to be taking this soon. And it's a lot of work for the municipality, but
Thank
we
you.
don't, we have no choice but to pick them up when they're.
So that would be similar to the cemetery at Minoki Beach Road and Highway 11?
I can speak to that one. So the Masons bought that church. So they had, as part of the deal, they assumed the cemetery as well. And then the one on Washago, or on Agnew, is owned by St. Paul's. So Sanderson Monument takes care of that. They contract that out. The one over by Silk Line, I'm not sure where Mark is. I'm not sure how that.
It's still under the Anglican Church. I know my brother's on the board there and he's not getting any younger either.
We also do have one in the West Shore Beach Club where they found an Indian. Yeah, so I'm not sure. We don't take
Hamlet.
care of that, correct? Do we take
We
care
do.
of that one? We do. Okay. No maintenance. They found it while they were digging.
And there's one in
Okay.
Hamlet too.
Yeah, there's one in Hamlet as well.
If I may, just,
Councillor Brennan.
yeah, through the mayor then, to Madam CEO. So in these cases, are all these cemeteries closed or is there an ongoing, like, okay, who's next that has to be managed by the township?
Yeah, it's not managed by the township. There lots of cemeteries are still active and accepting new residents.
Okay.
Guests. I'm
And who
not
does
sure
that?
sure what you. Sorry.
And who does that?
Usually there's a board, like my family's all in the Creemore Union Cemetery and there's a Union Cemetery board. They're not affiliated with the township. They're not anything. They collect money. Like you buy a plot, and when you buy a plot, you pay care and maintenance. So that kind of keeps the upkeep of it.
Right.
The challenge when the volunteers get older is when they pass it over to the municipality. I've seen this happen. I'm sure Allison has too. The records don't typically come all that well. So the cemetery that we operate, the province regulates us very heavily and they audit us and, we have to do everything. I'm not sure that they do that the same with these private run cemeteries, because when the municipalities have to pick them up, usually find that the records are not that great. And that's important to know who's buried where when you're trying to bury the next person. So it's a very unique challenge.
So I'm just trying to.
If I'll give you an example. So when I was with Tay, we had to assume the Union Cemetery. So for the longest time, it had a cemetery board. And then unfortunately, literally people began to die off that were on the cemetery board and it was left to a husband and wife. And then the husband passed away and the wife literally walked into the office and said, I'm done, dropped all the files on the desk and walked out. And the municipality assumed the cemetery. The maps were not exactly perfect. And to this day, they're still finding that when they sell a plot that there may or may not be someone in it. So, and they've also assumed 3 others since then, being the one down in Waverly and the 2 that are just near Wabashina on the highway there. I know Clearview's gone through this considerably as well in the last couple of years, where they've assumed a handful of cemeteries as well. The boards do the best they can. They're normally folks that are well intended for the communities, longstanding, whether it's local church or volunteers. And it gets to the point where no one wants to fill those shoes anymore.
Yeah.
And the legislation, the municipalities are the fallback.
But I'm just trying to, so you can have a board that says we can no longer do this, so we're going to give it to the municipality. But if you have fresh recruits for the place, who manages it then? Like who's taking care of those decisions? Like if it's been given to us,
So
then there is no board anymore. Or
Correct.
so then who is responsible for new admissions? We are.
Yes.
Contracted out,
To
so we contracted
Okay.
out to Sanderson, but yes, in theory,
I
it's
see.
municipal is we don't, like, you don't come in here to buy a plot, but it is our cemetery and we contract it out to
So our contract with Sanderson now is not just mowing grass.
100%.
Okay, thank you.
Sanderson's manages cemeteries. That's
Now I get it.
yeah.
I've been to his house. See if I can get a discount.
Further, Deputy Mayor.
Just with the sale of the niches, we have 2 columbariums. And I'm gonna be honest, I've had 2 phone calls, and I think we need to open the other columbarium. Because we're waiting for the one plot on the bottom row and nobody seems to want it. And I've had 2 call me, and there's 3 more that have called the local funeral person. So I think maybe it's time we opened up that other columbarium and started to sell some. Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Yep. Michelle actually oddly enough manages manages those. She manages Sanderson. How's that?
Yeah, that's a good way to
yes,
put it.
she manages Sanderson, but she's texting me because she's home watching, and she said it is open. They just need to call Sanderson and buy their plots.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any further questions on the cemetery? Okay, we'll move on to the Severn Public Library, and that's on number 9,
Yep, tab number 9, page 87.
page 87.
Now, if you like, Mr. Mayor, I will highlight the only thing that's likely really different from most years. Is you'll notice that I've kept the grant from the township the exact same amount. But they have increased their expenditures. And what I've done is I've actually earmarked them to draw 36, almost 37,000 from their own surplus to fund the added expenditures for this year. So it's not an impact on the levy this year. And at some point at some point it will become an impact on the levy.
Okay, any questions from council? Councilor Taylor, sorry.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to visited the library more this year than any other year. Just visiting authors, etc. But I'm impressed with the volume going in there, and the overall reception there is really good from a layman's point of view here.
Thank you, Derek. Well done. Deputy Mayor Cox.
Huh?
Can I give my annual pitch before you start, your worship?
Okay. Can we just get rid of it? We could save 45,000 on 11.
The community partnerships are all well and good. I think my advice, and you ignore it every year, but that's fine. I feel I still get paid, and I feel the need to give it again. These grants take up so much time. Like, it takes Allison so much time to go through the grants, then it takes Andrew time to go through the grants. And I'm just not sure it's a valuable time, and you're collecting taxpayers' dollars in order to give it to someone else. If people want to give their money to donate to someone, they should pick your causes. If you want to do the Lions clubs, or you like events, or whatever it is you want to do, but these little itty bitties, some apply every year and you never give them. I don't know. I just think it's you spend. I bet you will spend another hour and a half, but you've spent, on such big amounts, we spend not big amounts of time, and on such a small amount, we spend so much time. And just the administrating and making sure that they filled in all of their forms, and they were like, we're doubling the cost of what you're giving out in these funds.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
I've thought about this a long time, because I'm really rolling towards something different here, because it's becoming it's just becoming a hand. Here's my hand. I want this. We do have some groups that do try to fundraise and show that they've done something, and other ones that don't. And I mean, I have no problem at all grandfathering about 5 of these, because in my mind, community grants, these grants go to events or parades or something that everybody in the community is welcome to, that everybody can go to, and it benefits everyone. Because if I looked at this, I am a taxpayer. I look at this and I see something large for an event that I go, I wouldn't go, or I don't think I want that. That's my tax money supporting that. And I'm starting to understand it better. And I just think that if we want to go through these this time, I'd really like to relook and say, these are the ones that are grandfathered. These are community events. These help groups that are either bringing forward, and I'm going to give an example, which to me is very important, the Indigenous and the children and the drummers are one. And then there are new ones, but they do provide a community spirit, and it is open. The Lions Clubs, they've been doing it for years. We have 2 new event committees. They're putting forward community events. And that's all I'm going to say, but I really would like to look at it. We made this, and Allison went through it, and I asked how many hours they went. I helped do the one. Well, I didn't help, but they told me about the one. Like, it's a lot of work to do this. And if you knew what you could get a grant for, and you were like I don't know, let's just say the North River Club or something, because I can't say anything else because I probably got a conflict, that every year I get $1,200, and I know I'm going to get $1,200 next year, and thank you very much. And if something really new came along that was going to be a community one, maybe it does come forward. But this is a phenomenal amount of time that these have to be vetted, and the staff has to look at them. Like, it just blows my mind. Anyway, we'll just move on.
Councillor Minnie.
Thank you. Yeah, I too looked long and hard at the grants, and there is a need for them. So I wouldn't support like not offering grants, because it is so great to see the communities come together. And I've been to so many events, and it really makes us feel part of the community. I think it's good value, but there may be some opportunities. So I think that our criteria for even entertaining grant requests is fair. We've cast that net fairly wide. And I believe that money spent out of taxpayers' Severn dollars should be for initiatives inside of Severn Township, number one. And, other people can come to them if they're events, whatever, but I would like to see us, even without a change to the grants policy, at least go through and prioritize Severn applications and Severn grants before we entertain anything. They're all valid. The concept of suggesting that all of these people go out into the community and look for money elsewhere, we're all looking at the same very empty pots outside. So I don't think that would really work. The other thing I wanted to suggest is that with the parades, so Coldwater, Washago, Marchmount, I saw on their Facebook page, West Shore, we're all doing parades. Is there a way that we could share some of that money? So I know what the event committee put forward in West Shore. Actually, I know what all of the event committees put forward. So in West Shore, the committee has a problem. I store a lot of stuff under my house because we don't have anywhere to store it. And I was for a short time on the Washago event committee because they're so much further ahead, and they're able to store things in the Washago. But things like emergency vests, things like signage, things like costumes, things that we're all in duplicating money on. Maybe there's a way that we can come together and sort of pool things. Anyway, I just think there's room for it. And the other thing I'll say is that I appreciate its huge inconvenience and draw on your time for staff. I get that. Maybe this is one of those areas where we could have just an external committee just put their heads together and come back with some recommendations and do some of that legwork for staff, because as grants users, and as someone who's always been on committees or fundraising, I think there's a place for it, is all I'm saying. But I think it needs to be, first thing would be prioritized just for us. And second thing would be to look for, so that we're not all buying the same kind of thing. Or if I need to buy vests, emergency vests, that I can tap into the other areas that already have them. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, maybe I don't know what the alternatives are, and maybe I would like to do that. I don't agree with grandfathering because it's got 2 problems. One, it means everything is about the past, And there's a future, and there are other good causes that will come that maybe should be considered and that you could argue are just as valid or more so, you know? We see the pressure in here for women's shelters and food banks and God knows what. So, you know, maybe it's interesting that there's large corporations have gotten out of donations because one in particular, one very large corporation, they used to allow the shareholders to decide where the gift went. Well, when some of the money went to the Palestinian cause, that really upset some other shareholders. It became a nightmare for them. And so it's hard to make fair decisions, although they had a pretty good thing going for a while. It just didn't work during current climate. And I think that I don't know what other municipalities are doing. I don't have any background in this, but maybe this whole thing, I'm not saying this year necessarily, but maybe we need to scrap the whole freaking thing and come and hear what other possibilities there are for us to effectively use the $60,000 or $70,000 we want to spend. And you know, like I don't know how to pick one over the other. A lot of money here goes to Oswego. There's no money, very little there committed to Ward 3 in my view. So it's like I go, well, is it fair? I'm not sure. I haven't given it that much thought, but maybe it's time. So I don't know if you know some of the answers to that. Maybe
Madam CEO.
Yeah. A couple of things. And first of all, I should restate my earlier because I sometimes that sounds like my cold accountant heart. I 100% think that there are so many great causes, but there are so many great causes that it's so hard to pick. And we were talking about this in senior staff when we were getting ready for the agenda. You know, this I find I find it hard to wrap my head around scale. For example, the fair in Coldwater wants $500 and they bring, you know, thousands upon thousands of people. And then somebody wants $1,500 for an Easter egg hunt. Like the scale is not right. And I don't like everybody needs what they need, but there's just so many that it's hard to decide what is worthy. And that's why council's got out. And I was teasing my SMT a little bit. So when I was in Springwater, I was the treasurer and I made this passionate argument every year and I won, but I lost because they got out of the business of doing grants. But then instead they ran a mayor's golf tournament, which took staff like hundreds of more hours. And then they used that to give away to the community funding. That was not better. I was happy as the treasurer because I didn't have to do this anymore. But I think I lost I won for me, but I lost for everybody else because councils do want to give. But I don't know. There's just, I don't know what the better way is. Everywhere I've worked, we've had the same struggle. And Allison said the same. It's just, there's so many good causes that it's hard to decide. And is that your role? I mean, I choose where I give my donations. I don't like my council to do it for me. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that, Councillor Brennan. I'm sorry. I wish I did.
Councillor Minnies.
So thank you. And so I agree that on paper, it's hard to get your head around, but in the example you gave of last year, one of the events in West Shore was Easter egg hunt. Is it? Oh, it's a new one. Okay. But regardless, part of the money that's been used over the last 2 years or so since this committee struck up has been to get things, costumes, signage, you know, the balloon stuff, the giveaways and all of these things. We fill Timberline Park just in our little area. So, but if we thought about it from maybe a committee perspective, take it off your plate because we've got the lens in each of our communities, or there's people here to form a little committee because we have Easter egg stuff that another community could have that they didn't know about when they were writing their grant application. We're farther along, and I can only speak for West Shore, than the Agricultural Society that's been doing things for 10, 20, I don't know how long, but we just got in the game. And if this stuff that we spend our money for exists, then we would be happy to borrow it. There's just no mechanism currently for us to have these cross conversations and take that off of your plate, because as you know, I am a community advocate. I think all of us are, and or else we wouldn't be sitting in these jobs, is that we could all do it. And if somebody knew, oh, you have a bucket of this, oh, we should do that on family day, or I think we might stop spending and see what everybody has, but there's no inventory built into our grants. It's all just, this is what I need in my committee.
Okay, so let's go line by line and to everyone's comments, they're great. But I'll want to remind everyone, for 15 years I've been here, any of the applicants that have applied, no one was upset if they didn't get it. Like no one's ever approached me to say why. So like when it benefits everyone in the community or in your prospective ward, like I feel that's okay. But I think it was Councillor Minnings that comment, if they're not from Severn, why are we giving them money? But then there's overlap, right? There's overlap, like this Born to Read one. I know that it'll benefit residents from Severn, and they're only asking for $500. So Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So before you get actually started going through them all, I do note that we have the two that came to council last week down the bottom now that I've added. So right now you have funding of $45,000 and you have requests totaling $87,688. So,
okay, we'll start line by line and we'll see where we
Then
end up.
we'll just
Okay, okay.
that
The first one, Escona Senior Center. Oh, no, okay. Councillor
Yeah, I read the write up on this one, and if we do donation in kind, does that impact the levy? Just wondering, because I know there's a couple here that say in kind.
Yeah.
And
So
sorry.
just by way of clarification for you, so whenever there's an in-kind, we still have to fund it. So say if for VON, they put in theirs, we still transfer the funding from grants to recreation to ensure that the recreation fees are paid.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
My suggestion was going to be, it sounds like what they'd like to do is educate seniors in our area about programming at this Midland center. I was going to ask if we could allow them space. So that would have been an in-kind for maybe a meeting or two. If that's a no from my council colleagues, that's fine.
so space in one of our, like, say, for example, in
Yeah,
Coldwater,
Arena, let's just say,
I'm okay with that.
for a meeting so that
Let's
they
do it.
can,
Still have to grant it. There's still an
Yes.
amount, so you need to put an amount
excuse-
to it.
So,
Councillor Minnings.
okay, so in kind of a space donation, for example, I know last year, well, I know what it costs to rent a room at the Coldwater or the library or the Wishego Rec Center. I don't think it's thousands of dollars. So it's like $35 or something. So I think, yes, rent space, but we already have a mechanism outside of the grant system to rent space that I think is fairly free if you put a thing of coffee and a basket for free will donations at a meeting. But I just question the amount when we have very cheap rental space.
no problem.
Everyone feel about the first one? Okay, no. Second one, Born to Read,
Yes.
but 500. Do you want to give them? Yeah, we're gonna 500. 500. Okay, Cody's House Youth Center. No, I'd say no.
Cody's house, did they come to council?
No, they're in Midland as well. Different one. No, okay. Coldwater BIA. Who would like? Okay,
Where do I go?
Wherever you want.
okay. Deputy Mayor Cox, do you want to speak to this?
I'll do it.
CAO.
So the BIA is essentially looking to double dip. They've increased their levy. They have mechanisms to, if they wanted more, they could have increased their levy more, and they probably should have.
Coldwater and District Agricultural Society.
Yes.
Okay, 500. Coldwater Ferry Garden, Chelsea Kincart. I'm gonna say no. No.
No,
Okay,
the Berry Garden is a no.
yeah. So the Coldwater Lions, I don't know why, like, I'm happy to give them $2,000 for the parade, but no to the fireworks.
I would support that.
What's the New Year thing?
Well, fireworks.
Oh, that's
Okay,
nice.
Counselor Jansen.
My thought was to give them 2,000 for the parade and $2,000 for the New Year's event. I think part of the $2,000 is ice rental fees. I wouldn't be in favor of paying for the full amount of their firework display. I believe that they do get some funding from the community. They do ask businesses to donate some funds, and they pass around a bucket at the event to get some community support.
Working.
That's
So is the 2,000 the rental for the ice? Is that what it
I'd
comes
have
to?
to flip back to the paper once.
So can we just give the, whatever the amount is that the, all right, like, you want to do 2 and 2, council?
Thank you. Well, I would say 2 for the Santa Parade and the ice rink rental only. Anything for fireworks, we had like St. George do a big fireworks thing and they can they gathered, they all self-funded it. So I'm just concerned about setting a precedent.
Counselor Taylor.
3,000 then?
Allison knows how many times.
The information.
Let's see how much ice time they actually want to use.
Plus ice con time and kind.
Okay, can we do that then? Ice time and kind?
Yeah,
Counselor
if-
Jansen.
The amount.
If I've got their or I do have their form in front of me, it was ice rental for $500 and hot chocolate for 400, fireworks for $5,100.
So like 2,500.
So 500 in right.
So put 2,500.
2,500.
So what am I putting? 25?
25, yeah.
2,000 cash and 500 of rental and kind.
Don't write there, because it won't add up.
Okay, you guys can go back in.
Just put it in your
Just put the
notes.
5.
Put it in the notes.
25, I'll put the note on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark coming in too.
He's out for the next one.
But it was only $300.
Yeah, I've got the actual rental agreements on my desk. $685.
Coldwater Foundation Program. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, Mark. Why is it? going-
Yeah, this is for their singer songwriters events that they hold throughout the summer. Arts and culture.
So events were supposed to become self-funding, not become more expensive. So you definitely don't want to go up. I don't know if you wish to go down or not.
In your work.
Yeah, I see value in the event taking place. It's definitely attracting a lot of people to the area. I know that the person running the event, Phil Holder, and his committee that's been created, they're doing their best to build up on the event. The ask, I think, may be a little bit high at this time, but I'm definitely supportive of the $2,000 or even going up a little bit further if that's council's prerogative.
Counselor Minnings.
So when I think about the other grant applications for events, like the parades and things, that we're more in line with the 1,500 or the 2,000. So I would be more comfortable with one of those amounts.
Counselor Taylor. 2,000? Okay, 2,000. Moving on to the next one, Equinox Drummers.
Gee,
Uh,
they're expensive.
let's see. E. I can't remember what they do. E. Okay, who wants to?
Go to it last year. It didn't qualify.
Does this, what's in here?
Okay, Deputy Mayor Cox.
Sorry, I'm speaking to this because we keep talking about arts and culture. And this is a program for all children and Indigenous, and that helps with teaching them about the history and the past. And it's part of reconciliation, and I don't have a problem giving them $500.
Sir McIntyre.
Yeah, through the mayor, I'm, anytime it says children, I kind of get sappy and tearful. So I'm in for 500. Yeah.
500, please.
Yeah.
Association.
I'll jump in there. I know the deputy mayor has been involved in this, and
I am every year. I give them 100 as well, as so does the deputy mayor. So
so I think it's a good cause, but that's
I think we all donate to cancer, do we not? We all give money to cancer. So, but not, this is one group. So now we'll have every group coming that has a fundraiser. And I don't believe that. Yes. Hampshire Arch.
100%.
Yep. Thank you. Hospice Aurelia. No. Linda's gifting project.
The difference between this one.
We have a Severn.
We have
hospice.
a Severn hospice.
There are the other.
I would-
Thank you.
Linda's gifting project. Well, I don't think, no, I can't support that. Sorry. Aurelia Fish and Game, I'd give them 750. I wouldn't give them the 1,500.
500.
500? Okay. So do I, because it benefits. No, but it's over in Oro Medonte. It's not in Aurelia. That's the one. It's in an Oro, but what they do is they have a learning center for the kids there. The men that are there fully supporting the kids that go there. They learn. Yeah, they learn. It is top.
Not only that, they input on a whole lot of wetland issues.
They do.
Just
give, yep, 750.
Valuable friend.
I was just
Yeah.
gonna say, every time we have a Hawk Ridge public meeting, the red shirt.
They're there. The red hats or the red,
So they do
yes.
participate.
750.
fully supportive. Mariposa Ecological, okay, no. Matchadash Heritage Community Center,
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that meeting.
no.
I scored.
MTM Conservation Association,
What is?
I don't know what that is.
Marsh, the Marsh one, MTM Marsh, they have that, isn't it? Matchadash Tiny
All right, you want to support that? Yep.
500,
We did last year.
500?
Okay, do you want to go 1,000?
1,000, better split the difference.
Okay, $1,000.
750.
All right, 750. Okay, 300 River House, I
Yeah.
hope,
That's for their,
so
thing.
sharing place food, no. Sparrow Lake,
Yes.
yes. Victorian Order of Nurses, yes,
Yes to 1,200?
yes.
They rent the, yeah.
Washago Easter event, no. Oh, go ahead, Counselor Mackin.
Hey, through the chair, I have a question. And there's 4 events there, 1, 2, 3, 4. My wife's a member of the garden club. Do I have to step out for that? Wow. She's only been there 6 meetings. It's my call. Okay. And, I'll step out for the events committee and the Becky's, Easter parade thing or Easter egg hunt. We're on a committee with her. Do I have to step out there, Judith? Okay, well, then I'll just step out on the one. Thank you.
Counselor Jansen, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the Washago Easter event for Becky Spencer. So this isn't a committee of any kind. It's just an individual doing something nice in their community.
It's a real estate agent. She's a real estate agent. Her friend is something that's 2 business people who have been doing this for 2 or 3. It's 2 business people who have doing this for 2 or 3 years. So I don't know if she wants to borrow some of my eggs or anything she can, but I have bunny costume too if she wants to borrow it, but well, I don't know.
I think we should start.
Already been run now.
Yeah, I believe the Easter hunt that we run in Coldwater maybe cost $200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We run one too, chocolates and giveaways, balloons, signage. So yeah, it's probably now that it's probably going to be top out at 750 because we've gone down a bit, but yeah, it's fairly cheap. No, and I'm familiar with the events that they put on and they've always been putting them on. So, but again, to my earlier point, there's stuff we can share and borrow, et cetera, for an event. So.
I just have a quick question there.
Councillor Taylor?
There's two different committees that have the same parade. Are they work in unison or why is?
The Washego
Lions are both doing Canada Day.
but they're not doing both parades. So the Lions have a gated area where they have some booths and then they sell food and a few bands. The parade is separate and apart from that. And by the way, so been there several times with my family. Love the Washego parade. It's all free. The rec center's free. The art gallery, all of this, everything's free. There's a big gate and it was quite expensive per person to get into the Lions Club to go in there and buy food. So they were a money-making thing, whereas the Washego one wasn't. The other thing that it's my personal observation was that the Lions Club event was geared towards, it was a beer garden and rightly so. So it certainly it wasn't family friendly, I guess is what I would say. Thank you.
$200 for the Washego.
We're giving Coldwater, oh, is that for the Santa Claus parade?
Yeah, it's for the Santa
We're giving
Claus.
Coldwater 2,000 for that parade.
Oh, that's your 2,000? Okay. So 2,000 for the Washegos.
Claus parade. Here you're giving it
Canada
22
Day
for
as well.
Canada Day and Santa Claus. for
Okay,
the
so
two parade.
22.
Okay, let's go with 22 at the ask for. The Washego Garden Club is amazing.
Yeah.
The work that they do. We'll give them. Now I have to step out for Washego's lines. Okay.
I would support 1,800 before you go anywhere.
So I'm not.
Okay, so could I pick up the chair in his absence? Is that fair? Okay, so for the Washego Lions Club, there's an ask of $1,800 for the Canada Day and Oktoberfest event.
Yeah, but I don't know about Oktoberfest, but Councillor Minnings, I agree with her. That's exactly how I saw it. I've been there now twice. To the Lions Canada Day thing. I don't know. It does seem like more of an adult event and a fundraiser for the Lions. It didn't feel wide open to me. It's gated for access and the whole 9 yards. So I don't know.
Can I just say one word? Sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
But that's what Lions Clubs do. They raise the money to give back to the community. So what they do is they raise the money to give it back to the community. So we don't have to then do something for it. So that's what the whole idea is. That's what Lions Club do. When no matter what they make, they don't keep it like a club does. They hand it all back out to guide dogs, families in need, people's dentures, you name it, they give it back.
And just to add to that, this is one of their biggest fundraisers of the whole year for the Washego Lions Club. They take what they make here and keep none of it, only for building maintenance, and all plows it back into the community. It's their biggest fundraiser.
I don't know about that one.
They offer their all karaoke all through the winter months, and all the money they make karaoke events go back. They put it right back into the community.
Member Minnings.
Thank you. So I agree. The Lions Club is a great charity. And I would be okay, supporting this particular ask, but I would like to see them come and do a delegation so that I know where in the community, and again, guide dogs, whatever, like I like to know what people are doing, and especially if they are a grant recipient. So it would, for me, be a yes then.
Member Cox.
And I can give you we have a list. So the Lions Club in Coldwater has a list that they put in front of their booth at the fair, and they write down every single club and every single person, and they put all the money beside it so they know that their money's gone back to the community. And maybe that's something they should do at their Oktoberfest, and that is put that sign up.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you through the chair. I agree that's not a bad idea, that we could have the Lion Chief come and make a presentation, or somebody from their group to tell us what exactly they're doing with the money. But for this moment, I I agree with the request.
Member Brennan?
Yeah, I like bar sales are a huge moneymaker for every other volunteer organization I've ever been associated with. So I don't understand why we're giving anything to Oktoberfest. Someone's going to have to explain that one to me.
No.
Selling booze makes a lot of money. It's about 5-to-1 ratio on your coin. So I don't understand why anybody has to fund any of that.
No, but there's costs to get this thing set up, the liquor license, everything else, and the profits go back to the community.
The organization, from my understanding, does not keep any of this money. The 1,800 goes towards organizing the events. And perhaps we can ask Member Burkett or Mayor Burkett to speak to the Lion Chief to come and speak to us here at the and provide a delegation.
That'd be great. I'd like.
Okay, so 1,800, okay? Thank you. Okay, Mayor Burkett, you're welcome to come back to the room.
Yeah, I'll jump in. So they had 3,000 last year. They're asking 1,500, I think. Hats off to them, 1,500.
Yeah, are we okay with the bursary program? Yep, we gave 1,000 last year, 1,000 again this year.
Let's go.
Okay, 1,000. Mayor Burkett?
So we have two to go that were not in your binder. So one is the Port Severn Food Bank that just came last week for 5,000, and the Greenhaven Shelter for Women, which was 15,000. So you're at the bottom. So these are the two that got added last week. Oh, you're at $20,300.
So
45.
that doesn't mean you have to spend it all.
Doesn't mean you have to
if-
spend it all.
yeah.
If it,
Where's Mayor Mike? If I can speak to the.
Excuse me, I think the CAO wants to speak.
Yeah, on the food donation, I told them no. I told them they didn't qualify. We had already done our budget. They were late, and we don't give to the Coldwater Food Bank because they don't ask us. So I didn't believe that my council would give to them, but they wish to come anyways. So.
Yes, and the other one is, when I asked them to share and go back and forth, they were kind of funny about, well, we only want money. Like, and it was like, share your food banks, because I know that Coldwater will get a lot of baby stuff and they look for another food bank that needs baby stuff. So they all switch back and forth. But anyway, I'm a good for no. So what's next?
the last one is the 15,000 requested by Greenhaven.
Okay, how's everybody feel? Oh, wait, go ahead, Madam CEO.
I was gonna say, I know we're trying to stick to Severn. We don't have a women's shelter in Severn. I don't know that you can afford 15,000, but I suspect they would be grateful for something, and it was a really great cause. It
Yeah,
made
I
me
agree.
feel for them.
Okay, so
How about 2?
2,000?
Do you think that's short?
Are you,
Hang on here.
Okay.
yeah, where's Mike?
Okay, turn off your,
Could we find Mike?
yeah.
Yeah.
I went out for it. He's on there.
He's probably going to talk to somebody.
The parking. Hey, Mike, what have you been, guys? There, see, Bill Gowanlock was
Told you, yeah.
Mayor of 94.
Yeah, I knew that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Who? Bill Gowan.
I told you.
Okay.
We're at
3,000. Counselor Minnings. Okay.
nothing for the, now we're on Greenhaven.
Hi, so through the, so with the Greenhaven Shelter for Women, because we don't have a women's shelter here and there's clearly a need for it. And I think that the presentation really spoke to me about the rural concept of what life could be like for someone who may need to leave their home. And I think that supporting that would be well. I would go more with $5,000 initially. We've had nothing, and that's probably our biggest grant donation this year right now to a single source. The other reason is that I believe that it was partway through the year last year that Mariposa Hospice, which is in Severn, came to us for beds or something else. So I would like to leave some money in this because there may be other needs coming forward from Severn charities that we may want to entertain. So I'd be happy with 5,000.
Madam CEO.
Yes, so no disagreement from me on that. I think it's a great cause. One thought and one suggestion. If the Green Haven is something that you think you might want to do long-term, similar to the hospice, because that seems more likely, it seems more of a fit to me than Easter eggs and parades. So we might want to move it and the related funding to our partner page, so that you're more committed to supporting it for later. So that's one. Two, once we get to the end, then Andrew, you should have a motion to move the surplus back into the levy or off the levy or whatever it takes, because your policy did very clearly last year say not to leave contingencies, because what happens in contingencies is somebody asks you next week and you go, oh yeah, we have the money, except you cut all of these people down and they competed against each other. So you wanted to get away from that. So we weren't leaving contingencies anymore. So whatever your total is what your total is.
Counselor or Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, and when Mariposa came, they said what they've asked for is that's what they want this year. They're fine. They're not coming back.
Counselor McIntyre.
And through the mayor, marvelous cause. I like the idea that CO put forward to having it as one of our partners that we contribute to. And I'd like to start it at $7,500 and hold the line.
I think that's a great recommendation. You know, when you look at the abused, and we don't even know the half of it. That's
right.
the struggle that I have, and yeah, whether it's children, because I know I've visited the facility here, and they did come for money from us when a child is abused, and they, yeah, I know it's a different one, but it's similar in the fact that they do have a place to go if you're being abused, and I wholeheartedly would support
Well,
them. Thank
just
you for
as a
that
follow-up comment, there's nowhere else anywhere near here that can provide what these people have. I think 7,500 and as sales partnership, yeah.
75?
Counselor Taylor.
Just information, I think for the last few years, township staff have donated to the Green Haven as well, like, and the Salvation Army.
CAO.
Yeah, staff does a different cause every year. We do a little vote and we take it off our paychecks and whatever. We do a monetary one. I'm not sure who we're giving to this year. And actually, if you've noticed in the hallway by the vault, we're also doing a cereal drive this year for the food bank, because apparently that's a much needed item. So we do all sorts of cool things around here. We may, yeah, we have sometimes we do cold water food bank. Sometimes, some years we've done the hospice. Yeah, we've done different things here for sure.
So Counselor Jan.
My apologies. I should have been using my microphone. I was just going to ask my colleagues to revisit Cody's House Youth Center. Just reading through the document, they do operate out of Barrie. However, the programming that they're talking about is in Coldwater. They run a youth program out of the school on Friday nights. They're asking for a donation in kind to use the Coldwater Arena Hall, the upstairs, for the summer months, and then as well to host 4 music or dance nights that they would do to promote fundraising. So it would just be for in-kind hall rental.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
There always has been a youth group in Coldwater, and it is a good thing because it gets kids off the street and something to do. So they're only asking for $2,000 in kind. I'm in. I can do it.
Michael.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yep. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Okay, so in grand total, then that brings your administration grants to 22,300. I will move 7,500 of the remaining balance though over to the partnership side to balance out the new funding for Greenhaven. Okay, so bear with me while I work on that motion.
So the new total is 22,300 and then the 7,500 is going to the others
Yes, with 75.
or 75?
7,500 allocated to an increase to the partnership funding side.
Okay.
So while Allison works on the motion, Andrew can work on where you are in totals, and then we can go back and revisit the financial analyst to see if there's any
Do the
appetite.
partnership funding review.
Yeah, I know, yes. Absolutely.
Counselor Jansen.
Okay, so are we not going to go over these organizational?
So we are. Give me a second to do the first motion.
Thank you.
These motions on the fly or.
So if I can, while the
No.
clerk is,
I'm almost done. Just so that we don't lose our momentum here. Okay, so the motion reads that the 2026 administration grants be approved as discussed in the amount of $22,300 and that $7,500 be reallocated from the administration grants to the partnership funding. And that any items for which a conflict has been declared are deemed not to have been voted on or discussed by the individual making the declaration.
Seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Counselor Jansen. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
That's already in. You got something about. Yeah, no, we're good. Okay.
So on your partnership. Sorry, Mark. You have the Canadiana Museum.
That's not.
That's
me.
not you? Okay. You have the Canadiana Museum that's asked for 12,700. Last year you gave them 75.
75. Okay, 75. Come on back in, Mark.
Looking for the same
Oh.
amount.
Yep, yep, we're good. 75, yep.
Okay.
Georgian Bay Forever, yep, 5,000. Mariposa, yep, 12,000, yep. Okay, are we doing the cuddle bed?
It's only a one time.
Okay, so 30. Okay, earlier, yep, physician. Ray Lake Country, yes.
Yeah.
And Sag Bay, yes.
Ken, are you giving them 5? Last year they asked for more and you held to 4,000, so it's.
4,500.
Counselor Jan, oh, he can't.
Get 5.
Get 5.
Okay, let's give him 5.
Share that.
Okay, Cycle Simcoe,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, great, thank you.
Yes.
Right on.
that's not
So that's 101,950. 101.
Nice number.
Yeah, $100,000 you just spent in a matter of 30
2
seconds.
seconds.
Much better.
I can't believe 3:30 and we're done.
We gotta make sure there's an event booked next year on the first night of the project.
So
We're a highly motivated group today.
All right, finance guy.
That would make more sense. And it was 89,750, so that makes sense.
We're not done yet. You're really excited. Added it twice.
Okay, so the motion then reads that the 2026 partnership grants be approved as discussed in the amount of $96,750. And that any items for which conflict has been declared or deemed not to have been voted on or discussed by the individual making the declaration.
Okay, mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Counselor Jansen, second by Counselor McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay,
Last thing, if we could see where at and see if council has any appetite to add in the financial analyst. And if I could give a little pitch, all the extra things that we've taken on adds extra pressure to Andrew's department. And I think everybody's gotten something over the last few years, except Andrew's department has gotten nothing. And I know they're feeling the strain. So if you gave it some serious thought, I'm sure Andrew would appreciate that.
so the budget meeting tomorrow that they were going to hold. Sorry, madams.
No item on the table because you have to put it on the table, but
Okay.
Andrew will tell you where.
Andrew, go ahead.
So if I just make sure this. So just for the mayor to let you know, our blended rate right now, based on all the changes we've made so far, is sitting at 3.84.
Well, that doesn't include the new financial.
Right. So the financial analyst would be on top of that. If I put it in. Then it would go to 4.18.
Okay. Hello. Brandon?
Yep, I'm good with that.
What does it, Counselor McIntyre?
I like your second comment. I think the financial thing is important. So there'd be two things that we're bringing in, the GIS and the financial.
Correct. We've already factored the other one.
Okay, well, 4 point.
4.18 would be.
Thank you.
blended
I'd vote on that.
What does that equate to in dollars and cents per household? The way that you like, what does that equate? The difference between 3.64 that you had, and then versus the 4.18, Andrew. If
1 second.
let me just see. I gotta find that.
Mhm.
Hey, Mayor Cock.
So maybe I know, I think I already asked this, but you had COLA in everything and we went down 0.5. What difference does that make?
So the 0.5 only dropped it by 0.14%. But I had already done that on all the calculations. So every time you did a change.
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I would like to be under 4. And if I have to go back through this again to make it that way, I will, because we can't do that anymore and send you back.
If we
Correct.
could see what the appetite is for adding the analyst, I have another option, but I'd like to see where you're at.
Not
first.
until I,
So Andrew, just to Councillor Taylor's comment about the last year, we didn't use all the grants. There was $20,000. Is that included in your calculation?
No, so that's,
That was part of the levy, was it not?
it was, but we never include, like that's a surplus from last year.
Right.
No bearing on what we do the levy
Okay.
for this
All
year.
right. Councillor Jansen.
Oh, yeah, but that doesn't help the levy. Oh, no, I did that part. Yeah.
Okay, so how can we get down below like 0.25? Is there any way to get
Order,
Madam
I'll
CAO?
give you an idea. How about we hire the financial analyst July 1st? I bet you that gets it there.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, and well, you give me a couple of seconds. Cause yeah. That only got a 4.01.
You know, anyway.
Good. So that dropped us, sorry. Yeah. it should. You're good. That would bring us down to 4.01%.
More idea?
So
Three-quarters of the year for the GIS person, because we're not going to get it hired by then anyways.
report. Yes.
The only thing, to be fair, is that does put more pressure on next year, because next year you have to fund the whole thing. But if that's where we want to be this year, let's be done.
That would pull us down to 3.9 blend.
Don't pack up though, because
I've got some motions.
Yeah,
for that,
there are some motions to be passed if you want to shrink your
Period.
vetoes and all that stuff.
3 point. If you, I'll just double check them. I'll just double check. the
Jansen?
number while we're doing it.
Do you recall what our blended tax increase was for last year?
0.888 something. Or the blended.
So very close to where we're at. Okay, thank you.
So this motion reads that the position of financial analyst with a July 1st start date in the amount of, Andrew, how much am I putting in here?
Oh, sorry. Well, the financial analyst would be 55,800.
And that includes benefits?
Yep.
Okay, so 55,800. Okay, so in the amount that the position of financial analyst with a July 1st start date in the amount of 55,800 be added to the 2026 operating budget, and that the development engineering coordinator GIS analyst start April 1st.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Jansen, second by Councillor McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried.
Okay, next motion. This is entirely for council to decide that November 27th, 2025 be deemed as the last date for amendments to be put forward by council resolution for the proposed 2026 operating capital budget for the Township of Severn.
Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Brennan, Deputy Mayor Cox, all in favor? That's carried.
That bylaw 2025-80 be passed.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Minnings, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? It's carried.
I didn't hear who seconded. I think I do second. I'm sorry, who seconded that? I'm sorry, I had the CAO.
Yeah.
Thank you. So council has officially with that last motion shortened their period. So, and it's just adjournment.
Before we adjourn, I just want to thank Andrew and all the staff for a job well done. Madam CAO, Madam Clerk for all your hard work, but also
thank you guys.
thank council, what a team we are, and Councillor Jansen. I know that you're on Zoom all the time, but what a pleasure to have you here with us. Thank you very much. No, it's been an honor to have you. Your input is amazing.
Yeah.
And thank you to each and every one of you.
You're good.
Yes. even on Zoom.
Interesting from
Madam CAO?
Thank you. I was to say, we weren't sure how this whole strong mayor resolution thing would work, but it actually worked better from a staff perspective because there's none of, we think you're mostly like you're mostly agreed, but you're not 100% and whatever. This way you have to put your cards on the table. So we have very, very clear direction. So I think for us, I think it worked.
Do it.
I think when you have a council that is in sync, right? But also coming from staff as far as the wants and needs, like without your input, we can't decide what to do, but I think this worked out really well. And Councilor
Okay,
Taylor,
just in closing, I'm glad that you looked at it and then you went back. And then you came back. So you could see the results.
okay, mover and a seconder. Moved by Councilor Jansen, second by Councilor Minnings, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
And no chalet for you.